This kid found school unbearably dull because, in his eyes, everyone there was far too weak. Instead of focusing on improving themselves, they were busy staring at some popular girl. The moment he returned home, a woman suddenly ambushed him. The blow carried such force that Leo barely managed to defend against it. She was clearly not someone to underestimate. Without pausing, she launched another strike, saying she had high expectations for him. Leo pushed her back and protested, "Why are you being so harsh on me, Mom?" The woman, Reina Plav, answered bluntly, "I need to confirm whether you're truly as gifted as you believe, Leo Plav." She unleashed a technique that no ordinary child could possibly evade. For a brief moment, she even worried something might go wrong. But Leo was no ordinary child. He slipped past the attack and immediately countered. Within seconds, his mother ended up sitting on the ground, a complete loss. It seemed the boy's strength matched his confidence. His mother then asked if he still intended to enroll in Lumen Academy next year once he met the age requirement. That academy was the most prestigious institution across the entire continent. Reina told him that there, he would finally encounter opponents worthy of him, so he needed to prepare seriously. With a smug smile, Leo thought waiting until next year felt pointless. Although the Plav family didn't hold the same influence as the Zeringer family, the vice leader decided they would stay for a week. Celia, a prodigy in her own right, wasn't pleased with the arrangement. Still, she was brought to meet the Plav matriarch. Zeiss formally introduced Celia to Reina and Dade. The young lady politely returned the courtesy, thanking them for their hospitality. Reina stepped closer, studying Celia carefully. She observed that Celia strongly resembled her father and uncle, both in appearance and personality. Celia, in turn, noticed Reina's jet black hair and vivid red eyes. It quickly dawned on her that Reina belonged to the Zeringer bloodline, meaning she was Celia's aunt. Later, Zeiss and Reina, siblings by blood, sat down to catch up. During their conversation, Zeiss mentioned their recent visit to the royal schools of Dong, where they had hoped to meet Leo. Unfortunately, he had already left, showing no interest in meeting anyone. Reina apologized for her son's behavior, admitting it may have appeared rude. Zeiss then asked what kind of person Leo truly was. Reina praised him without hesitation, saying Leo's talent was extraordinary. This made Zeiss wonder whether Leo was truly qualified to inherit the Zeringer flames. Reina clarified that she wasn't speaking as a biased mother. Leo genuinely possessed the ability and potential required to carry the Zeringer legacy. Zeiss found this fascinating. Although he trusted his sister's judgment, he felt the need to evaluate Leo personally before drawing conclusions. Later, Leo sat quietly, concentrating. After completing a brief ritual, he thought to himself that he had finally formed a vessel capable of containing everything he required. He reflected on why he had avoided learning aura up until now. The reason lay in his body's uniqueness. If he embraced aura too early, it would naturally adapt and specialize, limiting his ability to accumulate mana and soul energy, both essential to his long-term goals. In his previous life, he had seen firsthand how dangerous uncontrolled power could be. If he had fully mastered the abilities and essence of his fallen comrades, he wouldn't have left behind a seed of destruction. Determined not to repeat that mistake, Leo resolved to achieve complete mastery in this life. His first objective, subdue aura, but entirely on his own terms. Before he could continue his thoughts, a familiar voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Celia Zeringer. With a confident smirk, she commented that he finally seemed to understand the basics of training. Though her tone carried sarcasm, she offered to teach him swordsmanship if he was willing. Leo had no idea who she was, so she introduced herself formally as Celia Zeringer, the famed sword princess, to be precise. With introductions out of the way, Leo got straight to the point. While he appreciated her offer, he had no interest in being taught by someone he considered inferior to himself. Naturally, this irritated her. It sounded as though he was claiming superiority. Leo clarified that in a life-or-death battle, she would likely have the advantage since he couldn't use aura. But if it was purely a contest of swordsmanship, that was another matter entirely. In that case, he was confident he could defeat her with ease. Celia felt provoked. She scanned the area and picked up one of the many swords nearby. She intended to prove that his confidence was nothing more than baseless arrogance by beating him in a duel. In her mind, even if Leo eventually mastered aura, defeating her would still be impossible. She only wanted to teach him a harsh lesson. She added that if she won during her week-long stay, he would serve her as her attendant. Leo remained calm. "And if I win?" he asked. "To keep things fair," she replied, "if you win, I'll become your servant instead." With the bet decided,
Leo grabbed a training sword and immediately engaged. He launched the first attack, his speed unexpectedly fierce. She dodged swiftly, though she couldn't deny that his velocity was unsettling. Even so, she believed it wouldn't be enough to secure victory. They clashed again, and this time Leo delivered an overwhelmingly powerful strike. The sheer force stunned her. She retreated quickly, unable to withstand it. When Leo's sword struck the ground, it shattered instantly. Yet he didn't pause. He rushed at her again. The once proud girl began to regret provoking him. She knew she couldn't block the next strike. Bracing herself, she took it head-on, yet surprisingly, she remained unharmed. At the final moment, she had activated a protective armor spell. This clearly violated the rules, as the duel was meant to test swordsmanship alone. Instead of admitting she couldn't dodge his attack, she claimed it was merely an instinctive reaction. Leo calmly declared that the duel was over. He had won. She was stunned and unwilling to accept defeat. Leo had expected that. He removed the magical weight bracelets that had been limiting his physical strength. With his next swing, her barrier shattered completely. She stood there in utter shock. Leo showed no mercy, letting her experience his true power. Later, while walking through the courtyard, Leo ran into his mother. She promptly introduced him to his uncle Zeiss. Leo gave a respectful bow. Zeiss returned it, introducing himself as well, and the two exchanged a handshake. His mother then asked whether he had met Celia. Leo recalled her collapsing after their duel, overwhelmed by fear. Before he could explain what happened, a knight approached Zeiss with a report about the young lady. Zeiss listened with interest as he learned that Leo had defeated Celia, without ever mastering aura. Zeiss personally praises Leo, saying his achievement is truly impressive. However, Leo calmly responds that Celia simply underestimated him. Zeiss then brings up the matter of Celia losing the wager. Leo cheerfully explains that the loser agreed to serve the winner. In other words, Celia will be acting as his maid for the next week. Although Zeiss finds the situation somewhat unpleasant, he acknowledges that a promise must be honored. Still, he reminds Leo that Celia is a member of the Zeringer household. He cannot allow her to perform trivial chores. He hopes Leo will cancel the agreement. In return, he offers to personally grant him something far more valuable. Leo declines without hesitation. He states clearly that the bet was made between him and Celia. As long as she carries the Zeringer name, she must accept the outcome. Zeiss then asks whether Leo is prepared to give up the opportunity to learn the Zeringer aura breathing technique. Leo replies sharply once more. He says that an aura technique offered merely to shield someone from embarrassment carries no real value. Seeing no easy resolution, Zeiss shifts his tone slightly, becoming firmer. He directly reminds Leo that he just declared he would treat a direct descendant of the Zeringers as a servant, and that he claimed their aura technique had no worth. Leo remains calm and unafraid of any implied threat. He simply affirms that his uncle's words are correct. Suddenly, Zeiss's attitude softens. He politely asks Leo whether he believes his statements might sound arrogant or disrespectful. Leo clarifies once again that he never intended to insult the Zeringers. He explains that if the aura breathing technique had been offered as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have gladly accepted it. But he refuses to accept it as a trade to excuse her from the consequences of losing. He adds that if his uncle refuses to acknowledge Celia's defeat, it would imply they believe she is superior and merely made a mistake during the duel. But Leo confidently insists that even if Celia had fought him seriously from the beginning, he still would have won. Hearing this makes his mother beam with even greater pride. Zeiss too is impressed by Leo's bold conviction. The fact that this young man rejected the offer purely because he disapproved of his uncle's approach highlights his integrity. Zeiss even finds himself wishing such a boy truly belonged to the Zeringer bloodline. He signals his knights and orders them to escort Celia to the maid's quarters. He also tells Leo that he may address him casually, without formal titles. After their brief exchange, Leo takes his leave. Turning to his elder sister, Zeiss proudly declares that once he returns home, he will persuade their older brother. Together they will teach Leo the formidable technique known as Phoenix Breath. Later, the scene moves to Leo's room. The first thing visible is Celia's deeply embarrassed expression. She looks utterly mortified as she introduces herself as Celia, assigned to serve Leo for the next week. Leo finds this highly amusing. Who would have thought that her refined and noble bearing would match a simple maid's uniform so perfectly? The outfit suits her remarkably well. Celia seems slightly annoyed by his compliment, fully aware of her own appearance. Leo quickly apologizes, explaining he did not mean to offend her. He admits he once had a friend who was excessively passionate about beauty, and perhaps that influence rubbed off on him. He recalls how that friend often said that eternal beauty is unparalleled. If peace ever returned to the world, he had vowed to dedicate his life to spreading beauty everywhere. That friend was none other than the dwarven mastersmith, Dueno. At that moment, Celia notices the book Leo is reading and asks about it with genuine interest. Leo explains that he read it frequently during his childhood. The book is titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia remembers reading the same book when she was only 5 years old. Seeing his attachment to it, she walks over to the bookshelf and picks out another volume, mentioning that many stories revolve around Kyle. Leo responds by saying that many legendary accomplishments throughout history cannot truly be credited to a single individual. He suggests that numerous feats attributed to one hero were likely the result of combined efforts by many heroes across time. In other words, Kyle's achievements were probably shared with others. Celia dismisses this perspective, stating that Kyle was likely a fraud who stole recognition for others' accomplishments. That is the commonly accepted belief, and she agrees with it. Naturally, Leo is displeased to hear Kyle described as a deceitful opportunist who contributed nothing. He decides to drop the topic, saying it is time for breakfast before training begins. Celia immediately resumes her role as a maid. In a polite tone, she requests permission to train alongside her young master. Outwardly, she behaves respectfully and pleasantly. Internally, however, she is filled with resentment. Still, she maintains her composure because she wants to uncover the secret behind his strength. Leo heads to the training hall without delay, granting her request. Soon after, Celia is seen kneeling on the ground, completely drained and struggling to breathe. Following the first session, Leo provides his evaluation. During combat, once her stamina runs low, her reaction time slows and openings appear in her movements. She becomes vulnerable, exactly as she is now. Celia questions whether such intense physical strain is truly effective training. Leo readily agrees that modern youths lack toughness. Compared to the past, aura techniques have developed significantly. That may be why people neglect physical conditioning. Aura enhances physical power, and strengthening the body in turn reinforces aura. Refusing to accept being called weak, Celia gathers her courage and prepares for another round. Before attacking, she warns him not to underestimate her, but her rushed assault fails. Leo effortlessly knocks her away with a single strike, sending her crashing to the ground. After repeated humiliating defeats, she becomes thoroughly frustrated. Leo then hands her a bracelet, and she eagerly reaches for it. What she does not realize is that the bracelet contains gravity magic, making it extraordinarily heavy. Leo smiles slyly, revealing his true intention. From now on, she will train while wearing this bracelet. The following day, Zeiss observes their training session. After seeing Celia's struggles, he believes this experience will benefit her greatly. Before entering Lumerne, it would do her good to have her pride humbled at least once. He then turns to Leo with an important announcement. He is considering requesting permission from the Patriarch to pass down Phoenix Breath. The mention of Phoenix Breath surprises Leo. He remembers it as the core aura technique of the Zeringer family. Only those officially recognized by the family are allowed to inherit it. Celia also expresses doubt, saying her father would not easily agree. But Zeiss appears to have already anticipated that concern. He presents Leo with a condition. If he successfully clears the Lumen entrance exam, he'll be allowed to learn the technique. Naturally, that statement irritates Celia a lot. In her eyes, Leo is just a kid who can't even handle aura. And since the Lumen entrance test includes real combat, it will be extremely dangerous for him.
Leo openly says he has no real battle experience. Of course, that's only true if he ignores his previous life. Zeiss waits for Leo's answer, and Leo promptly agrees, on the condition that his parents give their permission. A week passes, and the long-awaited day of the entrance exam arrives. Among the candidates, the refined figure of Celia Zeringer stands out immediately. The other students can't help but stare. At the same time, Celia playfully asks Leo whether he's feeling nervous. It seems that after spending so long as his personal maid, she has fully embraced the role, since she still calls him Master. As they wait, a familiar voice interrupts them. It's Gullivan. He came specifically to see Celia, but he looks surprised when he notices Leo beside her. He sneers at Leo, thinking someone who can't use aura has no place here. At the same time, he tries to greet Celia politely. Unfortunately for him, both of them ignore him completely, as if he doesn't exist. Feeling awkward, he quickly adds, "I'm Gullivan Tratton. We greeted each other the last time we met." To his dismay, Celia doesn't even recognize his name. She immediately grabs Leo's hand and tries to leave. Just then, someone calls out to them. Two siblings have arrived. The older one is Abad Lalan, 16 years old, from the prestigious Lalan family. Next to him stands Chelsea Luan, 14 years old, also a Luan. Celia clearly knows who they are, but Leo has no clue. Celia explains that they are the Luan siblings, descendants of a heroic bloodline within the Lordran Empire. Her irritation is obvious. She is not pleased to see them. She tells Leo, "The Luan siblings will be taking the exam with us. We absolutely must not lose to them." She cannot accept the idea of the Zeringer clan falling behind the Leland family. Leo, however, doesn't really care. After all, he belongs to the Plav family, not Zeringer. When the siblings greet Celia, she reluctantly returns the greeting. She also introduces Leo as a member of House Plav, a noble house from the kingdom of Dalad. Upon hearing that Leo holds no notable rank, Abad Lalan scoffs, dismissing him as insignificant. The two siblings then turn and walk away confidently, declaring, "We'll definitely claim first place." As expected, Celia cannot stand the Leland siblings. She is determined to completely crush them in the coming trials. Soon after, an official from Lumina Academy steps onto the stage, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He introduces himself as Albi Zirin, a professor at Lumina Academy. The moment Celia sees him, her expression changes to shock. Leo, on the other hand, shows little reaction, mainly because he has no idea who the man is. Celia is clearly frustrated that Leo doesn't recognize someone of Albi's reputation. She quickly explains that Ali Zeron is recorded in the Hero Record, an esteemed chronicle that documents the greatest heroes of the era. Leo carefully observes the professor and notices something strange. An overwhelming amount of mana is concentrated in Albi's left eye. Professor Albi then begins explaining the entrance exam. According to him, it consists of two primary parts, one-on-one duels and monster subjugation. Normally these would be carried out one after another. However, Ali abruptly calls that approach boring. Without hesitation, he burns the paper he was holding, symbolically rejecting the traditional format. He then takes out a thick, ancient-looking book. Opening it, he reveals the first chapter. Prologue. The Wild Forest. At that very moment, a massive magic circle glows beneath every student's feet. No one knows what the professor plans to do next. But one thing is obvious. Ali Zeron despises inefficiency. He announces that he will merge all the tests into a single challenge, starting immediately. To understand this, one must know that the Hero Record is more than just a historical document. Its true function is the ability to recreate a hero's world, a realm containing the memories and experiences of past heroes. By entering it, one can obtain the strength once wielded by a previous hero. In simple terms, it is a special system designed to cultivate heroes. All the students are transported into this recreated realm called the Wild Forest. The professor declares that their only objective is survival. They may cooperate or betray one another. Anything is allowed as long as they stay alive. If someone wishes to withdraw, they only need to break the orb in their possession. The rules are simple. After looking around for a few minutes, our boy quickly recognizes the environment. It is exactly how he remembers it. This was once an elven forest before it was seized by the witch queen Salatna. Meanwhile, some students are already considering surrender, convinced that this world is merely an illusion. But our boy disagrees. He senses that although this realm may originate from the examiner's memories, everything happening here is frighteningly real. The deadly threats within can truly take a life if one is careless. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Leo feels a sudden presence. An arrow flies toward him and strikes the ground, shattering it on impact. Fortunately, he avoids injury. When he turns toward where the arrow came from, he sees Chelsea from the Llewellyn family. It appears she mistook him for a member of the Zeringer family. Because of that, she intends to eliminate him. Leo quickly explains that he belongs to the Plough family. However, Chelsea becomes even more aggressive, convinced he is lying since she saw him earlier with Celia. Without hesitation, she casts her magic, whimsical. Leo is intrigued as she chants a spell that did not exist in his previous life. Even so, he recognizes that the underlying magical principles remain the same. Meanwhile, Chelsea is annoyed by how calm and unshaken he looks despite her attack. Trying to disturb him, she releases a powerful ability. But Leo casually swings his sword, easily deflecting the mana blade she sends toward him, causing it to vanish. Chelsea is left speechless. He didn't even use aura, so how did he block her spell so effortlessly? To make matters worse for her pride, Leo casually remarks that her attack was too basic. He proposes forming a temporary alliance, saying it would benefit them both. He reminds her that the person who survives the longest earns the highest score. As a sorceress, she should at least aim to pass one trial before getting eliminated. Her response is immediate and exactly as expected. She fires back, declaring that she's not an ordinary sorcerer. She's a battle mage. When he dismisses her attacks as basic, it clearly strikes a nerve. Hurt by his remark, she pours all her strength into her next moves, determined to overpower him immediately and prove she isn't weak. Yet every strike ends up meaningless. Leo isn't even standing where her blades fall. Even worse, she can't sense a single trace of mana around her. She can't locate him at all. And then, suddenly, her eyes catch sight of Leo right in front of her, his fist tightly clenched. Whether that punch truly lands on her terrified face remains uncertain. But one thing is certain, her legs give out beneath her. The result of the clash is obvious. Our boy has won. Even so, Leo calmly repeats that his alliance offer still remains open if she decides to reconsider. Before she can answer, the perspective shifts to the faculty of Lumini Academy, who are watching everything unfold through a digital screen. They're thrilled that the competition is finally heating up. Back in the forest, however, Chelsea finds herself in a grim situation. Leo has tied her securely to a thick tree trunk, and the look on his face suggests he has no kind intentions for the unfortunate girl. He lights a small campfire nearby. As evening approaches, the flames grow stronger, gradually inching closer to the bound girl. The sight of the advancing fire fills her with fear. Of course, she could escape this situation easily, if she would just agree to cooperate with Leo, but she is incredibly stubborn and refuses outright. She insists she needs no partner, especially not for her brother's sake. She tries to unleash a burst of wind magic, but it fails completely. Leo has already activated a mana-nullifying ability. Privately, though, he realizes he doesn't have enough mana to maintain the skill for long. It will soon wear off. At last, she gives in, understanding that without magic, she cannot free herself. But that's exactly why Leo remains in front of her, carefully watching to ensure she doesn't attempt anything clever. Without hesitation, he adds more fuel to the fire. The flames rise higher and begin to lick at her body. Even her clothes start to catch fire. That becomes her breaking point. Finally, she surrenders and agrees to ally with him. But Leo doesn't accept simple words. He demands that she swear upon her family's name. She immediately complies, swearing on the Llewellyn name that she will cooperate. Only then does Leo untie her.
and just before she collapses into the burning flames, he pulls her safely into his arms. The scene shifts once more to the instructors observing the students' progress. Up to this point, Alizeron has yet to see anyone who truly meets his strict standards. He considers it foolish that most students chose to fight among themselves. The only ones showing genuine capability are Celia Zinger and Abad Llewellyn, who are working together effectively. That at least gives him some reassurance that hope remains. Then his attention settles on Leo and Chelsea, who are also cooperating. His gaze lingers particularly on Leo. Though the fire stunt he used on Chelsea was immature, earning the cooperation of Chelsea Llewellyn is enough to grant him a decent evaluation in Alb's eyes, especially since Leo lacks the overwhelming power and refined technique of Celia and Abad. However, the professor is severely underestimating him. Our boy defeated Celia effortlessly before. Still, Alizeron now views Leo as an unexpected variable in this contest. After eliminating several monsters along their route, Leo and Chelsea decide to continue deeper into the forest. Chelsea finally admits that partnering with Leo was the right decision. She asks him what kind of aura he uses, since she can't sense any mana from it. To her shock, Leo calmly replies that he doesn't know how to use aura at all. Naturally, she is left speechless. While they are talking, a monster hides within the bushes, silently observing them. Chelsea quickly detects it and immediately launches a spell. The attack is far too powerful for such a minor creature. Even Leo acknowledges her strength, but also points out that her application of it is completely wrong. Suddenly, Leo senses something off and tells her to stop. He notices something strange in the sand. When he kneels down, he finds dry soil and decayed corpses beneath it. Without warning, an explosion erupts. Leo reacts instantly, leaping away while carrying Chelsea in his arms. The ones responsible for the trap finally step out. It's Gullivan and his group. Given the grudge he holds against Leo, it's obvious he specifically targeted him. He orders one of his teammates to attack, and the subordinate rushes forward without hesitation. But he's immediately met with a devastating strike from Leo, sending him crashing to the ground. Standing firm and composed, Leo tells Chelsea calmly, "Watch my back." For a brief second, she is stunned. He has now saved her twice in a row without effort, but she quickly regains herself and positions behind him, ready to confront the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, Gullivan does exactly what one would expect. He flees. He abandons his allies and runs as far away from Leo as possible. His only goal now is to find someone else to side with. By chance, Celia notices him escaping in the distance. Instead of chasing him, she calmly heads toward the direction he came from. When they arrive at the scene, the sight before them is shocking. The ground is covered with slain monsters and defeated students who challenged them and lost. Naturally, Chelsea beams with relief at reuniting with her brother. Celia, on the other hand, immediately demands to know what Leo is doing with Chelsea. Leo confidently answers that forming the alliance was his own idea. Celia finds that nearly impossible to believe. She says she would sooner believe she saw a cockroach performing acrobatics than believe Leo convinced the notoriously stubborn Chelsea to cooperate. Leo simply replies with a faintly sinister tone, "I persuaded her." The unsettling smile on his face even makes Celia uneasy, leaving her wondering what exactly he did to secure that agreement. Regardless, Leo begins helping the students he knocked down back onto their feet. Seeing this, Abad questions why he would assist their rivals. Leo explains clearly that they shouldn't be fighting each other at all. Working together to overcome the world's greater dangers is far wiser than engaging in pointless internal conflict. Since Abed and the others don't understand what greater danger he's referring to, Leo directs their attention to the shriveled corpses nearby, hinting at a much larger threat. One student observes that the bodies appear completely drained of moisture. Leo adds that this isn't the only odd thing. He points out that, strangely enough, this entire area is devoid of monsters. It's almost as though the creatures are avoiding something out of fear.
It's possible that a powerful high-tier monster has appeared, forcing all the other creatures in the forest to flee. As the clues fall into place, Abad finally understands. He remembers that Hero Albi's first major achievement was slaying a high-tier monster. Right then, a deafening roar echoes through the forest.
Something enormous and terrifying is moving in the depths of the woods, and it's nearby. The sound fills the air with dread, signaling that the monster has chosen to reveal itself. Elsewhere, Gullivan staggers through the forest alone, gripping a torch tightly. Fear is written all over his face. Even in such danger, his feeble mind obsesses more over revenge against our boy than his own survival. Suddenly, he spots a corpse near his feet. Before he can react, something hidden in the darkness causes him to stumble. The silhouette he glimpses is a massive creature. It's a gigantic spider, and it looks starving. At this point, Gullivan's fate is practically sealed.
Now the focus returns to Professor Albi and the remaining students. An astonishing 500 participants have already failed the exam. The real issue is this: at least 100 students are required for selection, yet only 50 are still in the trial. But rather than filling numbers, the professor intends to choose only those who truly meet his standards.
The headmaster entrusted him with this responsibility, confident he would select only the best. Ali believes heroes are forged in extreme adversity. Among the candidates, Leo Plav has caught his attention, a dark horse with hidden potential. The question remains, can this unexpected contender survive the brutal trial? Back in the forest,
The students move swiftly, but the overwhelming darkness makes navigation difficult. Celia lights up her blade and says she sees something ahead. The crimson glow of her sword reveals a horrifying sight. The enormous spider, devouring its prey. Terror grips them. Abad quickly prepares a mage spell to eliminate the threat.
Meanwhile, Leo urges Gullivan to break the crystal. Gullivan, trapped between the spider's fangs and barely able to move, manages to shatter the blue crystal. Electricity surges into the creature's mouth. With that moment secured, Abad unleashes his Windfang spell at the monster. The attack wounds it, but fails to kill it. The group is shaken by the sheer level of danger before them. This creature is the Spider Princess Tarantula, and she is anything but harmless. One reckless student charges in for a close-range attack, only to be struck down instantly and thrown aside. Next, Celia steps forward, confident she can finish the fight in a single blow. She activates her signature spell and fires a piercing beam of red light that impales the creature, sending waves of agony through it. But the spider's body is as resilient as steel. It recovers almost immediately, rendering her effort useless. Abad seizes the moment to argue that a mage's destructive capability far exceeds that of a knight. He casts a spiraling wind vortex meant to shred the spider endlessly, yet when the spell fades, the monster stands unharmed, staring straight at him. Sensing her brother's danger, Chelsea uses her windbreaker magic to assist. Even so, Abad suffers a deep slash from the spider's claw. Thanks to his sister's spell, the damage isn't worse. She rushes to his side, relieved he didn't lose an arm. They've tried everything, but the spider's astonishing regeneration nullifies all their efforts. Despair begins to settle in as the Queen Tarantula advances to finish them. Leo steps forward and reveals that this monster is Salatna's daughter, a deadly weapon once part of Arabos's army, responsible for burning the elven forest to ruin. He also recalls sensing traces of the Fairy King's mana in Professor Alb's left eye. This tarantula once ruled the cursed wilderness. She not only destroyed the elven forest, but devoured the Fairy King's closest aide, who rebelled against her. Leo had believed Luna defeated the spider in the past, but the truth is far darker. The tarantula survived by consuming the Fairy King's aide, who possessed the Ring of Life, an artifact containing boundless life energy. Abad stubbornly insists that if this monster is part of the exam, then it's his duty to defeat it. He and Celia unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. The spider endures it all. Leo knows it's pointless. The creature will simply regenerate. They will run out of mana long before it does. In desperation, Celia finally asks Leo what to do.
He says the only solution is cooperation between two people, but Abad immediately rejects the idea, still convinced he can defeat it alone. Celia shares that pride. Seeing their immaturity, Leo firmly tells them the truth. If they don't work together, they will all fail. His words finally sink in. Abad considers combining their power, but worries it will take time to coordinate an attack strong enough to kill the monster instantly. The problem is that no one can hold it off long enough.
Leo volunteers to buy them time. Celia thinks he's lost his mind. He can't even use aura. Leo calmly states he can hold out for 5 minutes at most. Abad fears their joint attack may still fail. Leo, however, is completely certain it will succeed. He picks up a weapon from the ground and explains that fire and wind elements naturally complement each other. That will be enough. Despite their rivalry, the Sword Princess and the Great Magician finally join forces. Meanwhile, Leo faces the grotesque spider, seeing it as both a worthy opponent and a reminder of his former life. The battle begins. With a swift strike, he cleanly slices off one of the creature's limbs, shocking the other two. Then he smashes its face apart. A grim satisfaction fills him as he confronts this monster from Tartaros. A memory surfaces. An elven child runs in terror, tears streaming down his face. The monster captures him in thick webbing, trapping him completely. Escape is impossible. The spider crawls closer, ready to devour him. The boy cries out for his mother. Then a radiant figure appears, a being of pure light, a savior. Luna intervenes, enraged that the creature not only defiled her homeland, but also consumed the forest's most trusted guardian. She unleashes a blazing strike at the fanged beast. Her magic engulfs Tartaros, binding it before she summons a massive pillar of thunder. She never expected Erebos' army to invade and conquer the elven forest as well. In that past life, Leo freed the trapped child himself, pulling him from the sticky web. Back in the present, Leo grips an axe, ready to create the opening his teammates need. Without aura, his abilities are limited. He calls out to Chelsea for assistance, instructing her to use elemental magic and aim her conjured weapons at him. He narrowly dodges each incoming strike. His incredible speed makes Chelsea anxious. She fears he might get caught in her own attack. Even so, Leo reassures Chelsea that he'll be fine, as long as she moves quickly. She gathers her mana, ready to shape whatever weapon he requires. Leo tells her anything will do, as long as it's effective. She forms a weapon for him. He had expected something like a scimitar or a bastard sword, but whatever she creates, he takes it without hesitation. With blades in both hands, Leo launches into a relentless barrage of strikes, tearing into the spider. Each time a weapon breaks from the impact, Chelsea instantly forges another, a dagger, a battle axe. One after another, he catches them mid-motion and continues attacking. Chelsea is completely stunned by his overwhelming physical ability. She begins to believe he's a true martial arts master. Even Abad can no longer deny Leo's extraordinary strength. But Leo isn't untouchable. A razor-sharp strike grazes his cheek, drawing blood. He realizes that if he can't even block that properly, this fight could turn disastrous. He intensifies his assault, pushing forward and demanding yet another weapon. This time Chelsea hesitates. She's run out of conjured arms. The realization shocks him. Fortunately, Celia has finished preparing her ultimate spell. She releases a blazing spiral of flames that engulfs the spider entirely, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The ring of life drops from the creature's remains. The monster is finally defeated. Celia sinks to the ground, exhausted but relieved. Even so, she can't ignore the unbelievable feat Leo accomplished, holding Tartaros at bay for 5 full minutes. She tries to praise him, but Chelsea speaks first. She now looks at Leo with complete admiration, convinced that what he just did rivals the feats of legendary heroes. Leo brushes it off as nothing special. Yet to Chelsea, who dreams of mastering battle magic, his display is mesmerizing. She eagerly asks him to teach her. Celia, somewhat amused, actually hopes Chelsea does train under him just so she can experience true hardship firsthand. Meanwhile, Leo picks up the Ring of Life. At that moment, Prince Selid appears in the form of a fairy. Leo restores his memories by speaking his name.
Upon hearing it, the fairy retreats back into the ring, acknowledging Chelid as the fairy king once more. This entire outcome was made possible because Professor Albi discovered the Eye of Mana. A countdown begins. The testing ground is about to close. By clearing this stage, they have earned the Fairy King's pledge.
Before they are relocated, Leo recognizes someone from his past life. Elsewhere, Kay and Badian, the Academy's principal, scrutinizes the examination report of the Western Territory. His assistant inquires how many students Albi permitted to advance given his stringent criteria. The principal expresses surprise that 40 students successfully cleared the exam, a figure still considered modest. The principal is not overly dismayed, as he had anticipated only 10 students advancing at best. This remains a significant accomplishment. Celia and Abad appear to be the foremost candidates in his estimation. The principal learned of a recommendation for the annual representative. It is astonishing that even Professor Albi recommended a student. They were nearly certain it would be either the Zeringer or Llewellyn candidate. However, this candidate proves to be someone hitherto unknown. A name that surpasses both Celia and Abad in achievement. Turning to Professor Albi, he is intently assessing the boy's capabilities. He put forth the student, Leo Plav, as the representative of the Night Division. The principal is astonished that the professor speaks so highly of this exceptional student. He specifically asserted this candidate possessed the talent of a hero. Now that the examination is concluded, Leo enjoys a private hot sauna, savoring its comforting heat. The boon for completing the exam is the Fairy King's pledge. Yet conquering a hero's domain typically yields no reward, but strangely he was granted one, an exception to the rule. Leo finds himself bewildered, then sees his mother standing before him. She challenges him. Do you know why I was expelled from the House of Zeringer? While attempting to rescue an ally, she lost control, unleashing the flames of Zering. But she does not regret her decision, not even now. Fixing her gaze on her only son, she wishes his incredible talent to be guided along the proper path. She's also thrilled to congratulate him on being admitted to the academy. Upon entering the magnificent Lumria city, students are instructed to gather their belongings before exiting the grounds. Lumeria stands as the world's heart, its most renowned institution being the Lumini Academy. Now that Leo has arrived, his uncle greets him and offers congratulations for his success. Leo puzzles over his uncle's presence. He discovers the House of Zinger is currently grappling with a persistent dispute that has gone on for over a month. He probes Leo, asking if he knows the cause of the disagreement. Leo suspects it involves the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath. His uncle confirms it's precisely the issue. While his older sister isn't part of the Zeringer clan, Leo is undeniably her son. Furthermore, the clan's elders are deeply impressed with Leo's mastery of the Western exam, known for its extreme difficulty. Leo is given a unique subspace key, which he immediately activates with a chanted command. It grants entry to a mysterious tome. His uncle then directs him to mark the book's pages with his blood. Leo obeys his command, biting his thumb and allowing drops to spatter on the page. Now that he's offered his blood, he can access the knowledge within the book. The secrets are now his alone. While mastering Zeringer techniques is challenging, his uncle is convinced of Leo's aptitude and trusts he'll adapt swiftly. With this, he formally inducts Leo into the House of Zeringer. After their meeting, Celia asks to meet Leo at an undisclosed location. Suddenly, a girl unexpectedly collides with him, sending both tumbling. This girl hastily collects her books, apologizing for her heedless haste. She departs just as Leo notices her card. He picks it up and discovers Chloe Muller, a freshman at the academy. Leo opens the door to find a disgruntled Celia. She admonishes him about their extensive shopping list and his tardiness. He apologizes, explaining his unforeseen encounter with his uncle before arriving. Her mood brightened and she eagerly asks what transpired. To answer her impassioned query, Leo summons the Zeringer flames, wondering if he performs it correctly. Seeing this, she's utterly stunned. Confident Leo had mastered the secret technique in under a month. His astonishing feat leaves her aghast, making her question his very humanity. Later that day, the Sword Princess and the Forgotten Heroes spot a ship docking close by. Professor An Alandu identifies himself as the instructor of the night class. He urges the students to board the ship immediately for their imminent departure to Lumen. The journey begins with the students relaxing and enjoying themselves. Leo and Celia appear to be a couple. This prompts a confident young man to make a remark that irritates Celia. He is an alchemist from the kingdom of Moira, a merchant peddling all manner of goods. He tries to strike a deal with the couple, offering supplies for their academy needs. Leo introduces himself using his student identity and states he hails from the kingdom of Dalid. Thomas is visibly stunned to hear this, since their kingdom faced the grueling Western trials. Leo wants to tackle the unspoken strangers as he's finding the situation unsettlingly quiet. It feels unnervingly calm. Even though Celia believes this is the usual welcome freshmen earn, after passing their trials, the boy shifts his gaze to their instructor while Thomas nods, sharing Celia's view. Without warning, the ship shakes as a massive tentacle erupts from the depths. It barely misses Thomas, while the rest of the students are pleading with their instructor for aid. Calmly sipping his wine, their teacher chides them for even daring to ask for help. He declares that Lumen Academy students must excel in times of peril. This challenge is theirs alone to conquer. They face a truly monstrous foe. A colossal kraken looms over the students. Even in this dire moment, the forgotten hero keeps his cool and cleaves the creature's tentacle with his blade. Celia, too, holds her ground. Stung by the Sword Princess's fiery assault, the kraken retaliates with a torrent of water, drenching Celia completely. The monster seizes Thomas, who yells in defiance. Seeing this, both Celia and Leo dash forward, eager to fell the beast. The alchemist, fueled by his peculiar brand of self-interest, unleashes a jolt of power. He anticipated the Sword Princess would hold her own, given her renown. However, he hadn't expected another student to match her ferocity. Poor Thomas is nearly crushed by a frozen tentacle. He shouts at the individual who almost ended his life. Chloe, the glasses-wearing girl who bumped into our hero, commands ice magic, single-handedly fending off the monster. She scolds the alchemist, who is needlessly hindering the fight instead of stepping back. Thomas admits that individuals like her disregard those weaker than themselves who attempt to assist. As another tentacle shatters, the dynamic duo of Abad and Chelsea emerge. Their rivalry, stemming from their respective clans, remains unresolved. Yet the battle mage fixates on our hero despite their adversarial positions. With monsters swarming the lake, making their way toward the academy, the instructor considers this the ideal initiation for the freshman. Savoring his wine, he singles out the top performers: Chen, Celia, Abad, Chloe, Walden, and finally Duran Moira. The captains from each region are excelling against the menace. One student surpasses even their stellar efforts, an unknown freshman lacking any established regional dominance. His swordsmanship embodies perfection. He reacts as though anticipating every strike. The instructor is delighted to witness the boy unleash his full potential in his forthcoming classes. Meanwhile, the ineffectual alchemist swiftly depletes his potions as they finally reach their destination. Disembarking from the ship, the instructor expects the students to acclimate to monster encounters as they will face them frequently. Now they will explore the magnificent entrance hall. Lumen Academy's training grounds are truly remarkable. Many spectators eagerly anticipate a grand display from the freshmen. The entrance ceremony is about to kick off. The Night Division gathers with their instructors. The captains are called to the front of their ranks. The Academy's headmaster presides over the announcement, anticipating great feats from this year's hero hopefuls. Kyan stresses to the students, if they aspire to be powerful heroes, they must stake their lives. They will always be expected to shatter their limits. He slams his fist to the ground. The headmaster asserts that if they can't manage the absolute minimum he just outlined, they have no place in this esteemed institution. Then a moment later, he softens into a grandfatherly figure, as if he hadn't just thoroughly rattled them. Callian then questions why they've all suddenly fallen silent. His stellar reputation and image as the brilliant swordmaster slowly fray with each passing day. Next comes the speech from the freshman representative. It's a name the first years eagerly await. It's not Celia, Abed, Chloe, or any other familiar name. Only Leo Plav's name echoes through the hall, startling even him. He swiftly turns to the professor, realizing the recommendation must have come from him. Leo steps up to the podium and begins his address to the professors and seniors. Meanwhile, many students are buzzing with whispers about this unknown figure. They have no idea what transpired or who he even is. The speech concludes, leaving the audience drained. Leo Plav is then pressed about his ambitions as this year's representative. He understands their true aim is to deliberately challenge the high-ranking students behind him. Leo delivers his response with impeccable politeness and professionalism. Capturing the other instructors' attention, they anticipate a very subdued ceremony. That is until our protagonist erupts, openly proclaiming his readiness to face anyone who dares challenge him for the position. This audacious and hostile declaration incites the top-ranked students, but Leo shows no concern for who he might face. With the announcement concluded, the students make their way to their dormitories. Starting tomorrow, exploratory classes will commence for 1 week. This is a special grace period. It allows students to sample any class before deciding on 3 subjects to major in. Students are strongly advised to rest, ensuring they avoid being late for their first class. Leo's room is situated right beside Thomas's, who is thrilled for his first class tomorrow. They exchange goodnight wishes, and Leo collapses onto his bed. His mind races, pondering what he is meant to achieve at the academy. Having secured his place in this elite institution, he desperately hopes to unearth his long-lost hero record. The next day in the cafeteria, Thomas asks to share a seat with our protagonist. Leo, indifferent, grants the request. Leo is approached by an annoyed visitor, a face he doesn't recognize. This is Duran from the Central Region. He's here to confirm if Leo's challenge, declared in the announcement, holds any true weight. Leo realizes his speech was undeniably provocative. After all, it essentially dared a stranger to confront him aggressively. Duran fancies himself a big shot from the Central Region. But Leo, unconcerned, merely continues sipping his fruit juice. Incensed at being dismissed, Duran retaliates with a thunderous kick, sending the table hurtling. However, Leo's inhuman speed allows him to swiftly rearrange the ingredients and reconstruct his perfect cheeseburger. He handled the situation with such effortless style, turning a tense moment into his own personal show. Leo then taunts him, claiming he simply couldn't let such good free food go to waste. Duran, however, burns with an intense fury, ready to verbally dissect Leo. He believes this freshman representative is far weaker, a notion his pride simply cannot accept. Breaking up the confrontation, their instructor calmly wraps an arm around each student. He then smoothly reminds them of their positions, the representative and the region's captain. The instructor hopes they are ready for the consequences of fighting on day one. You can practically see the panic etched onto both their faces. Now, let's fast forward to the night department's first exploratory class. Celia, for some reason, grows concerned about Leo's absence. He finally appears utterly breathless and spent. His haggarded state immediately catches Celia's eye, sparking her suspicion that he'd been in a brawl. Leo chooses to remain silent for the moment. Class is about to begin. Introduces himself as the instructor for the first-year night classes. Thomas observes that Duran and Leo are already at odds. Meanwhile, their teacher A discusses the three primary powers born from mana. First, there's magic energy, then soul energy, and finally, aura. Among these, aura is considered the most challenging to master. Celia clarifies that aura demands a loss of mana fluidity during its conversion. Her answer is perfectly accurate. Magic and soul energy typically utilize mana in its raw state. Aura, conversely, absorbs mana and reshapes it to fit the user's body. He demonstrates aura's appearance and asks if anyone knows how to wield this refined energy from their own bodies. After a moment of thought, Celia can't produce a satisfactory answer. The freshman representative finally speaks, explaining that wielding an aura's power demands the burning of mana. The instructor confirms he's reached the correct conclusion. Then, Ain asks about the most crucial aspect of burning mana. Leo swiftly replies that it's stamina. Impressed by the young man's grasp of aura, A inquires if he's ever delved into the concept. As it turns out, he hasn't. An even more astonishing feat. Someone who hasn't even formally studied aura has somehow profoundly understood its core essence. Ready to move past theory, A suggests it's time for some practical application. Using his aura, A manifests a wave-like platform, the aura step. This technique hinges on concentrating one's aura power into the legs. A descends to the ground excitedly, noting that aura's applications are virtually boundless. Other students begin to experiment and spar while Celia playfully pokes at Leo. She offers to teach him the aura step if he'll only call her sister. Leo, however, doesn't feel any pressing need for her assistance. Content with understanding aura's core principles, spotting Duran on the side, the instructor decides it's time to address the cafeteria uproar. Some students, like Chelsea, are clueless about the incident. Thomas stokes her curiosity even further with his commentary. Both Leo and Duran are summoned forward by the instructor. First, A challenges Duran, demanding to know what ignited his fury. After hearing Duran's flippant response, the instructor decides to offer a brilliant proposal. He wants the Central Region captain to face off against the freshman representative in a foot race. This would settle who truly deserved to lead the class. N specifies that both students are freely permitted to wield their aura, unbound by any limitations. This strikes Duran as the ultimate edge. The day of the competition has arrived. Thomas, a shrewd entrepreneur, is busy managing a betting pool. The first contestant is Duran, a prodigy of House Moira and a formidable master of lightning aura. Facing him is an unheralded challenger lacking a distinguished background. This is Leo Plav, a man who surpassed even the seasoned regional captains to claim the title of freshman representative. The students are expecting great things from the freshman representative, yet they were profoundly disappointed to find he couldn't even use a basic technique like or a step. They all believe his position is unjustified. Someone like the Central Region Captain they feel is far better suited for the role of a representative. Realizing it's the ideal moment to commence, A states the ground rules. The first across the finish line will win, and their opponent will have to unquestionably accept the outcome. The race is on the verge of commencing. Even Celia thinks this competition presents a daunting challenge for Leo to conquer. Duran is a master of speed, not to mention his electrifyingly swift lightning aura. Even against such odds, Celia hopes Leo will defy all expectations by achieving the impossible feat. As soon as the professor sounded the start, the racers surged forward. Duran Moira shrouded himself in lightning aura, confident his speed would outstrip Leo completely. With flawless running technique, our boy remained undeterred by the feeble taunts near the starting line. As the crowd expected, the poised representative of the Central Region appeared set to dominate the track with ease. The freshman representative, on the other hand, was falling noticeably behind. Leo started imbuing his feet with a subtle surge of aura, aiming to intensify his pace. The audience swiftly branded him a cheat who had illicitly secured the representative position. Amidst the crowd, which was united in its opposition to him, a solitary figure cheered for Leo. Chelsea Llewellyn's fervent cry of encouragement stood out. Focused on overwhelming his rival, Duran consistently embodied his family's signature trait. Truly, he possessed lightning speed. Seeing him cross the halfway point in an unnervingly brief span of time sparked concern in Carr for his friend. It seemed Leo was headed for defeat if he didn't intensify his performance. So the young man scanned the track. Much to everyone's surprise, he did not surge forward, but unexpectedly slowed his pace instead. With his momentum gone, Leo veered off the track and toward the walls. Celia Zeringer trusted him, but his actions defied all logic. He looked utterly foolish. The entire crowd was bewildered and disoriented. Leo, meanwhile, focused on amping up the aura in his feet. With several impossible consecutive jumps, he soared completely off the track across the grass and then landed in the stands. He spun around, watching with cool indifference as Duran pulled further ahead with steady speed. The aura in Leo's feet pulsed at its strongest, the intense energy causing the stands beneath him to crack. Then, with one powerful leap, he launched back onto the track, surging with incredible force. The jump was so incredibly forceful, it left a small explosion in its wake, briefly unsettling Duran. Out of that explosion, Leo soared, a red meteor, blazing across the rest of the track. The audacious boy even ribbed his opponent as he zipped past Duran, calling the arrogant youth a slowpoke. The blazing meteor swiftly crossed the finish line. His elegant landing stunned the crowd. Duran stood mere meters away, utterly stunned. His lightning aura dissipated. It was a crushing loss. Leo leaned his head back and offered a triumphant smile. He had won, though the stands bore significant damage. Yet, it was undeniably worth it. The spectators, who had been mocking him moments ago, were now completely stunned. They realized the spectacle they'd just seen was no laughing matter. They believed Duran was the fastest among all first-year students. The idea of anyone surpassing him felt utterly absurd. Adding to the shock, he'd been bested by a youth still new to aura control. Out of everyone present, only a select few. Celia among them understood Leo's true maneuver. She knew he hadn't performed a simple aura step, but a full-fledged phoenix step. With Leo's win, Carr and Chelsea were overjoyed, lavishing compliments upon their friend. The professor silently processed what his eyes had just beheld. Duran had unleashed his lightning aura, his special power to increase his speed. While anticipated, the raw speed the young man showed was nonetheless staggering. In contrast, Leoplav was conventionally slower, but his command over aura was vastly superior. He amassed his fire aura, concentrating it in his feet to launch himself. Through this, he executed a singular, formidable aura step. It represented the flawless application of a simple idea. With the grace of a true sportsman, Leo walked up to Duran, offering his hand and declaring it a good match. He even conceded that a longer race would have yielded different results. Still bitter about his loss, the young man refused the handshake, deliberately bumping Leo's shoulder as he passed. The professor is convinced that among their current crop of students, a powerful hero could finally emerge once more. The moment Leo joined his friends, Chelsea immediately pelted him with praise. She thought he was so cool that she declared her wish to train alongside him. Carr quizzed Celia about why Chelsea was so captivated by Leo and not him, even though the answer was painfully clear. With class concluded, Carr invited everyone to the cafe, even promising to cover the bill. Leo apologized, regretting that he couldn't join them for a leisurely break. Without a word, he silently departed from his group. When asked his destination, he simply answered, "I'm going to observe summoning classes." Confused, his friends questioned why a night student would attend a summoning class. Predictably, the reason was purely for research, something still couldn't quite grasp. Why did the Fairy King give him the pledge as a reward? To his understanding, rewards in Hero's world were always tied to the world owner's abilities. The reward he received appeared to be linked to summoning, but Professor Albi was solely a magician, not a summoner. Logically, then, Leo should have received a magic-based ability. Furthermore, to contact a fairy, one had to journey to Fairyland. Whatever reward he had received would remain useless for now. While Leo waited where summoning classes were held, a familiar voice inquired if he too was a summoning student. The voice belonged to Chen Sao, the Eastern captain and top scorer. Unlike the other captain from the recent race, this young woman was polite, cheerful, and kind. They greeted each other warmly, and she insisted he simply call her Xia from that point on. She was certain Leo was from the Night Division, so finding him interested in summoning was quite a surprise. He stated he was merely curious about spiritualism. If that's the case, then we'll frequently cross paths in various classes. When asked what spirit she had contracted, Xia summoned a beautiful water sprite. Unfortunately, Leo hadn't made a single contract yet. Ever kind, Xia insisted that if he ever required assistance with spirit summoning, he shouldn't hesitate to call her. Leo wasn't one to decline help or advantageous connections. He then made the regrettable error of asking a lady her age. She smiled and replied that she was 17. She also knew Leo was younger, a mere 15 years old. In Leo's mind, he was marveling at Zia's youthful appearance. She appeared even younger than Chelsea. She noticed his brief pause and challenged him. "Were you thinking something rude?" Which Leo denied, indeed always deny in any case. She had approached him to express her profound admiration for his race against Iran. She had actually been in the crowd as it unfolded. The sight of him streaking across the track was vividly etched into her memory. Boldly, she challenged him to a race someday. Amused, Leo smiled and readily accepted. After encountering so many over-the-top personalities, it was refreshing to finally meet someone grounded. And so, the Summoning Division's introductory class officially began. From the very beginning, their setting was unconventional. Instead of a classroom, they found themselves out in the fields. A few distinctive individuals were present. Two of them had striking white hair and distinct faces. They seemed like main players, not mere background figures. Leo surveyed the area, noting only a handful of students gathered. Zia had already anticipated this. Summoning wasn't a popular choice after all. Just as he wondered why the class was held outdoors, the answer descended from the skies. A massive, scaly body, with wings vast enough to eclipse the sun, swept above the students. The creature landed, unveiling its fearsome form for everyone. It was a black wyvern. Some students, their resolve faltering, went weak at the knees as soon as they saw the beast. Then the woman riding the wyvern smiled, stating, "My wyvern seems to have taken a liking to this class." She dismounted swiftly, introducing herself as Yura Marine, the summoning teacher for the school year. Ura was a stunning woman with long white hair, a toned body, and striking features. The enthralled students seemed to wish they could become their teacher's personal summons. Leo mused that if Perve Dueno had been here, he would have been utterly captivated by a woman with a charm distinct from Luna and Lucinus. He would surely be inspired to create even more cultured art. Without preamble, Ms. Ura addressed her new recruits. Their presence in this prestigious program, she stated, indicated they possessed some innate talent. The freshmen responded in agreement. Ms. Ura appreciated their confidence. Therefore, they would move to the practice area immediately. She summoned Carlo, the associate professor for the first-year summoning class, to bring out the griffins. Ms. Ura explained that they would ride together in groups of 2. They had enough griffins to accommodate everyone. The problem was this marked everyone's first time handling something as temperamental as a griffin. As soon as she caught a complaint, Miss Ura's gaze hardened as she demanded, did they intend to listen to her lesson or not? Leaping onto her black wyvern, she declared, those who believe they cannot ride a griffin should simply quit and return. Her scaly beast echoed her intensity. It roared and flapped its wings, ascending with a powerful display of dominance. While everyone was shaken, a tall student stood proudly and unfazed. Associate Professor Carlo chimed in softly, urging the students to hurry and follow the professor. Once they overcame their initial apprehension, most students discovered the griffins were gentler than they'd imagined. However, some of these 4-legged birds proved quite challenging to handle. It came down to sheer luck. Leo and Zia paired off for the activity. She kindly requested to hold the res, and Leo readily agreed. And so, two by two, the students were carried skyward. Those who quickly adjusted soon matched the professor's speed, soaring above the ocean. They hadn't anticipated such a daring privilege, riding a griffin on their very first day. As expected of Lumen's exceptional programs, everyone's apprehension about the griffins quickly vanished. Some students were even playfully squabbling over who would hold the reins. Zia and Leo were gliding effortlessly through the sky with Zia at the helm. She was initially apprehensive, but their griffin proved remarkably docile. Still, caution remained essential. Griffins were notoriously challenging for first-time riders. Seeing that everything was progressing smoothly, Miss Yura decided to introduce a challenge and pulled out a whistle. She blew on it forcefully, releasing an inaudible tone that only the griffins could hear. As soon as the four-legged birds heard the tune, a primal instinct seemed to awaken within them. Their talons extended fully, and all the creatures began to act wildly. The frightened students turned to the professor for help, unaware she was behind the beast's sudden frenzy. Miss Yura was convinced that any student unable to handle a rampaging griffin had no place in Lumen Academy. Even Zaya, quite an adept young summoner, was wrestling with their griffin. As she grappled with the griffin's reins, Leo gripped her hand and waist, steadying her in the saddle. He cautioned her. Griffins were prideful beasts. Attempting to dominate them by force would only make them rebel further. His touch was gentle. Leo subtly guided her fingers, helping to bring the rampaging mount under control. Taking over from behind, he assumed control and urged the griffin to unprecedented speeds. They flew with such swiftness and precision that they soon overtook the professor and her associate. Miss Yura commended his masterful command of the beast. She turned to Carlo and inquired if the first-year representative had applied for the Night Major. The records indicated this was indeed true. He was riding with such skill that she wondered if he had a personal griffin back home. However, Carlos's records showed Leo was not of a noble lineage wealthy enough to own one. This could only mean he was relying purely on innate talent. It was still early in the class, but Miss Yura was optimistic she had just unearthed a hidden gem. After that aerial ordeal, every student finally arrived at the island of summons. This was the practice ground for all summoning majors. Many students were sick to their stomachs on the beach after such a turbulent flight. Meanwhile, Leo was simply wandering the white sandy beach, searching for the perfect fruit. When he finally found one with the right size and ripeness, he reached to pluck it from the tree and noticed a burnt feather. His thoughts spun with possibilities, but he kept them to himself for now. After securing the ripe fruit, he offered it to the griffin as thanks for bringing them safely to the island. With everyone present, Miss Yura called the group together. Starting today, they would be facing a practical exam right on their first day. Many had only intended to sample the introductory class, but now they faced an unexpected challenge. Miss Yura clarified that unlike the other two majors, a summoner's journey stretches far beyond. This was something everyone should already know. For summoning, simply controlling mana is not enough. To forge a true contract with a compatible spirit, one needs a genuine spirit affinity. To skillfully command your summons, sufficient taming skill is essential. The path is arduous and intricate. That is why summoner heroes are far fewer than those from the other two conventional classes. However, summoners who earn the title accomplish far greater feats than the vast majority of other heroes. Great summoners have indelibly carved their names in history. That is the true appeal of being a summoner. Every student here hopes to become such a legendary figure themselves. Eliza Hahn, from the renowned summoner hero family of the North, the Hergen clan, boldly stepped forward and inquired about the nature of the exam. Miss Yura clarified that, true to its name, the Island of Summons was teeming with beasts and spirits. Since a summon is regarded as a weapon for summoners, the exam would assess each student's taming prowess. Considering this, the test's objective was straightforward. They simply had to tame a summon in the forest and bring it back to the beach. After taming and forging a contract, they would be allowed to keep their new summon. The students burst into cheers. Rarely did they get a chance to claim their own beast. While everyone else eagerly rushed into the woods, thrilled to find their new companions, Leo serenely entered the forest. Surprisingly, Eliza followed him from the entrance. The rumors of his victory over Duran had spread rapidly. Seeing him in the summoner class, she felt compelled to greet him. The other notable students in the class observed this interaction keenly. Leo dismissed Eliza with a wave, casually stating that he was simply doing his best. To be dismissed as if she were merely any commoner, enraged Eliza. Observing her students from afar, Miss Yura could already discern the pivotal members of her freshman class. Soon after, many students began the task of taming their chosen beasts. None, however, captured Leo's interest. A few students noticed the freshman representative venturing a little too far into the forest. Some secretly hoped for his failure. They imagined he'd miss his chance to tame a summon, earn a 0, and retreat to a crude night major. Ignoring the commotion, Leo pressed onward along the trail, going as deep as possible. His guiding light was the feather he'd seen earlier near the orange tree. Just moments ago, its tip had been badly scorched. Yet now it was in perfect condition. He discovered a clearing deep within the woods. After ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed, he drew forth the Zeringer fire within him and burned the feather to ashes. A crushing heat surged from behind him. His suspicions were instantly confirmed. Back in Leo's hometown, life had quieted now that her boy had left the nest. Raina was cooking a meal outdoors, one worthy of a Ghibli movie. Even so, she still fretted over her little boy. It was technically his first day of school, so there should have been no need to feel so anxious and tense, right? If Raina could have seen what her son was truly facing, she would have known her worry was not unfounded. She tried to reassure herself. Leo would be fine. He was a strong boy. Meanwhile, that same boy was being engulfed by the most searing heat imaginable. He was surrounded by the flames of a legendary phoenix, one of the 3 great summons. With a voice that commanded flames, the phoenix seemed perplexed. It saw only a mere child wielding the Zeringer flame. The legendary beast had only appeared after sensing Raina's flame. Hearing his mother's name, Leo questioned the phoenix about how it knew her. It seemed the phoenix had arrived just in time. The legendary beast was remarkably familiar with Leo's mom. It declared it owed Rhea a great debt. "I am Fina, one of the 3 mystical summons, the elusive phoenix." She properly introduced herself, granting Leo the respect due to Raina's lineage. Leo Plav reciprocated the respectful introduction with his own. He asked Fina to elaborate on her bond with his mom. The phoenix confessed. "Leo's mom saved the life of my summoner, Ellen Lunda." Hearing the name, Leo started in surprise. Ellen Lunda was a true hero. The incident occurred while Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Siren. She had lost all her comrades. At that moment, her own life hung by a thread. Then Raina Zerdinger arrived, scorching hot to save her. Rhea was a dignified knight. Yet in saving the hero, she sacrificed her blazing aura. Had it not been for that event, Rhea would have surely claimed the coveted seat among the heroes. It was Leo's first time hearing the full story. Still, his mother always maintained she never once regretted her actions that fateful day. Fina laughed, knowing Rhea truly embodied that kind of knight. Leo shifted the topic, asking why a legendary phoenix was in Lumen. Fina sadly couldn't reveal the reason. She too wondered why a young knight had found his way to the island of summons. When Leo revealed he was also learning summoning, Fina felt compelled to examine the boy more closely. Upon sensing a powerful aura within him, an energy far beyond his young age, she burst into laughter. She declared their encounter a matter of destiny. She could finally repay the debt she owed his mother. Fina prompted Leo to extend his hand and grasp her flame. The fire danced across his palm, gradually molding itself into an egg. Within it lay the offspring of a phoenix. Fina hoped that one day, as a formidable summoner, Leo would forge a pact with her offspring. It was unfortunate that another summoner had been designated to receive the egg. Yet Fina preferred Leo. When the young man asked if it would be possible to hatch and tame it at once, the phoenix nearly toppled over in shock. Before she could halt his attempt to begin the process, a searing light already engulfed the boy's form. Fina tried to warn him. It was far too soon for such an act. Should things falter, he might even forfeit his life. With unwavering focus, Leo reached the point of no return. Fina was forced to concede. His readiness to defy the impossible without a flicker of fear was a trait inherited from his mother. All she could do was wish him fortune. As the egg began to hatch, it seemed only he and the fire within it existed in the world. Leo reached his hand out, captivated by the magnificent blaze. The moment his palm met the small flame, it swelled into an untamed, unstoppable inferno. Leo panicked, snatching his hand away. The intense heat began to stifle his breath. Such was the power of a phoenix flame. This trial, he realized, must be a path for him to grasp the ordeal of the mythical beast. To unleash potent flames, a phoenix must incinerate its own body. This means enduring unbearable agony each day. They exist with burning flesh for an eternity while continuously regenerating at a staggering rate. Even if only faintly, Leo could now comprehend their suffering. He ceased battling the agony. He embraced the fire instead. It engulfed him completely as he shared the phoenix's torment. The blaze reached its peak, surging wildly around his body. Suddenly, the egg in his hand began to fissure and fracture. Leo opened his eyes. A newfound wisdom and acceptance for the agony was etched into his soul. The fire that had seared his flesh slowly gathered around the egg. This greatly accelerated the hatching process. Fina, curious, asked if he had succeeded. He confidently replied that he had. She smiled, hailing him as a true genius for achieving such a daring feat. If a phoenix declares you the world's greatest summoner, You can certainly believe it. Even before the egg fully hatched, Fina was already congratulating the young man for securing a successful contract. The eggshells vanished into ash. What remained was an adorable tiny chick named Fiora. Fina overflowed with excitement, transforming into her human form as she placed her young one into Leo's care. To all appearances, Fiora seemed like an ordinary red chick. Still, she was undeniably cute. By midday, most students had already returned to the beach. Nearly all of them brought back harmless companions, commonly found on the edge of the woods. Miss Yura turned to her associate, Carlo, and inquired about the remaining time for the other students. Those who hadn't returned only had 5 minutes left. As she expected, the only ones remaining were the 4 exceptional students she had noted. From deep in the woods, a rumbling echoed. A giant bear came crashing out, leveling trees and anything in its path. Perched on the back of the imposing beast was none other than the scruffy Chen Xia. She had managed to tame an aqua bear cub, destined to be her potential knight. That was an impressive feat. Her entrance was quickly eclipsed by the darkness that enveloped her tamed beast. The reserve student secured a shadow crow as his summon and was now gathering aura, riding one of its talons all the way to the beach. Even renowned summoner lineages would struggle to tame a shadow crow. He had only succeeded in taming one, though a full contract wasn't yet forged. Still, he met Miss Yura's expectations. He had exceeded all requirements. A minute later, students began gasping in astonishment at the sight of a pristine white serpent slithering onto the beach with Eliza riding on top. Eliza arrogantly declared, "I went ahead and contracted this gorgon snake simply because my family lacks one. I'm just farming for the Pokedex." Carlo finally announced the end, marking the conclusion of the exam. Thankfully, the final student reached the beach just as time ran out. Compared to the dramatic arrivals of the other 3, Leo leisurely walked onto the beach with a tiny chick perched on his head. While his classmates commanded fear and awe, his image radiated pure charm. His less perceptive classmates erupted into laughter at the sight. They assumed he had tamed a common chicken, perceiving his incompetence in summoning. While everyone else was chuckling, a chill snaked down Miss Yura's spine. A hushed curse escaped her lips. This audacious student had just presented a phoenix for the first exam. By sunset, the first-year summoning class officially concluded, and the students were guided back to the academy. While everyone else wrapped up their day, Leo still had a pressing matter to discuss. He adjusted his tie and knocked on the office door. A gentle voice invited him in. Opening the door, he found Professor Yura dressed casually. The sunset's glow illuminated her features. She promptly put her work aside and gestured for the young man to take a seat. Miss Yura admitted she had never before witnessed a baby. She hadn't even known such a mystical summon existed on the Summoner Island. A freshman forging a contract with a phoenix was an extraordinary feat. It marked an unprecedented accomplishment in the Academy's entire history. Miss Yura moved closer to the young man, her presence engulfing him. With an inquisitive gaze, she revealed that she knew his true nature. Leo swallowed nervously. Perhaps he had shown too much and unwittingly exposed his true identity. Yet his worries vanished the moment Miss Yura pulled him into a tight embrace. She then hailed him as an unprecedented summoning genius, unlike any seen before. While she wished to praise and acknowledge his accomplishment, the professor believed they should keep his phoenix contract a secret for now. If such monumental news became public, chaos would erupt swiftly. For now, she urged him to ensure he selected summoning as his primary major the moment exploratory classes concluded. In her view, this young man possessed the innate talent to become a summoning hero, one whose legend would endure through the ages. By the way, I know what you're thinking, but reality can be cruel. There's no chance for you to become her summon. The following day, Lumina Academy and its residents awoke to a beautiful morning. Chloe ambled through the halls, still drowsy and yawning from insufficient rest. Carr spotted her yawning and playfully warned her that her mouth might split if she continued. Chloe felt and appeared exhausted, having stayed up late, engrossed in magic books. Recognizing the girl he had encountered days earlier, Leo retrieved Chloe Muller's ID from his pocket and returned it. She thanked the freshman representative for sparing her the trouble of applying for a replacement. What struck her as peculiar was that Leo also planned to attend magic classes. He explained that since they remained in the exploratory period, he intended to attend as many lectures as possible. Chloe, however, focused solely on magic, so her attendance was limited to classes concerning that subject. Carr subtly whispered to his friend that Chloe, this ice woman, was determined to reach the pinnacle of the magic division. You see, Carr's voice lacked any filter, so Chloe Muller overheard every word. Carr instantly sensed the temperature plummet the moment her gaze fixed on him. Just as he began to squirm away from trouble and retreat to the back, a colossal ice pillar materialized in his path. It was a flawlessly crystallized pillar, almost encasing Carr within an icy prison. With no escape, Chloe pulled him toward the front seats, demanding he behave and pay attention to the lesson. Moments later, another familiar face appeared in the lecture hall. Two of them, in fact. As expected, Abed and Chelsea Llewellyn, from an illustrious mage lineage, were also there for the magic lesson. Then the door burst open. The atmosphere in the room instantly changed. The moment he stepped inside, he effortlessly drew every eye. As he stepped onto the platform in front of the class, the girls in class began to blush and whisper about their handsome new magic professor. With impeccably slicked-back hair, a sharp tie, and a perfectly polished look, Len Horses introduced himself. The first-year Magic Division professor. He carried a thick stack of papers. Before starting today's introductory class, he planned a dramatic start. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, the stack of papers on his desk soared through the air. They then settled perfectly onto each student's desk. For their introduction, everyone would face a magic theory exam right away. Naturally, everyone was stunned to be tested on magic theory before even one lecture. Professor Len Horses declared that any student who failed to meet his standards would be expelled from his class. As all of them were now Lumina students, this level of expectation was only fitting. Once the exam concluded, they were to hand their papers to his assistant, Anna. In sharp contrast to Professor Hoare's intensity, Assistant Professor Anna seemed like pure sunshine. Yet the person most caught off guard by this first-day exam was undoubtedly Leo. With just one glance at the first question, Leo instantly knew he was in deep trouble. He had no clue about current magic trends. The increasingly complex formulas on his paper were utterly indecipherable to him. As the clock ticked, every student strained to recall every last detail. They struggled to answer the intricate questions. With each falling grain of sand, tension in the room mounted. Their futures as magic heroes hinged on this exam. When time was called, students began discussing the exam. Many found it surprisingly easy. Even the brightest minds couldn't crack the final question. Compared to them, Leo was overcome with anxiety. He had only managed to answer a single question despite his fervent efforts. As he shakily submitted his paper, a wave of regret washed over him. He wished he had learned more about modern magic before arriving. Convinced it was hopeless, he promptly departed. He couldn't bear to remain in the lecture hall, consumed by embarrassment. He decided he should simply study magic on his own. Over the past century, magic had evolved by leaps and bounds. Magic that once demanded a profound grasp of complex theories now only required memorizing tedious activation conditions. Professor swiftly reviewed the papers. He didn't even require any supplies. He performed it with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Leo mused that magic's shift towards memorization had diminished the overall skill of modern magicians. After reviewing the exams, the professor displayed a hint of his magical prowess to his students. He summoned a brilliant orb of light that bathed the entire lecture hall. Arcane symbols and ethereal ideas swirled within it. This was the very heart of the magic he had forged himself. He had constructed this intricate magical formula piece by piece from start to finish. The class aimed to cultivate students who could research and forge their own unique brand of magic. That's why he had them take a test on the very first introductory session. It had 49 questions, each worth 1 point based on basic recall of progressively challenging ideas. The final question, worth 51 points, explored the fundamental nature of magic itself. Professor Horace hoped that one day his students would become magicians capable of unraveling that ultimate challenge. Chelsea let out a breath of relief. Now she could feel confident that no one else had answered the last question correctly. She hadn't even known how to begin tackling it herself. She glanced up and saw Leo's seat empty, his exam paper carefully placed. She figured he had simply given up. A wave of disappointment washed over her. It would have been wonderful to attend magic classes alongside him. After the professor's fervent address, his assistant approached and hurriedly whispered something to him. Anna quietly informed him. A student solved the 50th question correctly. This news stunned the stern professor. The stoic and resolute Len Horrors instantly vanished. He roared with laughter in front of the class at such incredible news. He asked his class, "Who among you just made history? Who was the first student to conquer the 50th question in one go and achieve a perfect score?" Professor Horses was beaming and almost giddy at the prospect of shaping a generational magic genius. But Anna swiftly corrected him. The student didn't get a perfect score. That was perfectly fine, too. He didn't let that dampen his spirits. He reasoned the student must have missed a few earlier questions. Perhaps they had spent too much time on the final section. Then Anna delivered the true bombshell with another hushed word. The student who got it right, she revealed, only solved the last question. They left the other 49 untouched. The professor instantly demanded the student's name. Anna handed him Leo Plav's student file. Professor Horace boomed Leo's name aloud, ordering him to stand, but it was too late. Even his friends hadn't noticed him slipping out of the classroom. He had submitted his work, feeling rather ashamed. To pierce the sudden awkward silence in the room, Chelsea carefully raised her hand. She explained that Leo had left right after finishing the test. His test score was an utter anomaly. He technically scored the highest out of everyone. He had solved only the final part, and nothing else. The center of the magic class's commotion was already in the cafeteria, spending time with Celia. He told her what had just transpired. She laughed openly at him for botching the exam. He had summoned a cute baby bird in one class, but he had completely crashed and burned in the magic class. Celia believed Leo needed to grasp that he was mismanaging his academic path. She urged him to concentrate solely on his swordsmanship. He was a knight in training after all. When Leo suggested stamina training, she swiftly shifted the topic. Their light-hearted chat shattered as an imposing figure streaked in behind Leo. Professor Horse was utterly furious. He believed this knight in training had just scoffed at his class. He demanded an explanation for his departure after only one question. Were the questions so simple they weren't worth answering? Leo stood and respectfully clarified the situation. He admitted he truly believed he had no hope of passing that exam. For him, every question, save the final problem, felt insurmountable, and he couldn't fathom how to begin any of them. He cleverly revealed that he had self-taught magic from ancient texts, making him unfamiliar with modern techniques. A thought began to spark in the professor's mind. He then hoisted the young man from the floor as if he were a lightweight pet. When he released him, Leo had never felt such utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, the professor's eyes gleamed with joy and burgeoning possibilities as he insisted Leo follow him. Leo had no chance to refuse or even inquire about their destination. Professor Horse seized his collar, hauling him from the cafeteria like a child who had just discovered his ultimate plaything. Celia was rooted to her seat. This was her first encounter with the Academy's professor of magical theory, and he certainly left an eccentric impression. Assistant Anna unfortunately missed her boss by mere seconds, failing to prevent Len Horse from his peculiar antics. She barely had a moment to catch her breath as she pursued the spirited professor. The professor escorted Leo to his office, then rapidly scrolled complex magic theory problems onto his chalkboard, challenging the young man to solve them. He reasoned that if the boy hadn't solved the final question purely by chance, then he must possess his own established magical framework. Professor Horse watched keenly, eager for the young man to unveil a new magical system through his answers. Before 10 seconds elapsed, Leo had already penned his final answer on the board. Shocked and slightly unnerved, he inquired if Leo had mentally solved every problem he'd posed. That was precisely what Leo had done. The professor had truly struck gold. After years of unremarkable progress, he finally discovered a talent worth nurturing into the pinnacle of heroes. Professor Broho Satu was just outside, calmly strolling through the halls. Unbeknownst to him, his tranquil day was about to be disrupted by his overenthusiastic colleague. Professor Horse came rushing to him, a broad, innocent smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with vitality. Satoru wanted no part of it. He knew whatever his colleague was beaming about would shatter his serene day. He turned and retraced his steps. Len Horse clutched his legs, gushing thanks like an ecstatic pup. Professor Albie had to use magic to restrain him. This wasn't the first time he'd seen Len Horse behave wildly, but he was exceeding his limits today. Professor Horse was utterly unconcerned. Even while suspended midair, he simply wanted to convey his thanks for unearthing the genius of Leo Plav. Albie was perplexed. Why would this devote of magic call an aspiring knight a genius in sorcery? Hearing knighthood, and Leo mentioned in the same breath, made Professor Horse incensed. He insisted the young man must become a sorcerer no matter what. He couldn't bear to let such talent languish, swinging mere metal. Finally, his assistant and part-time babysitter, Anna, reached to her boss. While he was passionately arguing that sending Leo to the Knights would be an affront to sorcery itself, Albie dropped him to the ground. At least the professor was deeply grateful for Anna breaking his dissent. After running all over the campus, the assistant's bright disposition had faded as she urged their return to class. As if summoned, Leo strolled past the ruckus. Professor Albie offered him a reassuring smile. The young man mused that sorcerers remained utterly unchanged over time. Even now, they were all lunatics. A week after the magic theory fiasco, the introductory courses finally concluded. Leo was simply unwinding on the roof, engrossed in his book, far from any theatrics or excessive disturbances. As usual, he was delving into his own legacy. Today, Kyle, the supposed hero of the beginning, was universally regarded as a charlatan. Seeing how the world progressed in his absence, and the shift in opinion still burdened his thoughts. While he silently pondered the passage of time on the rooftop, the first-year professors were scrambling through the campus halls. Without so much as a knock, they stormed into the principal's office. Laden with grievances, Professor Elon clutched Leoplof's application form. Listed as the young man's chosen disciplines were knighthood, sorcery, and summoning, all three of the principal hero disciplines. After witnessing the young man's unbridled potential in every field, the professors were embroiled in a tug-of-war to claim him for their own. Moreover, a student enrolling in every principal discipline was unheard of in any hero military academy. They believed their students must commit solely to one discipline. Principal Bodian merely chuckled at their bickering, stating Leo reminded him of that fictional hero from all those legendary tales. Hearing the principal's words made the professors pause their fervent arguments. Principal Bodian stated that the fifth-grade hero, also known as the hero of the beginning, Kyle was the only person said to have mastered every class in history. Meanwhile, Celia and Chelsea were gasping in exhaustion as they circled the track. Carr discovered Leo relaxing beneath a tree's shade. He wondered why the girls were training so intensely on a weekend. Chelsea had asked Leo to train her, and he agreed. But that still didn't explain why they were simply running laps. Leo simply answered that, above all, even more important than weapons, a hero must possess boundless stamina. This cardio training would forge that. Even Chelsea had completely embraced the notion that stamina was the most vital quality for a battle mage. During their break, the girls gathered around Leo as he offered them water bottles to refresh. Surprisingly, Chelsea seemed to enjoy training her endurance on the weekend. She declared she wanted to run with Leo. As soon as Celia heard the poor girl say that, she spat out her water. The grueling memories of training with Leo had instantly flooded her mind. Since he was already planning to run, he might as well guide the ladies. Yet Celia had sworn she would never run with him again. Observing their exchange, Carr asked Celia and Leo what was between them. He wondered why they seemed so close. He had even thought they were dating at first. Celia ended the confusion by dropping the bombshell. They were nothing more than cousins. Leo was the son of her father's sister. The disclosure that Zering, her blood, flowed through Leo's veins utterly stunned Carr and Chelsea. Leo finally roused himself and began stretching to join the ladies for the next round of hellish cardio. Unwilling to waste his time on training, Carr departed. He planned to explore Lumeria City a little more. Celia tried to join him in the vibrant city, but Leo had already grabbed his cousin by the hair. Today was a training day. Carr couldn't help but think that the nobles in his circle lacked even an ounce of dignity. Time passed and the eagerly anticipated class assignment day finally arrived. Leo proceeded to his assigned classroom, Class 15. Inside, he spotted Carr sitting down, beckoning his friend to the seat beside him. The cunning businessman had been the first to arrive, already knowing his class placement. Say what you will about Carr, the young man excelled at gathering intelligence. Another familiar face also sat among them. Chelsea was in her seat. It was difficult to tell if she was dead or alive after the brutal weekend of training with Leo. Carr inquired about the hell Leo had subjected the girls to. He replied that they had merely covered the fundamentals. Suddenly, a pair of lowly students glanced into Class 5, known as the Class of Anguish. They mockingly pondered how many of their pathetic juniors would endure past the first semester. A languid voice interrupted their taunting. He asserted that these two seniors, mocking the freshmen, were far more pathetic in his eyes. The pair of extras spun around, a chill seizing them instantly. A man with tousled dark hair and an untamed beard stood before them. His presence was crushing and immense. He was Herod Edmund, homeroom professor for Class 15, also known by his nickname, the Wailing Wall. The professor commanded the extras to fashion a chair with their bodies, and terror compelled them to obey. He settled onto his human chair and addressed his students as worthless failures. Class 1 to 5 was branded the class for failures, having scored the lowest among all incoming students. Professor Edmund felt certain the students had already heard whispers about him. He asked his class if anyone knew why he chose to assign himself as the advisor of this cursed class. Carr cautiously raised his hand and replied, "The Wailing Wall must have intervened to help everyone boost their grades." The professor knew Carr Thomas by his full name already. His answer was entirely fitting for someone ranked dead last in the academy. Professor Edmund shifted the question, asking if anyone in this struggling class grasped the true duty of a Lumini Academy student. Chelsea courageously raised her hand and declared, "It's their duty to capture the hero's world through practice missions." That was the correct answer. Yet all the professor could discern were the faces of students who would perish moments after entering the hero's world. Therefore, wouldn't it be wiser to simply expel these pathetic burdens who would only hinder their comrades? This was precisely his reason for taking over Class 5. It was also why he was widely known as the Wailing Wall. As he terrorized his students, Leo stood out utterly unfazed. The professor quietly assessed, this youth would likely be fine if it dropped into a hero's world right now. He then commanded everyone to change into exercise attire and proceed to the drilling grounds. It was the first day of classes, marking the start of combat studies. Class 5 followed his directives, swiftly assembling on the track. While his students endured the harsh sunlight, the professor arranged a colossal umbrella, a lawn chair, and even some refreshing drinks for his comfort on the sidelines. It's time to rectify the flawed mindsets these youths have cultivated since joining this prestigious academy, he mused. He then posed another question. He inquired what would truly save them in the real world, where life is so fragile when adversity strikes. Nella Carvin, a timid night major with a rare healing attribute aura, meekly offered, my fellow comrades by my side would save me. That's the wrong answer, he declared. Professor Edmund asserted that their soul-saving grace lay in their own ability. Only when they hone their skills in the face of danger can they even begin to lend help to their comrades. As a follow-up, he then asked if anyone present felt confident in their ability to protect their comrades. A cheerful, spirited, and composed voice rang out from the crowd, declaring, I am confident in my capabilities. To gauge her conviction, the professor instructed the girl to conjure a fireball, demonstrating if she was an adequate magical knight. The girl in question was the vivacious and optimistic Aleliana Ledden, a dual-class magical knight. After she displayed her fireball, the professor remained unconvinced she possessed the necessary prowess. He even disparaged its size and intensity, telling her it's not enough to even kill an ant. Challenged by the professor's biting remarks, Aleliana channeled even more mana into her spell. She conjured 2 fireballs, warping her surroundings into a surging pool of flame. Not only did she increase the number of fireballs, but she also doubled their size. Professor Edmund offered a dry compliment about her spell. Sipping from his juice box, he conjured a small orb of wind, challenging Aleliana to strike the tiny fellow with her impressive fireball. The orb of wind soon morphed into a wind spirit and soared through the air, imbued with its own will. It zipped close to Aleliana, taunted her fire with a giggle, and playfully tapped her nose. The spirited young lady flew into a rage. She started unleashing fireballs in every direction, frantically trying to strike the vexing wind spirit. After expending her mana on attacks that couldn't even land a hit, the professor interjected. What's the point of multiplying an attack's number and size if you can't even hit your foe? This exercise aims to highlight their greatest deficiency, the ability to apply their skills effectively. They must refine their abilities and surpass their boundaries. That's the hero's way. The professor smiled and declared that class would not end until one of them captured his wind spirit sylph. Leo simply listened quietly. The professor's words were harsh, but he could confirm their truth. Perhaps he should engage with this lesson and attempt to catch the Syl. While his entire class raced around the track, Professor Edmund's gaze remained fixed on Leo Plav. Given the buzz surrounding the kid, he was determined to discern if Leo was merely full of bluster, like the fabled hero Kyle. Unfortunately, even with the entire class joining the chase, the sylph effortlessly eluded them. From a distance, Leo projected his aura, channeling its power to his feet. With one furious dash, he propelled himself forward like a crimson cannonball, leaving a ripple of power in his wake. His speed surged to its peak. His focus was absolute. Perhaps he truly was the first genuine all-class hero. Carr and Chelsea were already out of breath after trying to catch the unbearably swift wind spirit. Then appeared our protagonist, his feet and body enveloped in a burning aura. Using the refined technique of aura step, he ascended into the skies, the unruly sylph's blind spot. With the combined force of gravity and momentum from the aura step, he hurtled himself downwards, leaving the sylph no chance to evade or escape. His first attempt fell short by a mere millisecond. It appeared he mishandled his initial assault, but the smile on his face suggested otherwise. He subtly manipulated the strands of aura in his hand, weaving a thread that tethered itself to the sylph's foot. This effectively secured the wind spirit for capture. Unfortunately, none of the Class 5 students reached the stunned sylph first. It was captured by the lightning-fast brat Duran instead. As anticipated, his speed was truly exceptional, but he captured the sylph only because Leo's aura thread had restricted its movements. Nevertheless, the smug expression on Duran's face remained irritating. Another person stepped onto the field cheerfully clapping. This boastful man is Sin, the homeroom teacher of Class 11. He currently holds the second spot in the faculty's annual ranking. He seized this opportunity to showcase his class's talent, even offering to teach Class 5 a few pointers. Meanwhile, Professor Edmund wasn't even watching the field. He was lounging comfortably in his chair, sipping juice. He then asked his colleague to oversee his class for the day. While Professor Sajin ranked second in the faculty vote, This easygoing man consistently secured the top spot each year. The students, especially Carr, were eager to witness the showdown between these two titans of Lumen Academy. Both professors had served the academy for over 2 decades. Professors A, Yura, and Len had once been their apprentices. Overhearing his chatter, the charming Nella Carvin asked Carr how he knew so much about academy affairs. Unfortunately, this boy lacked social grace and often alienated others. Professor Shun let out a superior laugh. While he didn't know what his rival was plotting, by taking charge of the most challenging class of freshmen, Sin was keen to discover it. So he proposed a competition between classes 1 and 5. For the event, they opted for Lumen's time-honored ball sport called Bastra. Professor Edmund stood from his chair and hailed Sin as a genius. He shook his colleague's hand, adding that learning through practical experience was paramount. After accepting the challenge, he leaned back into his comfortable chair. He left all officiating and supervision to Sejun. Professor Sejun couldn't comprehend how he kept losing the faculty vote to this indolent man, all while his students looked at him with pity. At least the Wailing Wall addressed his class once more, declaring that this Bestara match against Class 1 was a chance to hone their skills. Finally, he warned them, if they lost, every student in the class would face expulsion. Hearing that, even the students were stunned, as this was their very first class with him. Compounding their dismay, their opponent was Class 1, a class boasting 3 captains among its ranks. Herod dismissed their excuses. He simply instructed them to redouble their efforts. Moreover, he believed they had scant reason for concern with the freshman representative of all individuals in their class. He directed Leo to select 6 participants for the competition. Pondering his teacher's directive, Leo was convinced he was being put to the test for an ulterior motive. This wasn't stemming from a place of disdain. Rather, the students in his class had all lost their resolve after just 1 week of enrollment. Their morale shattered. Leo thought Herod intended to leverage him to guide the disheartened students of Class 5 who had already abandoned all hope. The Class 1 teacher employed his magic to conjure the arena. Meanwhile, Leo mused that there had to be some solution within the Barastara competition, a way to help his classmates escape their dire predicament. Lumina Academy's elite were now confronting Class 5. Even Chelsea was trembling with fear. She endeavored to explain the rules of the Bastara game, as Leo knew nothing of it. The game was an enduring combat sport that had persisted through generations at the Academy. Based on that description, it sounded no more extraordinary than a simple ball game. Thomas explained, it wasn't quite so straightforward. In truth, it's far more perilous than a simple game. The Sword Princess Celia taunts Chelsea for her pale, defeated look. Her taunt sparked Chelsea to lash out in fury, refusing to lose to a Zeringer. Leo, on the other hand, remains perfectly calm. He urges them to relax, certain they won't be losing anytime soon. Celia is furious. She vows to show him the results of her training very soon. Chloe, meanwhile, is determined to win against the first-year representative. She intends to reverse their previous outcome. With that, Shun calls the participants to approach the arena. Leo glances at his classmates, asking who would join him. 2 step forward, Chelsea and Liliana. The stakes are immense. Losing means immediate expulsion, which is why they're willing to give their all for victory. Thomas and the others quickly join them as Leo signals the professor their class is prepared to start. Sedan produces the ball and launches it high into the air. Each participant from both teams focuses intently on the ball. The game begins. Duran and Leo leap for the ball, but Lightning Boy moves a heartbeat faster. He swiftly snatches the ball, claiming the first move. The game has barely begun, and Leo chooses this moment to learn the rules. He finds the rules surprisingly simple. He merely needs to charge the ball with aura, then shoot it into the goal. Players are forbidden to use their bodies. The first team to reach 11 points will win the game. Duran unleashes his fury, firing the ball with thunderous speed. Leo barely dodges it at the final instant. Thomas, however, couldn't even track the ball. It whizzed past him and ripped into the net. The first goal is scored by Duran of Class 1 and instantly plunges Class 5 students into deeper despair. Tide is overwhelmed by pressure, fearing they'll all be expelled at this pace. Leo now asks how one can regain possession of the ball. There are 3 primary ways they can claim it: if the ball goes out of bounds during their opponent's possession, or by catching the ball. As Tide explains the final method, their conversation is cut short. Liliana is brutally struck down by Celia's explosive throw. The Sword Princess jeers at their careless chatter. She reminds them they should be focusing on the match. The situation is dire for Liliana. Players can't directly attack or block opposing players. So the third way is to render an opponent unable to continue. The only way to do that is by striking opponents with the ball. Leo has heard enough. He snatches the ball, convinced it's time for them to retaliate. Leliana is now out of the match, leaving Class 5 a player short. Both professors are scrutinizing the match. Sae considers that any team with a fire element advantage often holds an overwhelming edge in the game, and when it comes to the Zerdinger house, their flames burn the most fiercely. He couldn't grasp why Herod chose to accept the challenge. Aware that the Sword Princess was in Class 1, he believed Herod's class stood no chance of fighting back. In response, the unfazed professor simply yawned, as if his words held no weight. Addressing Sin, Herod recalled an old memory of his first student from the House of Zaringer. That woman was dubbed the Empress of Basta, a formidable force in the game. Herod gleefully shared that her child was competing for Class 5. This revelation utterly stunned Sin. Back in the game, Class 5 was behaving like a disheartened lot, underestimating their potential and lamenting their choice to join the academy. Celia noticed Leo conjuring his flames. Realizing he was finally getting serious, charging an incandescent fireball, he launched the sphere with astonishing velocity. It demanded Chloe's icicle mountain just to halt its fury. She stood triumphant, believing she had successfully blocked his attack, but Leo suddenly materialized beside her. Having anticipated her every move, Leo boldly declared he would score regardless. He leaped up and struck the ball with his fist. Chloe's barrier shattered effortlessly. Even Sin was impressed by the boy's astute combat intelligence. Class 5 erupted in cheers for the first-year representative. The Class 1 professor realized then that the real match had just begun. A flurry of goals followed, propelling the score to 9-10. Many players were even overwhelmed during the match. Finally, the blazing fast Duran unleashed his strike, hoping this throw would decide the match. But in the end, Thomas sacrificed his body, giving his all to prevent the ball from scoring. He managed to snatch the ball on the verge of mana exhaustion. Ultimately, Thomas collapsed, leaving both classes at an even footing. However, Class 5 had only Leo remaining, while Class 1 had all three of its captains intact. This appeared to be a significant disadvantage for their class by numbers alone. Ice Mage Chloe was ready to exact her revenge after her humiliating defeat in the previous exam. She conjured numerous copies to bolster their defenses. Leo was poised to make his final move against Celia and Duran. With feet arched from the ground, he surged forward with inhuman speed, stunning the three captains with how fast he vanished. Leo moved with such blinding speed that he darted past Celia before she could react. He had no intention of confronting them directly, meaning he was aiming for the goal. This left everything up to Chloe to defend. She desperately tried to discern the real Leo among his numerous copies. Just comprehending this level of magic left her breathless as Leo streaked past her. Chloe collapsed in defeat, questioning how a mere human could wield the magic of the elves. Ultimately, not even the three captains could stop him, and the conclusive winner of the match was Class 5. Leo's name was chanted as Class 5 students celebrated with unbridled joy. They had been on the brink of expulsion. Shun was astonished to learn that Herod had pushed them to their absolute limits just to win the match. The three captains, however, were crushed by their loss. Shun knew he needed to speak with them. He approached Chloe, asking if she'd felt upset about their defeat. He reminded her that tradition demanded they always salute their opponents, even when they lost. He commended their efforts to secure Class 1's victory. Sin expressed immense pride in the students who worked hard, and even those who cheered for their allies. His radiant words of encouragement truly moved them. Herod, however, had no such gentle words. He bluntly called them losers, further provoking their irritation. Both classes, despite the outcome, had given their all in the competition. Class 1 displayed impressive talent, while Class 5 showed remarkable perseverance, fighting fiercely until the very end. Sin stressed that pushing past their boundaries had earned Class 5 the victory. He expressed a desire for both rival classes to learn and grow from each other. With sincere sportsmanship, they shook hands. Celia irritated Chelsea, who fired back her own biting remarks. Thomas, on the other hand, was exuberantly cheerful as he shook Duran's hand. Duran simply stared at him with a chilling, vacant look. Chloe was brought to the verge of tears and shame. Leo extended his hand, commending her performance. He believed that with just a little more effort and experience, she could rise to incredible prominence. She initially perceived his words as mockery, but seeing the boy's sincere expression, her perception shifted. Chloe vowed to surpass Leo one day and shook his hand. A month had passed since then. Our trio was sharing a meal when Thomas eagerly inquired about their club choices. Instead of joining an existing club, Leo aimed to establish his own. This utterly stunned Thomas. Chelsea, ever his most ardent supporter, immediately offered to join. The club he intended to create would be called the Hero Research Society. It was an unusual name. Leo harbored an ambition to delve into the mystery of the forgotten hero, Kyle, who was regarded as a fictional character lacking any true historical significance. Thomas doubted anyone would join such a club. Chelsea, however, proved her unwavering loyalty, expressing immediate readiness to join. A commotion erupted nearby which suddenly reminded Thomas of a significant event scheduled for today. Today was the day the fifth-year senior students were scheduled to return after clearing the dungeon. Fragments of the hero record were scattered across the world. Occasionally, these fragments were responsible for generating dungeons themselves. These were known as hero dungeons. The senior students of the academy would clear these hero dungeons and retrieve the scattered fragments. Their expeditions typically lasted at least 2 weeks, often extending into months. Leo considered that his mother must have undertaken similar dungeon expeditions in the past. Chelsea spotted the senior classmen and recognized them as the academy's elite. Among them stood the muscular Easter. Next to him is Tuayan, a striking beauty from the south. And finally, Ulta, the one who favors cozy clothes. Yet one key figure is nowhere to be seen. That's the academy's strongest student council president, Ree. Thomas is about to explain when suddenly our boy is nowhere to be found. It's rumored he was taken away for being far too powerful. Only kidding. Celia had swiftly ushered him outside. As it happens, Ree, the student council president himself, had sought a private audience with our boy. Leo is baffled, inquiring why he's being asked to meet him so suddenly. Celia considers him clueless when it comes to anything concerning the academy. She believes he'll understand the reason once he arrives, so he makes his way there, finding a seat in a place that strikes Celia as peculiar. Then the Sword Princess leaps forward to embrace her brother. Indeed, you heard right. Ree is her brother, and he's delighted to greet Leo, who is striving for excellence in every class. They enjoy a meal of dumplings together, but inexplicably Celia feels nervous, having never tried them before. She takes a bite and finds herself utterly charmed by the flavor. Her brother had been intending to bring her to this restaurant ever since she arrived. More importantly, he's eager to meet Leo, whose mother once commanded great respect within the family. He also recalls how Leo's mother was quite renowned during her time at the academy. She was a student who went to extraordinary lengths to earn her legendary status. For example, she confidently disparaged the dessert served at the academy. She once rallied all the students to storm the principal's office. Celia is astounded to hear of her role in that notorious incident. The brother-sister duo converse joyfully, while Leo, deeply impressed by Ree, considers him truly deserving of his reputation as the academy's finest. Soon enough, Ree is destined to become a hero. Ree decides it's time for them to indulge in dessert. He instructs them to head out while he settles the bill. As they're leaving, Ree is taken aback to discover a peculiar item in his blazer, quite uncertain of its origin. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Herod's class, where Leliana is desperate to pose a question to him. Herod bluntly labels her question pathetic before even listening to it. He shows no restraint. Leliana wants to know why Class 5 has yet to select a representative, especially since other classes have already made their choices. Herod dismisses the suggestion lightly and nonchalantly confesses that he simply forgot about selecting one. Being his usual indolent self, he simply commands Leo to become the representative. Leliana and Tide have to remind the thoughtless instructor about the proper democratic selection process. However, they quickly learn why it's best to remain silent. Herod insists the chosen class representative handle all the note-taking to avoid any effort himself. An announcement reveals students must attend the Hero Studies joint class. All first-year students are instructed to gather in the auditorium immediately. Leo inquires if they should depart at once, and the teacher grants his request. At the auditorium, Leo and Thomas stumble upon an utterly drained Chloe. She resembles a ghost, desperately pleading to purchase recovery potions from the alchemist. The potions are acquired, and she takes the alchemist's last supply. Leo suggests she might be overworking herself so early in the academic year. Chloe gulps down the potions, brushing off Leo's concern. As the leading scholar in magic theory, she's deeply worried about her position. It's a looming certainty that Leo will master modern magic and effortlessly eclipse her in that exam too. Thomas, in his naivety, fails to grasp the gravity of being second place. Chelsea has to clarify for this clueless one Chloe's crucial role as the Magic Tower's designated magician. Battle mages seldom fret over theoretical advancements, but for Chloe, it's her entire world. The core of the Magic Tower lies in magical inquiry and study, so her very pride hangs in the balance. Chelsea grows exasperated, questioning if the alchemist possesses any true magical ability. Meanwhile, Chloe still appears unwell, despite the potions, and catches sight of something peculiar. At that moment, Headmaster Callian is seen witnessing the unusual phenomenon of the afflicted hero's parchment. Rhea has delivered the hero's page and reports its strange reaction. It was so severely damaged it should have been inert. Yet it stirred. No relic was even near for it to happen. The headmaster inquires if it reacted post-incident, and discovers it has remained dormant since. Callan purrs deeply, resolving to investigate this matter personally. He instructs Ree to recuperate since he just completed his mission. The headmaster directs his assistant, Elena, to bring the afflicted hero's parchment to the auditorium in the Hall of Beginnings. He insists on its presence during the first-year joint class session. It's revealed that even minute fragments can react should the individual named in the hero's chronicle make contact. In this instance, the individual is Leo, though this remains unknown to them all. In the Academy's auditorium, the first years are attending their inaugural joint class session. A cacophony of chatter compels the charming Professor Arton to demand silence. Disregarding her admonitions, they continue to squabble thoughtlessly. Arden reaches her limit, unleashing a furious outburst. She delivers a chilling ultimatum: cease your chatter or face dire consequences. Her sweet and timid facade shatters, replaced by a ruthless, deadly resolve. She berates them fiercely for their foolishness. Arden is taken aback. Realizing their abrupt silence, she reverts to her delicate and reserved manner, behaving as though the outburst never occurred. While the remaining students are drenched in fear, they had simply grown accustomed to the fact that she could be fiercely intimidating when necessary. Leo had witnessed her abilities and now considered her a spiritualist, a calling exceptionally uncommon, even in his previous life. Ardian began the class session with a dagger in hand. She discussed the emergence of the hero record and the origins of the hero clans to unlock a hero's world. An object imbued with personal meaning to that hero is essential, essentially a conduit. This makes it far simpler for a hero's descendants to open a hero's world with ease. It's also why the Academy safeguards these hero records, cherishing the bonds forged between their families. To offer a perfect comparison, it mirrors the relationship between a key and a treasure chest. Leo was captivated by the explanation and eagerly awaited what came next. Archon further underscored the vital role of hero studies, calling it paramount for revealing insights into a hero's world and deepening their comprehension. As students progress through their education, they will eventually select a hero to emulate and complete their sagas. The professor's explanation was interrupted by Elena's abrupt arrival. She presented a fragment of a hero record that the 50-year students had recently retrieved. Seeing the enigmatic relic, the students erupted in cheers. She parted it slightly, then sealed it once more. Ardian wished to gather their thoughts before they experienced the fragment themselves. She sought to understand their aspirations for becoming heroes. Celia eagerly declared, "I want to become the most formidable knight my family's lineage has ever seen." Ardian was struck by her bold ambition. Meanwhile, Chloe expressed an interest in compiling a spellbook that would document her unique spell creations. Many students shared their own aspirations. Thomas wished to serve as a vital support for future hero candidates. Finally, Leo rose to declare his audacious ambition. "My goal is to utterly annihilate Erebos forever." This declaration arrested the attention of not only the students, but also the professors. Art attempted to transition smoothly despite being rattled by his pronouncement. The students from other classes chattered about his grand declaration, dismissing them as mere boasts. As for the professors, Herod was somewhat perplexed, knowing that Leo never spoke without profound purpose. 1,000 years had passed since Erebos was shattered into countless fragments and sealed away. However, he had resurfaced in various forms in recent times. Even a single piece was capable of unleashing immense devastation. But this kid had just declared the impossible. He sought not just to vanquish a mere fragment of the demon, but Erebos in its entirety. Ardian wished to finally delve into the hero's record. Now she intended to offer each class an opportunity to deduce the hero's page before proceeding to explain how one could clear a hero's world. She also prepares them for unforeseen situations, stressing that the professors are always observing, so they shouldn't act carelessly. The students are thrilled, their words tumbling out as they finally get to touch a hero's record. Ardian decides it's only right to summon the representatives of each class to the front. Celia from Class 1, Leo from Class 5, then Abad and Chen from the remaining classes. 2 fragments had been recovered from the dungeon, but for this lesson, they'll only be using 1. The second piece is significantly smaller, but it's still present to showcase diverse forms. First up is Leo, who steps forward to touch the fragment, and the hero record bursts open. The hero's name and chapter are both concealed, but even the professors are alarmed by the record's fierce response. All of them are suddenly pulled into the nameless hero's world. Bewildered by a landscape of chaos and ruin, the class representatives and professors found themselves in a different realm. They were greeted by a vast pile of monster corpses strewn across what was clearly a desolate battlefield. Quickly assessing the unexpected turn, Professor Edmund urged everyone to prepare themselves, for they were now trapped within a hero dungeon. Professor Xun, thinking quickly, identified a landmark that could offer clues. It was a fortress wall standing some distance from where they appeared. Remarkably, Leoplav knew the place from the Age of Catastrophe, the final bulwark for the last city, the walls of Gardislan. If his hunch proves accurate, and the era is precise, then Leo is the sole person who understands their predicament. From a distance, he heard a well-known voice speaking his former name, Kyle. The voice regretfully confessed that her unmet desire had been a foolish one. The voice belonged to a woman the present age celebrates as a legend. It was Lucinus, one of the founding heroes and Kyle's companion. Foolish as her desire once was, she fervently believed they would ultimately save the world, and they did. Seeing a friend from millennia past ignited a whirlwind of emotions within Leo. Facing Lucas on this decaying battlefield was beyond his wildest imaginings. Her smile illuminated the entire hero dungeon, shattering reality and flinging everyone back to the tangible world. This sudden strange occurrence began when Kyle grabbed the tiny fragment of the unknown hero's record, which was intended purely for exhibition. Gensha anxiously questioned the professors about what had just happened, but none of them had an answer. With a frustrated expression, Professor Edmund swiftly announced that classes were suspended. He implored everyone to remain calm and depart the hall in an orderly fashion. While everyone made their bewildered exits, Leo remained at the podium, still clutching the small torn fragment, lost in contemplation. He was convinced that what he held was his own page. Kyle's page in his hand was the most vital clue for his quest, a fragment of his own record. Seeing Leo in such focused reflection intrigued Professor Edmund. Once the commotion settled, the students dispersed, seeking vacant classrooms to occupy. All remaining classes had been canceled for the day. In one of these classrooms, Leo revealed they had glimpsed the legendary Lyses, the King of Wisdom. The thought that clear his throat the Academy had uncovered Lucina's hero record made Chelsea's eyes sparkle. This, she knew, signaled a momentous occasion. Aleliana balled her fist in frustration, lamenting that she hadn't fought harder for the class president's seat. If she had, she wouldn't have missed such a critical opportunity. Carr shot her a look, suggesting she stood no chance in the competition. Sensing the mockery, Aleliana swiftly unleashed a barrage of punches on the unfortunate boy. Hearing the uproar, Professor Edmund entered the room to reprimand them for their racket. He gave them a choice between self-study or expulsion. Given his unpredictable demeanor, it was hard to tell if he was joking or not. When the professor left the room, the students dared not cause another disturbance, opting for caution. Lost in thought, Leo wondered why his hero record had fallen into such disarray compared to others. It was so distorted that he struggled to recognize the world it represented. The opening prompt also concealed the name of the world and the chapter of the record. It was almost as if someone had deliberately sabotaged his record, perhaps to eradicate his legacy. Since hero records are ancient relics, enabling the inheritance of a hero's power, to sabotage one implies a desire to prevent the emergence of a new hero. The only plausible suspect, possessing both motive and means, was none other than Erebos. He might be fragmented into countless pieces, but his might is boundless. This incident ignited a fierce resolve in Leo to unravel why his hero record had been so ravaged. After the hero record fiasco, a whole month of unremarkable school life passed. Now, let's focus on the magic department class. Inside, the immaculately dressed Professor Horse was unveiling the details of their midterm practical exam assignment. The first years were assigned the creation of their own original magic. The announcement of unique magic instilled dread in the hearts of the young mages. Original magic is a type that uniquely reflects a magician's individuality, creativity, and power. In the current age where activation techniques dominate, magicians seldom endeavor to craft their own spells. However, original magic can prove to be a potent secret technique for critical situations. This traces its origins to the star magic every elf learns. Indeed, star magic is also a lesser form of original magic. Only one individual in history had ever wielded the full and unbridled power of star magic. That person was none other than its creator, the founder of Nebula, and one of the founding heroes, Luna. Hearing the professor underscore the significance of the upcoming midterms made Chloe become utterly focused. Sitting beside her, Leo couldn't help but spot a peculiar book on her desk. Simply being near the book filled him with unease. It exuded a strange, dark, and eerily familiar sensation. Noticing Leo's gaze on her book, Chloe swiftly tucked it inside her bag. He was almost certain it was a grimoire. Just then, Professor Horse ended the session and wished them well with crafting their own spells. As the first years began to file out, Leo caught up to Chloe and took her hand. Surprised, she gave him an indignant stare. Leo smiled and asked her to join him for lunch. Of course, he had a hidden agenda. He'd seen how furtive she seemed when she hid that grimoire, and he longed to understand. She forcefully swatted his hand away. Chloe refused his invitation, claiming she had no time for such nonsense. Her mind was consumed by the desire to defeat Leo in the upcoming practical exam. Right on cue, breaking the strained silence, Carr chimed in with his usual upbeat energy. He teased Leo, calling him a rascal for daring to contest the Ice Queen's top rank in magic studies. Chloe still smarted from her loss to Leo when it came to techniques. However, when it came to pure magic, she refused to let anyone exceed her. With clenched fists and fierce resolve, she vowed to claim victory in the midterms. Leo knew that if he withdrew or held back, it would be a grave disrespect to Chloe's earnest conviction. Like a true competitor, Leo offered his hand and readily accepted the challenge, promising to prepare thoroughly. Chloe shook his hand with a hollow gaze. I've never seen anyone more focused than the Ice Queen. Carr, the playful one, watched from the sidelines, utterly impressed by Leo's clever knack for getting a girl to hold his hand. As dust settled, Leo found himself before the colossal and imposing Tower of Heroes. He'd heard that somewhere within its immense walls lay Lumen Academy's forbidden library. Gaining entry there could offer clues about the enigma of his lost hero record. As he climbed the grand staircase, some seniors were intrigued by his presence. Midway up, a voice called his full name. It was a senior with tanned skin, curly hair, and large circular glasses. She exuded an undeniable charm. She blew a bubble with her gum. Then she stated she'd heard much about the young prodigy from Professor Lenhorse. This striking senior was Tu Ayan, a fifth year in Luminesce Department of Magic. Leo politely bowed and offered his greetings without giving much thought to the encounter. He attempted to continue his ascent, but Tu extended her long legs, blocking his path. What business could a first year possibly have at the Tower of Heroes? Leo truthfully answered that he was simply there to meet the student council president. Seeing his confidence, Tu's curiosity sparked. She insisted that, if he committed solely to the magic department, he'd have ample opportunities involving the tower. She was remarkably persistent despite him already taking magic classes. Tu finally ceased her playful interference and moved her leg. Leo went on his way, thanking her for the understanding. With a subtle edge, she restated her expectation that Leo choose magic as his primary path before the semester's end. She'd made her point, leaving Leo to interpret her words as he saw fit. Leo offered his usual polite smile in response. Reaching the top of the stairs, he encountered several more seniors. They were heading even higher, riding an elevator. He joined them and pressed the button for the 9th floor. To his surprise and embarrassment, the button remained stubbornly inactive, no matter how many times he pressed it. He kept pressing, and the temperamental lift continued to test his patience. Leo would have been stranded if not for a friendly voice explaining the buttons he learned only activate when mana is channeled through them. The resonant voice belonged to another senior, one who recognized Leo. This senior sounded considerably more upbeat and polite than Tu. This kind-faced, imposing man was Lee Zamua, another fifth-year student from the night department. He flashed a broad, toothy grin at the rumored first-year class representative. Leo once more offered his senior a polite bow and returned the greeting. Like Tu, Lee inquired about his purpose at the Tower of Heroes. Leo, with a smile, stated they had business to discuss with the student council president. Lee's interest immediately sharpened. It was rare to find a freshman in the entire academy who wasn't even slightly intimidated by him. Even rarer was someone bold enough to stride directly into the student council president's office alone. Impressed by Leo's unwavering mental fortitude, Lee suggested he seriously considered joining the night department as his primary affiliation. Weary of repeating the same conversation, Leo offered a dry chuckle. Finally, after a series of interruptions that had drained him before his true purpose even began, Leo reached his destination. He knocked, introduced himself, and asked President Ree if he might enter. A warm, welcoming voice from the other side invited him in without hesitation. President Ree appeared knee-deep in paperwork, despite the approaching sundown. Still, he greeted Leo with a smile. Without prolonging the president's time further, Leo went straight to the point. He requested access to the Academy's forbidden library. Hearing such a request, Reese's demeanor immediately shifted. He grew serious. Knowing Leo wasn't one to trifle, Ree readily explained the gravity of the request. There were, you see, only two ways for an ordinary student to access the hallowed forbidden library. The first and most straightforward was to conquer a hero dungeon, a feat far easier said than done. Following a successful dungeon run, it was customary for the conqueror to personally return the retrieved pages to the hero records stored within that very library. Aware that this method was far beyond his current reach, Leo inquired about the second path to entry. President Ree leaned forward. With a knowing smile, he promised to reveal the secret of this second method. Once Leo finally joined the student council days later, after his encounters with seniors and the student council president, the night department's practical exam arrived for the inaugural day of this monumental practical exam held in the academy's open track stadium. A vast crowd gathered, students and faculty alike had come to watch. Ever the shrewd businessman, Carr wheeled out a popcorn cart. He was ready to peddle his wares to the gathered audience. His sales pitch was notably straightforward. One can't truly enjoy the coming battles without savoring some popcorn, right? Seeing their friend deploying his grand scheme, Chelsea didn't know whether to be impressed or embarrassed. Liliana, meanwhile, felt Carr would already be staggeringly wealthy if he wasn't stuck in Limani. Leo lined up with his freshman night department peers and surveyed the spectators. Sure enough, Chloe hadn't come to watch. Professor Ains stood on the track, glaring sternly at his students to underscore the gravity of this impending evaluation. Without further delay, he summoned the first pair set to clash in the initial match. First up was Hall Snave from Class 1, a sly-looking young man with an untrustworthy smile and eyes. His opponent was none other than our boy, Leo Plav from Class 5. The contenders stepped into the arena, igniting the crowd's excitement. In the stands, Carr was diligently seeking new patrons, his gaze fixed on Professor Sin. He cheerfully ran towards the disgruntled professor, keen to boost his earnings. With samples in hand, he asked Professor Seyon, "Would you care for a popcorn and beverage pairing to enjoy with the impending match?" True to his snobbish nature, he scoffed as if consuming popcorn was beneath his dignity. He believed only less refined individuals like Professor Edmund Heron would purchase such an item. Sensing he wouldn't sway the professor so easily, Carr looked toward Class 1 for assistance. Thankfully, Celia was there. One look was all it took for her to understand Carr's need. Using her secret technique, she amplified her adorable charm to its peak and asked, "Professor, are you treating the whole class to some delectable popcorn?" With the ploy established, all Carr had to do was encourage the rest of Class 1 to cheer for their professor's generosity. Seeing his students chant his name with such enthusiasm, Professor Sai's resolve slowly wavered. He might be a snob, but he was also a hard-working professor who yearned for his students' affection. The formidable professor relented and asked Carr to hand his students a popcorn and beverage pairing, but strictly limited to one per person. While Carr was profiting from his thriving enterprise, the contenders for the initial match had taken their starting positions. With a confident, almost arrogant smile, Leo addressed his opponent as Lucky, declaring him the first casualty. Halsner perceived that the freshman representative failed to acknowledge him as a genuine adversary. He was resolved to make Leo rue that presumption. Paul Snaith, the deceptive young man, descended from the valiant Snave lineage. Before the first round officially commences, let's hear the assessment's fundamental framework from our favorite popcorn vendor. You see, midterm practical exams for the night department comprise a straightforward series of duels. Those who secure 5 combat victories will earn a passing mark. A palpable tension settled over the stands. Although they all knew Leo was the freshman representative, only a handful had seen him display his prowess. Since Leo was also pursuing studies across 3 departments, they believed he possessed an advantage over those concentrating solely on a single discipline. Furthermore, Hall ranked 3rd in Class 1, trailing only the formidable talents of Celia and Duran. His preferred weapon was the spear, and his aura carried a keen and noxious quality. Wielding his spear with remarkable precision, Hall showcased his proficiency. In his mind, he only knows Leo as the arrogant guy constantly hovering near Celia. Professor Aya delivered a final warning. The one who incapacitates their opponent would claim victory. They must treat this sparring match as if it were a real battle. The moment the signal sounded, Leo reeled back, startled by a dark aura he hadn't sensed in ages. Oddly enough, that dark aura didn't stem from his opponent. Instead, it emanated from Lumina's campus. A vile, sickening dark energy coiled in his mind, spelling a deadly premonition. Unknown to Leo, this unsettling aura pulsed from the library. There, Chloe was buried under countless magic books preparing for the magic department's midterm exam. The formula she scribbled joined a pile of torn pages, all filled with underwhelming ideas. The pressure was beginning to consume the Ice Queen. No matter her effort, she struggled to forge a unique and victorious spell. Using only her own skills and wisdom, at her wit's end, she lashed out at the books strewn across her desk. The specter of Leo's talent haunted her thoughts, slowly devouring Chloe from within. Her fierce refusal to be outdone by the boy wonder drove her to the brink. Her gaze fell upon the books she had scattered across the library floor. One particular volume seemed to beckon to her. It was the grimoire she had carried with her for some time. With no other recourse, she became convinced this artifact held her sole chance at victory. Her fervent desire to keep the top spot in the department left her mind susceptible, wide open to foreign influences. Her desperation combined with the dark energy radiating from the grimoire was so potent, it seized Leo's senses mid-match. Spotting Leo's distraction, Hall seized the chance to close the gap and capitalize on his opponent's lapse. He thrust his spear, targeting Leo's head. Thankfully, Leo regained his composure and evaded the strike just in time. Withdrawing, Hall unveiled his family's signature technique, transforming his spearhead into a venomous coiling blade reeking of poison. His snake-like spear darted unpredictably, steadily closing in on Leo's chest. Leo, ever composed, seized the spear with his bare hand. Not a flicker of hesitation or a single blink. Hall was utterly stunned. The sheer power to halt such an assault had to be immense. Caught off guard, Hall's grip faltered as Leo wrenched the weapon from his hands. Hall, refusing to release his spear, was dragged along with it. Flustered and unsure, he appeared utterly amateurish. Once yanked within range, Leo compounded the humiliation by landing a hardened fist squarely on Hall's cheek. The impact sent the young snake boy careening across the track like a discarded doll. Leo might have been momentarily distracted, but a seasoned veteran like him would never allow carelessness in a fight. Incensed by the humiliating first exchange, Hall pushed his aura to its breaking point, choking the arena with toxic gas. He snapped at Leo to cease his posturing, declaring the true duel had yet to commence. As he relentlessly poured green aura from his form, the perimeter thickened with poisonous mist. Hall calculated that given the rumors of Leo's inability to wield aura, he could gain an advantage by relying on his own strength. Even if Leo boasted greater physical strength, a core vulnerability was impossible to overcome. Witnessing the green mist drift through the air, Leo unleashed his fiery aura, a grin spreading as he recognized the rarity of poison auras. As the mist attempted to breach his effective range, Leo effortlessly incinerated the poison, facing little resistance. Still convinced of his supposedly superior technique, Hall intensified his aura, pouring more power into it. He firmly believed that unless those flames matched Celia's prowess, he would ultimately seize victory. While the snake boy indulged his own ego mid-spar, Leo had already traversed the distance completely unharmed. It was time to make this boy answer for his arrogance and carelessness. Leo strode the remaining distance between them with a theatrical flair, his fire utterly overpowering the poison. Witnessing the vibrant display of auras in the arena, the audience erupted in excitement, eagerly munching on their popcorn. From the Class 1 seats, Duran observed the battle, his expression perpetually grim. Celia appeared utterly stunned, while Chelsea loudly cheered for her man. To her, everything Leo did was undeniably cool. Celia had never imagined Leo could amplify his flame aura's power to such a fearsome extent. Poor Hall Snave, too, felt the unexpected might of Leo's flame as it drew nearer. By his estimation, Leo's blaze already rivaled Celia's, the top knight in their entire cohort. Who would have thought that a student pursuing every major in the academy could excel so spectacularly as a pure knight? Despite Hall steeled his resolve, preparing to unleash a move he'd been carefully saving, hoping to defeat Celia at the opportune moment. He never anticipated being forced to use it on Leo Plav in the opening match of the midterms. He molded his aura into the image of a venomous serpent, conjuring a snake prison and hurtling it towards his opponent. Intrigued by the technique, Leo allowed himself to be ensnared by the snake prison, remaining still as he intently analyzed the serpent's form. Hall truly believed he had achieved something remarkable, even casting a quick glance at Celia in the stands, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. The young man had diligently refined the skill, hoping to match Celia's flame, and he was quite optimistic about its debut. In response to his subtle blush, Celia merely sighed, then gestured towards the arena's opposite side. Hall's fleeting arrogance had diverted his attention from the fact that Leo was already boiling his snake prison alive, causing the serpent's constructed body to bubble and sizzle under the intense heat. With one final surge, Leo utterly obliterated the feeble aura spell, vanquishing it with ease. Hall's eyes widened in disbelief. The technique he had toiled so hard to perfect was incinerated as if it were nothing more than a trivial enchantment. Frustrated, he abandoned his aura entirely, instead raising his spear for a direct assault. Throughout the entire encounter, Leo had yet to even unsheathe his sword. When he finally did, he parried the spear with such force that it was wrenched from his opponent's grasp. Pressing the tip of his blade against the young man's neck, he issued a stark warning to Hall. Never take your eyes off a flame, or you might get burned. As the young man sank to his knees, Professor A declared the winner of the first match. In a spectacular display of fiery dominance, Leo Plav claimed victory. His biggest fan, Chelsea, felt her heart flutter as she enthusiastically cheered for Leo. Carr, ever confident in his comrade, knew Leo would secure this win effortlessly. Hall retreated to his corner, accepting that Leo was simply built differently, even in genuine combat. No wonder he could consistently stand beside Celia. Much to his surprise, a familiar voice offered praise for his performance, despite his resounding defeat. Gazing up, he spotted Celia, a smile gracing her face in the stands. She was celebrating his remarkable technique. Despite his loss, Hall had just received a compliment from the very girl he'd been pursuing. Perhaps then it wasn't such a terrible outcome. He vowed to cherish that compliment for the rest of his days. As the next match began, the professor summoned Ellen Layden of Class 5 to the stage. Bursting onto the scene with fiery energy, Aleliana immediately demanded to know her opponent's identity. When Professor Anna announced Chenza of Class 10 as her opponent, Aleliana's surging energy instantly deflated. She had been eager for a decisive victory, but instead she faced one of the night department's top 3 students. The two young women positioned themselves, standing opposite one another as they awaited the starting signal. With a gentle smile, Chania offered her opponent good luck, accompanied by a graceful bow. Even her courtesy exuded a quiet power. Still, Aleliana was not one to yield. Even when the odds stacked against her, she met the polite greeting with a resolute smile of her own. The moment the starting signal echoed, Chania's hand moved with fluid grace, summoning her water aura. Waves of energy began to dance around her form, resembling a tranquil ocean. In stark contrast to Chania's calm, Aleliana's fiery resolve manifested as a whirlwind of wildfire. A rapier gripped firmly in her hand. Leveraging the power of her blade, Aleliana surged forward, pushing her speed to its peak with a lunging stab. Chenja braced herself for the assault, encasing her body within a sphere of water. From the stands, Leo observed, realizing that absorbing the rapier's impact would inflict severe pain. Colliding head-on with a solid shield of water aura at full speed would be equally punishing. Aleliana had been overly impetuous. She attempted to conclude the bout with a single attack, a move for which she was heavily penalized. Chenza's water sphere was not merely a defensive barrier. It could also scald her adversaries. In the second match, Chenza's tranquil power secured a decisive victory. Aleliana rose grimacing and brushed away the sting of being overwhelmed in a single exchange. Despite the humbling defeat, she still felt her performance wasn't entirely poor. Leo, however, had already anticipated this outcome. It had been an unfavorable pairing from the start. Nevertheless, the struggle might have extended further, and Aleliana's prospects could have improved had she maintained a clearer focus. For the day's third match, Professor Ain summoned the Night Department's prominent figure, Celia Zuringer of Class 1. To everyone's astonishment, the third match promised a blockbuster showdown, an encounter no one anticipated so soon. Celia's opponent was none other than Duran Moira, perpetually ranking second in Class 1. Celia glanced at her scowling classmate and offered a knowing smile. She could already sense that this confrontation would be exhilarating. In stark contrast to Celia's cheer, Duran's posture indicated he regarded this spar with the utmost gravity. Meanwhile, in the stands, Carr had somehow procured a pair of 3D glasses, clearly reveling in his own concoction. He then nudged the entire bucket of snacks toward his seatmate Leo, offering to share. Every eye was glued to the stage. It wasn't every day you witnessed a clash of titans. The atmosphere pulsed with excitement. The stage ignited, and the air crackled with energy. Their battle-ready auras blazed forth, blades drawn. The struggle to crown the true top student of the Night Studies Department was about to begin. The starting signal rang out, and Duran launched his first move, a lightning-fast thrust. His body and blade seemed to merge, becoming a single thundering blur. But Celia was a skilled swordmaster in her own right. Her reflexes were quick enough to parry the initial attacks effortlessly. For most first years, this was their first glimpse of the top scorer's true combat power. Lost in the thrilling battle on stage, Carr asked Leo who he favored to win. Casually shoveling popcorn into his mouth, Leo declared that Celia would fall if the bout kept this tempo. Carr was taken aback by Leo's bluntness. Still, he wasn't counting his cousin out just yet. Even from the stands, he saw the calm resolve in her burning eyes. He figured she had a hidden ace, biding her time to astound everyone. Duran picked up the pace, boosting his speed to a new level. He continued his relentless assault. Caught off guard, Celia nearly took a hit to the neck. Only her instincts allowed her to shift ever so slightly. Confident he could now overwhelm Celia, Duran lunged into a close-quarter showdown with his top rival. It was a grave error. Celia lifted her ornate blade and conjured a flame. It outshone any other blaze seen that day. The fire burned so wildly, so brightly that the arena's protective barrier began to flicker, struggling to contain its immense power. Most of the freshmen had never witnessed a battle of this intensity. Leo lauded Celia's patience and flawless timing. She had unleashed a brilliant move at the perfect moment. Carr looked puzzled, so Leo explained, "The freshman sparring field, you see, was quite small and contained. Celia must have realized she couldn't match Duran's raw speed, so she simply transformed the entire field into her own blazing stage, evening the playing field. With this home court advantage, she cornered Duran into a difficult position. He now had to be incredibly mindful of his movements, lest he be scorched by the blazing inferno. Moreover, the intense heat would naturally obscure his vision. Celia was already a formidable fighter, but she had grown even stronger, even craftier in wielding her abilities. This lady had just unveiled her domain expansion. With the heat slowly sapping the grumpy blondie's strength, Celia seized the lapses in his defense. She seemed to blink, reappearing behind Duran. Her fiery slash might have ended the fight, but Duran's infuriating reaction speed saved him. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, Duran gritted his teeth. He brandished his sword in a desperate act. Losing his calm in a spar against someone as skilled as Celia was a death sentence. She completely rendered his blade useless, seizing it barehanded. Once she unleashed her fiery aura across the arena, she had utterly outmatched number 2. Her youthful ferocity and raw power shone through as she concluded the match with an unexpected maneuver. Instead of her blade, fist, or legs, Celia slammed her head into Duran's, rendering the scowling blonde opponent unconscious, fading her fiery glow. Celia Zeringer claimed the third victory of the day, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Brushing dust from her uniform, she smiled. Celia offered a playful suggestion. Duran might benefit from more strength training rather than relying solely on speed. Duran, finally stirring after the brief unconsciousness from the headbutt, accepted her outstretched hand to rise from the grassy ground. The Academy's press team, and those who championed the pairing of the top 2 contestants, delighted in the sight of the captivating duo. Leo was satisfied to observe that his cousin's rigorous training had yielded results. Suddenly, the meddlesome Professor Edmund materialized behind the boys, munching on his own handful of popcorn. Apparently, he had attentively followed his class representative's commentary from beginning to end. He deemed Leo's assignments quite insightful. By the end of the day, every match in the night studies practical exam concluded without issue. Celia Zeringer finished the day with 4 victories and 1 defeat. Duran Moira concluded with the same outcome as did Shania. All of them registered a single defeat across their 5 matches. Leo Plav, on the other hand, ended the day with a flawless 50-0 sweep, officially claiming the top position. A week after the consequential night studies practical exam, the written test for general linguistics concluded. Professor Edmund, appearing as disheveled as ever, commended his class for their diligent effort throughout the past semester. As he waved farewell and made his way towards the exit, he cautioned that some might still face expulsion due to a poor score. As soon as the door shut, Class 5 burst into a cacophony of reactions. Liliana, as fiery and energetic as she is, privately dreaded the prospect of expulsion herself. Meanwhile, a cluster of eager students converged around Chelsea, hoping to glimpse her answer sheet and discover her impressive score. As the eager students vied for a chance to see the coveted answer sheet first, the class president was simply napping peacefully at his desk. Sitting in front of him, Nelia roused Leo from his slumber, inquiring about his performance on the written test. He claimed his performance wasn't terrible, yet his expression betrayed his words. Nelia was amused that the formidable class representative could also appear as vulnerable as any other student. She added that should he experience any aches or pains, she would be a mere summons away, ready to tend to him with her healing magic. Overhearing the benevolent offer, Carr interjected, asserting that his shoulders and back had been particularly stiff recently. Before he could cunningly secure free healing, Chelsea inflicted actual discomfort with a sharp rap to the back of his head. Dispatching the interruption, Chelsea turned to Leo to inquire about his practical summoning sessions. She had heard from Tide that Leo rarely makes an appearance at the summoning field for practice. Indeed, it was because Leo had been diligently honing his skills away from prying eyes. Knowing Leo, this behavior was entirely characteristic of him. Chelsea then eagerly inquired which rank he intended to pursue in the upcoming exam. That's an obvious question. If it's Leo, he's sure to claim the top spot. On the day of the practical summoning exam, numerous seniors and faculty members gathered to witness this year's customary spectacle. For all first-year students, the summoned creature race stands as the semester's paramount event. Today, Roombas, a third-year student from Lumen's summoning department, will provide live commentary. Witnessing all the grandeur, Celia questioned her student council president's brother, asking if this was truly an examination. He clarified that the summoned creature race had evolved into a long-established custom within the summoning department. Furthermore, it ranks among the selected events for the interdep departmental exchange, ensuring it remains a perpetual talking point. Whenever an event unfolds, Carr invariably senses potential customers and an opportunity for profit. So he relaunched his popcorn and cola venture yet again. Even before the race commenced, his sales were soaring. The crowd buzzed with clamor and excitement. This presented a sharp contrast to the unsettling silence on the stage where the participants had assembled. The summoning department freshmen already felt apprehension, and the clamor of the spectators offered no solace. Meanwhile, the race's frontrunners, Leo, the white-haired lady, the white-haired gentleman, and Chania, were intensely focused on the impending challenge. Eliza Hergen, the white-haired lady from the North's famed summoner hero lineage, approached Leo to commend his exceptional performance in the Night Studies practical exam. She then pressed him about his readiness for this summoned creature race, appearing unconvinced of his abilities. And one could hardly fault her. For someone asserting thorough preparation, she had never witnessed him participate in group practice. Hearing Leo singled out, the followers immediately interjected to challenge his readiness. They pressed Leo to withdraw if he wasn't committed to taking summoning seriously. None of them had ever observed him genuinely bond with a summoned creature. Tide attempted to pacify his classmates' unprovoked eye, advising them to calm down. However, the Simplians persisted in their incessant chatter, berating Tide not to align with the favored student who was utterly disrespecting their summoning department. Chania grew concerned about the escalating tension in the atmosphere before the examination commenced. Senlu, a summoning department freshman hailing from Seiya's eastern continent, approached her. He surmised that since she had already achieved favorable grades in her night studies exam, she needn't exert herself excessively or fret over summoning studies. Having had enough of the superfluous chatter, Walden Titan, captain of the southern continent, and the top student of the summoning department, stepped forward to silence the commotion. He asserted that if they were to argue about their practice with summoned creatures, they should do so elsewhere. He wanted it far from his hearing. Upon hearing his arrogantly presumptuous remark, Senlu's temper flared. Walden reiterated his stance. He affirmed that it was irksome to hear novices boast about writing summons as if it were a significant achievement, still oblivious to the implication. Senlu inquired of the captain if he felt any culpability, considering he had never appeared for taming practice either. Walden, however, had never deigned to appear, deeming such rudimentary training unworthy of his time. He was no simpleton who required training to competently manage mere griffins. A fiery Senlu moved to strike Walden, but a different Loi stepped in to prevent the fight, seizing Senlu's arm. He cautioned that a fight before the exam would lead not just to a penalty, but to outright disqualification. The warning was enough to make Senlu back down. Tide then approached Lu, apologizing, clearly uneasy about the tense atmosphere among the freshmen. He explained that the summoning studies department inherently had a significant skill gap between its majors and minors, because Chania and Lu, neither of whom were solely dedicated to summoning, were scoring so highly. The second-year students confronted the freshmen, scolding them for allowing such a disparity. Beyond his absence from practice, they saw Loi as a gifted but idle talent, even though he fully intended to give the race his all. From afar, some shadowy figures seemed to be observing with keen interest. A dark power cloaked a hooded man. He seemed overly invested in this race, and more specifically in one student, music. That student was Senlu. Senlu was radiating an unnatural power within him, and he fully intended to unleash that power to inflict harm, even death, just to claim victory. Before the race began, Runbus was set to briefly explain the rules. First, the freshmen were only permitted to use their summoning skills during the test. This meant even dual-class students were forbidden from employing aura or magic. Once the clock started, they were to tame a random griffin in the stables. They were then to take to the skies and navigate through the sprawling island of summons. Once through, they would use the Silent Lake as a turning point before returning to the academy. Who would emerge victorious in the first semester midterm? Would it be the captain of the South or the East? Would Eliza live up to her family's legacy? Or would Senlu's secret weapon change everything? Or perhaps Leoplav would deliver another stunning performance, solidifying his position as the unrivaled leader. All the racers gathered at the starting line, awaiting the bell. Miss Yura addressed her students passionately. She urged them to calm their nerves and rely on their training. Anyone who panicked and faltered would be left behind. Her message to calm their nerves only intensified the racers' anxiety. Miss Yura then called out their marks, telling them to get ready. With a shout that reverberated throughout the arena, she officially commenced the annual summoned creature competition. While most students rushed towards the Griffin stables, a specific group began the race by unleashing their summoned creature skills, each of a different element. Without any warning, the group fired their techniques toward Walden and Leo. Even the commentator was shocked at the sound of the opening buzzer. The summoning students were targeting the crowd favorites. Leo yelled to Tide, "Don't worry about me. Go ahead." Heeding his words and keen to focus on the exam, Tide remained atop his tamed griffin and left his class representative behind. The stands made their displeasure clear. They thought it was unfair that the summoning students should target the presumed front-runners. Leo knew that these detractors never liked him, but he never imagined they would go this far to sabotage his performance. Rumbai Tetez argued that, even with the crowd booing, this remained a calculated maneuver. What's more, Walden shattered the elemental magic with sheer power within moments. With elemental wisps still clinging to him, he unflustered, headed to the griffin stables. He effortlessly tamed one and climbed onto its back. He turned to Leo, offering help if he was struggling. Leo declined the offer, knowing this trifling matter posed no real challenge. Without another word spoken, Walden launched into the air on his loyal steed. Soaring into the heavens with unmatched speed, Leo was the sole racer, still rooted to the starting platform, unable to streak across the sky. Chelsea watched him, encircled by the elemental snare, her gaze etched with worry. Miss Yura surveyed the scene with a deep frown. The divide among the freshmen seemed more profound than she imagined. They had gone so far as to openly target the leading student. As far as she knew, Leo's primary power lay not with spirits, but with summons. Freeing himself would be exceptionally challenging. But she was mistaken. A blinding radiance filled the arena, capturing every eye. Leo closed his eyes and calmly chanted a rhythmic incantation, summoning elemental spirits to shatter his binds and clear a path. Immediately, sills of various elements answered his call. It's rare in this age to know even a few words from the ancient spirit language, let alone an entire chant with perfect fluency. Leo Plav, a master of surprises, continued to astound. Miss Yura looked at the young man's resolute gaze and sighed in relief. She was worried for nothing. A single thought sparked in her mind. She needed to secure this talent for the summoning department. While Leo remained at the starting gate, the others had already traversed a considerable distance. The schemers who had trapped Leo and Walden laughed, mocking their victims. They were certain that the South's finest would finish last. When her cohorts asked Eliza for her thoughts, she asserted she could have defeated Leo Plav and Walden Titan without any deceitful tactics. She was also concerned for the reputation of the summoning class. The minions merely wished to inflict a touch of humiliation upon the prodigies. Having endured their petty chatter, Eliza accelerated. She cautioned her cohorts to consider their actions more carefully next time. Senlu heard her self-righteous tone, and a surge of anger rose within him at the race's present tempo. Securing second place behind Eliza would be no issue for Lu. Aside from her, he was the foremost in controlling flying summons. As he was immersed in thought, a swift griffin sliced through the gathering of opponents. Riding on the saddle was Chania. Rather than simply riding, surfing might be a better description of her unique style. Whatever she was doing was working. Her speed was unmatched, even without using soul energy to boost her summoned creature. Zia's sudden arrival rattled the thugs. Led by Senlu, they focused their attacks on the eastern representative. A girl called forth a spirit of light and sent it toward Zia. The aerial acrobat felt the attack coming. She moved swiftly, perching on one of the griffin's wings. When the light spirit drew near, Chen Xia jumped in midair and executed a graceful flip high above. The unprepared opponent, seeing her move with such agility to evade danger, was left stunned. After touching down, Chania's leg tensed like a coiled spring before she leaped from her mount. She aimed straight for the girl who had attacked her with the light spirit. Using her momentum and body weight, she delivered a powerful kick. The girl fell from her griffin frantically, crying out that Chania had surely cheated, but the girl was simply mistaken. Chania hadn't even used a shred of aura. Her attack was pure martial arts. After handling the immediate threat, she returned her focus to the race, accelerating rapidly. On the way, she acknowledged Senlu. They hailed from the same region, so they knew each other. He met her with open hostility, declaring that to make him an enemy was a grave error. While Zia was at a slight disadvantage in true aerial combat, Senlu had more pressing concerns. She could sense that a person enraged by the starting line sabotage was approaching fast and furious. Suddenly, a massive fiery explosion blazed across the sky, painting it a searing red. Walden was incinerating griffins in midair with his fearsome spirit manipulation. It seemed he was the type to demand full retribution. With interest, music, he took down the culprits who had set the petty scheme in motion in a futile attempt to slow him. This fiery rampage was just a little something he unleashed in return. Seeing their comrades fall one by one, the thugs disbanded in disarray. But Walden was persistent and uncommonly skilled. Each spell he unleashed took down another griffin, effectively disqualifying their riders. The clouds burned. Back in the starting area, the commentator kept his focus on Lu's attempt to rejoin the main group of competitors. The first-year representative was on the brink of a dismal race performance. After freeing himself from the spiritual bind, he needed to tame the last remaining griffin in the stables. If he failed in this part, his chances were gone. Loy gave the bird a quick inspection and found a ghastly wound on its left wing. With how fresh and purposefully inflicted it was clear to him that the thugs who had ambushed him had done this as well. For aspiring heroes to resort to such cruel tactics was unforgivable. Loy grabbed the reins, and the griffin immediately started thrashing wildly. It was common knowledge that trying to ride a guarded griffin like this, without first earning its trust, was reckless. From the stands, the Zeringer siblings watched. She was worried, but he was intrigued by Lu's approach. It seemed the young man intended to simply overpower the griffin. He would force his way through the taming and riding. Lu knew how angry and terrified the creature was, but he had to speed up the process. He met the thrashing bird's gaze, striking fear into its heart with a cold stare. Lu commanded the griffin to kneel, feeling its life hang in the balance. The creature stopped resisting. The griffin visibly calmed. Rider and mount had formally forged a bond for the race. Lu reached for the bird's left wing. He extracted the shard lodged in the wound. With one seamless movement, he settled into the saddle, ready to begin. He skillfully guided the colossal bird out of the stables and forth. The screen zoomed in on the last student still at the starting line. Everyone in the audience saw the wounded wing. The commentator began to suggest the first-year representative might finish last. Liu quietly empathized with his mount. He could feel this magnificent creature had endured immense pain. So, as per their agreement, he summoned his only contracted beast, music. Fiora the Phoenix materialized in midair as charming as ever. With a thought, Lu instructed the small chick to assist with the wounded wing. Phoenix flame enveloped the bewildered bird. Unaware of what was happening, it attempted to resist. Celia observed the events unfolding on the screen. She was astonished. She couldn't identify the flames. Her big brother quietly confirmed it was neither Zering flame nor an aura flame. It was a wholly distinct power. Back on the front lines, most of the ruffians were severely injured. The survivors tried to speed up, veering away from the chaotic Walden. At this point, they were all simply trying to avoid last place. Unfortunately for these kids, the true spectacle had been unleashed. He was fiercer than ever. Enveloped in phoenix flame, Loy's griffin ascended as never before. Now that he saw signs of rivalry, it was time to push this magnificent creature to its limits. But just as he intended to surge ahead and claim victory, someone appeared with a colossal dragon in the skies. At least that was the initial impression. But for someone who had experienced the past like Loy, that draconic creature felt agonizingly familiar. It was a Fafnir. He believed his eyes were deceiving him, but it was real. A few minutes prior to this encounter, Eliza had circled back from leading the pack to confront Walden in combat. She knew she had to stop this monstrous threat to claim first place. With a mere snap of his fingers, Walden unleashed spirit fire at Eliza. The spirit fire detonated into a destructive blast. She skillfully flew clear of the danger, escaping unscathed. She also realized that Walden was crafting explosive blasts using wind and fire spirits. This feat was impossible without Walden's prodigious talent. Eliza found herself utterly astonished. Riding his griffin, Walden seemed an unstoppable force, ready to obliterate all in his path. Yet, Eliza was a proud heir of a renowned summoning lineage. She also held some clever strategies of her own. No matter the power or devastation of the attacks, they were futile unless they struck their target. So her ingenious strategy was to depend on her swiftness and reflexes to navigate through the barrage of assaults. Seeing her skillfully guide her griffin clear of danger, Walden shifted his tactics. He abandoned the fire and wind spirits to control a distinct element, conjuring ice spears. The frozen projectiles were colossal, razor-sharp, and countless. Each was clearly infused with another elemental spirit. Eliza simply scoffed at the spectacle. She began awakening her mount's hidden power, causing the bird beast to swell in size and ferocity. Her griffin then breathed a torrent of flame, melting the ice spears. She skillfully guided the inferno to dissolve every projectile before it reached her. Walden's assault was thwarted by Eliza's enhanced summons. Watching this epic clash, the commentator was beaming with excitement from his booth. But as the top students were engrossed in their fierce struggle, Chania seized the moment, music slipping past them to claim the lead. Eliza was not about to let her escape consequence free, though. Using a purple magical rope, she snared Chania by the neck, pulling her close. With her movement abruptly halted, a sudden flicker of flame materialized. She knew catastrophe was imminent if she didn't escape quickly. Chenzia and her griffin nimbly evaded the danger, just as Walden's spirits coalesced into another colossal explosion. Still in midair, she violently severed Eliza's magical rope. Summoning her mount with impeccable timing, Chen Xia reclaimed the lead through cunning maneuvers. Instead of feeling fear, she was thrilled to experience the prowess of the summoning class's champions. Further ahead, she saw the shadowy form of a strange aerial beast. Chania was perplexed as her gaze settled on a creature resembling a black wyvern. Riding it was Senlu, who was steadily losing his grip on sanity, his thoughts consumed by a murderous rage. Chania attempted to remind her fellow Eastern student that riding a summon other than a griffin was against race rules, but he no longer cared. His hatred for gifted individuals at the pinnacle of achievement was at an all-time high. Eliza and Walden finally arrived, sensing a peculiar presence. With her vast understanding of monsters, Eliza was certain this wasn't a mere black wyvern, but something far stranger. Just then, Leo Plav had finally caught up to the leading riders with his flaming griffin. His speed was exceptional, and the phoenix flame boosted it even more. Senlu cared little about facing 3 or 4 geniuses. He believed he could dispatch them all. Leo called out to everyone with an icy voice. He looked down from above, demanding an answer to where this foolish boy got the creature. Senlu laughed, convinced Leo was merely envious. He declared that he had tamed and contracted the beast with his summoning skills. Leo gazed at the ignorant boy, who was utterly unaware he rode a Fafnir. This was a creature the magicians of Tardaros used. It was also believed to be one of the monsters that Kyle and his party eradicated during the Age of Despair. Given that, how could an insolent youth from the academy summon a creature long thought vanished? Branding the Fafnir a black wyvern, Senlu commanded it to strike. Its laser breath ripped through the sky with devastating force. Leo and Walden scrambled clear of the laser's path, while Eliza was forced into an awkward spin to escape the peril. Yet they were not the true target. The laser beam was locking on to Chen Xia. Leo shouted a warning to her. Xia swiftly conjured her aura shield, hoping to defend herself, but it was too late. She couldn't fully erect it in time. The laser shattered the fragile shield. Its immense power instantly spiderwebbed cracks across the protective field. Moments later, the shield completely gave way. Chania's griffin was severely wounded and slumped into unconsciousness. Both of them plummeted from the sky, free-falling without restraint. Leo swiftly sprang into action. His speed made catching up to the free-falling Chen Xia a simple task. His immediate goal was to secure the young lady's safety. He briefly addressed Walden and Eliza, telling them to descend to the ground for the moment. Heeding his command, the proud elite students complied. Meanwhile, the Fafnir patrolled the skies, a hungry predator. A sinister influence began to seize Senlu's mind. He was finally experiencing the thrill of dominance, and he relished it. The commentator reported that the contestants in the lead group had veered from the course, disappearing from the broadcast view. The final images for the audience showed Senlu summoning a black wyvern and assaulting the department's top students. Miss Yura ascended to the commentator's booth and abruptly removed the young commentator from the microphone. "This is no time for casting." Ura snatched the microphone, urging all summoning class professors and assistants to prepare more flying summons. The race was paused. Rescue was the top priority. Professors Len and Scene stepped into the booth looking worried and bewildered. Miss Yura revealed that one of the students had bonded with a powerful demonic beast and was running wild. Hearing the mention of demonic beasts jolted the professors to their senses. They understood the beast's influence would soon shatter the student's mind. Professor Edmund joined them, suggesting the unsettling possibility that something else was controlling the ferocious creature. Seizing control of the situation, the rumpled professor charged Yura with halting or seizing Senlu, while the other professors fanned out to safeguard the students. Although they shared a strained relationship, Professor Sin and Edmund knew when to shove their disagreements. If it was for their cherished students, they would readily unite to form the most formidable duo. Back in the field, Lu found a concealed spot to gently lay the unconscious Chenza down, examining her wounds. Eliza and Walden touched down moments later. Their respite was fleeting as Senlu swiftly pinpointed them. The Fafnir descended, fixating on the top students like a hungry predator. But Senlu mistakenly believed that Lu was fleeing from him. Lu attempted to clarify for the clueless student that the creature Senlu rode wasn't a black wyvern, not even a typical summoned beast, but the formidable demonic entity known as Fafnir. Hearing that instantly heightened everyone's guard. As Lu advanced steadily, the image of the mythical hero Kyle seemed to merge with his form. He remembered a time when his sole purpose was to slaughter loathsome creatures until none remained. As a former hero and an aspiring hero, Lu came here to add one more to his tally of vanquished monsters. This would surely be a nostalgic encounter. He marched forward, the Fafnir towering over him. Senlu, the deluded student, scoffed at Lu's assertion. At this point, the student's mind was clearly warped. His eyes were bloodshot and wide, and his fury surged unchecked. His inferiority complex was inflated beyond measure, and he was desperate to assert his superiority over the department's aces. Once more, he commanded the Fafnir to unleash its devastating laser breath. Just as the lethal blast was about to strike its mark, a giant hand made of stone erupted from the earth. The hand then heaved itself from the earth, revealing a stone golem that intercepted the incoming laser with its massive form. Hearing Lu mention the slaughter of repulsive entities was a goal Walden wholeheartedly supported. For once, he seemed genuinely eager. Seeing the attack neutralized by golem magic, Senlu began to unravel. Eliza also formally allied herself with Lu. She knew the gravity of the situation and frowned upon Walden's casual demeanor. And so the three aces devised their strategy. They had to dislodge that fool from the demonic beast first. Walden's golem couldn't hold out much longer. Before it shattered music, they needed to be ready for their assault. Watching Eliza and Walden squabble amidst a life-or-death battle brought a nostalgic smile to Lu's face. Heroes, it seemed, were peculiar in every era. As the golem slowly yet surely crumbled, Senlu's arrogance returned. He dared Walden to summon something stronger. Once the golem dissolved into nothing but loose boulders, the trio had vanished. Eliza launched the offensive with her mystical purple rope. It twirled and stretched at her command, eventually reaching Senlu's position. While she handled crowd control, a finger snap ignited the true assault. Sparks of fire erupted across the Fafnir's body. It was reloading for another laser beam. Walden had strategically placed detonators in vital areas. He then unleashed his spirit bombs all at once. With his task complete, it was Liu Plav's turn to act. As the explosion smoke dispersed, Lu closed the distance to Senlu in a flash. He seized the stranger by the hair and delivered a full-powered kick to his face. He nearly knocked Senlu from the Fafnir, but something else had already seized the boy. Whatever or whoever had possessed him, Senlu's voice now praised Lu's plan, getting the boy away from the demonic beast. But with a suitable vessel, this entity had already asserted its control. Sensing the escalating danger, Lu was instantly propelled skyward, carried on the demonic beast's back. Walden and Eliza remained grounded. The possessed stranger then questioned if Lu was finally feeling fear. "Are you feeling fear now?" Lu simply responded by recognizing the spirit of a Tartaros demonic beast handler now inhabiting Senlu's body. The handler had never encountered such insight. No one had ever discerned his true identity. Lu's unsettling composure amid such turmoil reminded the handler of ancient heroes. Naturally, this meant he couldn't allow Lu to grow and flourish any further. Lu represented a monumental threat. Employing a more advanced spirit technique, the handler forcefully swept Lu aside. Lu couldn't secure a proper foothold and began to plummet from the sky. Yet he remained unfazed, summoning Fiora to his aid. Phoenix flames blazed across the sky as Lu expertly manipulated a fiery orb. This entire spectacle brought him back to earlier times. He recalled being Kyle, the hero of their origin. But he was always the first to admit his proficiency across many areas, yet mastery in none. A true jack of all trades, master of none. In matters of aura, Aaron and Dueno surpassed him significantly, and in magic, he readily conceded to Luna's superior skill. Lucina's summoning was a league apart. Yet his diverse skills as an all-arounder allowed him to blend abilities and explore uncharted ideas. Wielding aura, magic, his bond with Fiora, and all his knowledge of summoned beasts, Lu unleashed a formidable spell. Aura magic and soul energy each marked an endless path. When combined, they could unleash remarkably potent effects. Fiora, the little chick, is gone. Music. In her place was an adolescent phoenix, mighty and graceful. Her fiery red feathers blazed, lighting up the world as she cradled Lau in her talons. Witnessing the transformation, the demonic beast reacted to the phoenix's energy with furious agitation. The handler grew serious, demanding Lu's true identity. Lu playfully countered, "We can exchange information. I just want to know where Senlu obtained the Fafnir." But this unusual student was far too knowledgeable about the age of despair. He was a menace, one who could not be allowed to live. Anticipating Fafnir's attack, Lloyd drew his sword and channeled the phoenix flame to gather at its tip. Luckily for Lu, Zeringer's secret sword technique was perfectly designed for phoenix breath. Music. Consequently, his secret technique, prominence, could ascend to a higher realm. Fafnir's murderous laser beam and Lloyd's mythical fire collided. Their clash was nothing short of epic. Lu held his ground without yielding an inch. Senlu, on the other hand, seemed utterly disoriented, his mind shattered by the possession. Fafnir reeled in the air, roaring in agony and unbalancing the handler for a brief instant. Lu seized the chance to press his attack, noticing the demonic beast's soul energy beginning to whine. He let out a battle cry, unleashing every ounce of power he had amassed to overwhelm the enemy. All the handler could do was curse the young man. Phoenix flames surged into Fafnir's body, ravaging it from within and incinerating the demon until the fire erupted from every opening. Loy secured a brutally stunning victory. He commended Fiora for her crucial aid as he gasped for air. It was time to retreat. However, the Phoenix transformation limit had been reached. Loy realized he must have miscalculated. He was now doomed to plummet to his death. As he plummeted thousands of feet downwards, screaming, Tartaros's true demonic beast handler continued his meditation, unseen within the woods. Just as he prepared to unleash another treacherous attack, a radiant light enveloped the entire forest. Then an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the handler to his knees. Professor Sin had arrived, successfully sealing the perpetrator's movements. Alongside him was Professor Edmund, his form pulsing with an aura of darkness. The handler immediately recognized the two venerated pillars of Lumen. Realizing he was outmatched, the handler tore open a rift in space and made his exit. His failure was frustrating, but he'd have to wait for another chance to stir up music trouble. From the spatial rift, a smoke creature teeming with countless eyes and sharp-toothed mouths erupted. It turned to its summoner and slammed its immensely heavy body against the handler. Once the smoke cleared, the spatial rift and the handler had vanished, leaving only loose rocks and strange lingering vapors. The professors feared that shadowy forces were now starting to move with full force. Sin gathered some of the traces for examination. The two pillars of Lumen knew better than anyone that the Academy was no longer a secure place. Meanwhile, Leo was still plummeting towards his doom. Grabbing the small phoenix, he implored Fiora to return to the summons realm instead of joining him in this deadly drop. Thankfully, a scaly-winged beast snatched Leo before he could smash into the ground. Perched upon the black wyvern saddle was none other than Miss Yura. The smile of relief on her face was radiant. She thanked the gods that she had arrived in the nick of time. They gently touched down on a grassland, the black wyvern still cradling Leo like a cub. The demonic beast handler had retreated to a cave in an unknown location. This was his headquarters, where he performed all sorts of horrific experiments. His supervisor loomed over him, eyes filled with disgust and embarrassment. The fool had been defeated by a mere hero candidate. The handler, clutching his wounds, insisted that what he faced wasn't just any normal hero candidate. Upon hearing the kid had a phoenix as his contracted beast, the supervisor's ears perked up with keen interest. But learning the kid knew Fafnir's true identity. That interest transformed into caution. With a wicked grin, the handler's supervisor licked his lips, eager to see what that intriguing hero candidate might offer them. Meanwhile, back in Lumen, the practical summoning midterm race was cancelled due to an unforeseen incident. Senlu suffered such a severe mental collapse that he perished. The new students were starting to realize the seriousness of attending Lumeni. After the whole upheaval, naturally, everyone wondered what truly happened to Senlu. But following Miss Ura's directives, the 4 students involved decided to spread a fabricated tale of a rogue black wyvern. Today, Leo needed to set aside the intricate web of looming intrigues. It was the day of the magic class practical exam, after all. Professor Len stood before the class, waiting for everyone to gather in the lecture hall. Carr and Chelsea were already inside. Looking at the entrance, they spotted Chloe entering. Her hair was disheveled, and judging by the shadows under her eyes, she appeared not to have slept in days. Following closely behind was Leo. He also noticed Chloe's exhausted state. After a few more minutes waiting for everyone to arrive, Professor Len finally began to speak. His serious presence instantly signaled that this exam would be no ordinary test. The professor wanted them to reveal their original magic and express their true selves. He felt it would be a shame to be the only one to witness the incredible magic of the coming generation. So, he invited some aid. Professor Len invited 3 individuals to attend their class today. These were seniors who had completed their studies in the magic department 3 years prior. They had since forged impressive reputations in various fields of magic. There was the keen Reali, the genial Edmund Slack, and the upbeat Sean Hogai. These 3 would serve as judges for the freshman exam today. The trio offered their welcomes to the juniors, instantly boosting everyone's mood. Carr felt a surge of luck. He believed the judges were the generous kind, who awarded high scores. With introductions concluded, Professor Len summoned the first student, Eleliana Leeden, to the front. With an optimistic smile, Eleliana sprang into action. She took her place on the stage with confidence. Her head held high, she dialed up her charm to full effect, her eyes shining like stars as she offered a polite welcome to the seniors. Hearing her introduce herself like a charming, prim, and proper young noble almost made Carr cringe in utter disgust. He knew this girl was clearly putting on an act. For her demonstration, Eleliana conjured a magnificent display of light inside the lecture hall. She could manifest such brilliant radiance due to her uncommon connection to the light element. But the light show was merely the beginning. She reasoned that incorporating the flame element would yield intriguing outcomes. As fire and light merged, Liliana became enveloped by a swirling current of fiery beams. Combining two of her primary elements, she could unleash potent thermal ray magic. Shahajej observed the display with awe. However, she noted that this thermal ray magic was indistinguishable from elementary laser magic accessible to all. Liliana thought her demonstration was proceeding splendidly, but the judges were already jotting down her grade without further questions. The three carefully weighed the evaluation criteria to give a fitting score. After a brief discussion, they presented their final judgment to Professor Lin. Hodge and Rilda gave Liliana a C, while Slack was slightly more lenient with a C, resulting in an overall C1. Seeing that Liliana Leden's striking performance received such a modest score, the students grew visibly tense. One after another, Magic Department students were summoned forward, only to discover with disappointment that their hard work earned merely C and C grades. There were some exceptions, however. Surprisingly, Carr Thomas earned a B+, thanks to his remarkable demonstration of manipulating metal and gold. As expected, Chelsea Llewellyn achieved the highest score to date. She received an A for her stunning wind magic. The Fox and the Cat celebrated their consecutive victories. They were relieved the exam was a great triumph, but the eager freshmen didn't know the judges harbored deep disappointment. Professor Lin had enticed them to join this exam, promising a display of exceptional students. Yet no one had truly shown just yet. Looking at the stack of evaluation forms, only 3 students remained to be judged. Edmund Slack could tell these 3 were the genuine talents. The elite, music, the professor had saved for last. Next up on the stage was Abed Llewellyn, Chelsea's brother. The moment he approached the platform, the ladies were instantly captivated. If they were judging, they would give him a perfect score simply for his presence. Unlike those who performed earlier, Abed didn't start with a showy display. Instead, he delved deep into the theory behind his unique spell. After presenting his theoretical blueprint, he announced the name of his original magic, the Tempest. Professor Len nodded with satisfaction. The judges were fully engrossed in Abad's explanation. The magical prodigy asserted that, once completed, his Tempest would reach a projected power of the highest caliber. Abad, you see, had been preparing for this exam for quite some time. Back in the Llewellyn family domain, he conducted countless experiments, endlessly perfecting Tempest. He had to seek assistance from family elders to create a safeguard barrier in case something went wrong. With unwavering focus, the Abad family magicians held strong. In the middle of the perimeter, Abad was free to hone and unleash the formidable power within him. Lifting his body off the ground, softly floating in the air, Tempest's opening stages revealed themselves. With a ferocious roar, he ignited every ounce of power in his cells to force the wind itself into submission. The wild wind swiftly coalesced into a destructive storm capable of erasing everything in its path. The Tempest possessed such immense power that even the safeguard barrier guarded by 4 skilled magicians could not restrain it. When Abad opened his eyes, he saw the Tempest sweeping an innocent animal skyward. Panic seized him. He refused to let his lack of control endanger an innocent life. The desperate urge to save that small animal gave him the final surge. This allowed him to completely bend the very will of the wind to his command. Abad was a truly admirable individual, perhaps the most fitting hero candidate, save for a certain other person. Back inside the lecture hall, Abad showed the judges a contained manifestation of Tempest. Music, summoning its full power, after all, could obliterate a portion of the academy. It was a magic that intensified the wind's power to its absolute peak. It appeared deceptively simple. The judges knew it was rooted in a complex system of advanced sorcery. Consequently, Abad Llewellyn returned to his seat. He carried the first unanimous A+ score, the highest achieved so far. Chelsea quietly yet proudly boasted that her brother was simply exceptional. On the topic of remarkable individuals, Professor Len's face glowed at the thought of witnessing the next student display his abilities. Of course, it was none other than the acclaimed student, Leo Plav. Leo stood and spoke with profound conviction as he addressed the judges. The advanced magic he would unveil was an attribute-neutral system. He wouldn't voice it aloud, but it was the very same system he once commanded as the original hero at his zenith in the world. Leo stepped onto the stage and declared his attribute-neutral advanced magic system. The panel of judges had never encountered such a concept. Intrigued, they pressed him for details. Leo eagerly explained, it was widely known that all fundamental magic spells possessed a core attribute. This was an essential component for any type of spell. His premise was clear. He had forged an advanced magic system designed to revolutionize the entire spellcasting process. Hearing this, the judges reacted with a mix of emotions. Some were doubtful, while others were astonished. Seeking clarity, they asked if he truly intended to forge an entirely new system for spellcasting. While the three senior judges refused to entertain such a preposterous notion, Professor Len was beaming with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was consumed by the urge to claim Leo as his exclusive mage. Idman Slack, however, believed Leo was merely spouting nonsense and felt thoroughly dismayed. They were there to judge magic based on rigorous principles, not to entertain wild tales. Despite Idman's displeasure, Professor Len couldn't contain his excitement. He interjected, imploring Leo to document the system's principles. Since the professor himself was ardently keen to explore this idea, the judges were compelled to remain receptive. Leoplav took hold of a piece of chalk and began inscribing the theory on the board. For a while, the room remained profoundly quiet, save for the faint scratching and gliding of chalk. Real D declared that only one mage throughout history had ever employed a completely distinct casting system as their advanced magic. Leo calmly replied that he was fully cognizant of that truth. Only the poet of the stars, Luna, had ever accomplished such a feat. Shana was displeased that this young freshman was seemingly suggesting he aimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with one of history's most revered figures. Leo modestly dismissed that notion. Of course, I have no such ambition. He could never rival Luna's magical prowess. He explained that one did not need to be a prodigious genius like her to devise a novel spellcasting system. The judges simply needed to examine what he had inscribed on the board to understand how. To their astonishment, every line of magical theory appeared flawless. The young man wasn't merely fabricating claims or attempting to impress. The architecture of the spells indicated a system that could wield any magical attribute without drawbacks. Even Chelsea, quite assured of her theoretical understanding, couldn't decipher Leo's inscriptions. Carr, on the other hand, had abandoned efforts to comprehend Leo's writing after the very first line. Throughout the entire demonstration, Chloe never diverted her sunken gaze from her rival. Now that the judges had an initial grasp of Leo's extraordinary talent, they inquired about his rationale for developing such a unique magic system. The answer was remarkably simple. He simply wished to command any magic known to existence. Disbelief had morphed into keen interest for the extraordinary freshman. Now he grasped why the professor declared this year's cohort exceptional. When questioned about the system's designation, Leo grinned, raised his hand, and conjured an incandescent thread of mana that illuminated the lecture hall. The glowing mana converged, shaping into an enigmatic orb of pure magic. Leo dubbed the system the Bible. Shan Hu was utterly astonished. Digging through her vast knowledge, she recalled only one figure in history who had employed that term, the supposedly fictional hero, Kyle. She eagerly anticipated Leo's future endeavors. Perhaps the young man would prove Kyle's true existence. After the swiftest deliberation of the day, the judging panel passed their scores to the professor for announcement. The moment Professor Lenz glimpsed the marks on the cards, a smile touched his lips. As anticipated, Leoplav earned a flawless A+. As he returned to his seat, Leo pondered his failure to perfect this magic system during his time as Kyle. This time, circumstances would diverge. He would ensure it. Finally, the last student slated to present their unique magic rose from her seat. It was Chloe's moment to impress the judges after Leo had utterly astounded them. Before retaking his seat, a concerned Leo inquired if the deeply focused Chloe was well. Her appearance certainly suggested otherwise. Chloe Muller stood upon the stage, her posture unwavering and resolute. The judging panel had been apprised beforehand that Chloe was the reigning top student of this year's magic class. They held high expectations for her presentation. The instant Chloe commenced her presentation, her entire demeanor shifted. She declared her triumph in forging an imperishable flame. Within her palm, a crimson flame danced with aggressive fervor, blazing brightly. Her classmates were left utterly perplexed. To their knowledge, Chloe was an ice attribute mage. Selecting a stark opposite to her strongest affinity as her high sorcery seemed not only counterintuitive and inefficient, but outright mad. As she stood motionless on the stage, the judging panel felt a pang of disappointment. Compared to the previous two displays from Abad and Leo, her flame appeared awfully ordinary. If this was her sole contribution to the exam, with nothing further to reveal, her score would be abysmal. Thus, Chloe commenced the true demonstration of her magic's worth. Conjuring water to dance aloft with a mere flick of her finger, she sent the water cascading downward, mimicking a waterfall, a torrent powerful enough to quench any ordinary flame. But this was no mere ordinary flame. Abad stood stunned, and Leo felt an ominous feeling creep in. A chilling glint flickered in Chloe's eyes as she revealed how she had made the fire eternal. Unless she consciously wills it to stop, it will burn forever. She ended her demonstration by doing just that, extinguishing a flame that should have defied extinction. Chloe picked up a chalk and wrote down the theory behind her revolutionary discovery. In this world, spells follow a fundamental rule. Without constant mana, all spells fade. As she unveiled her theory, her peers stood utterly dumbfounded. She had crafted a spell that defied a rule which had existed since the very dawn of magic. It was too unfathomable, and even the panelists found it hard to grasp her ambitious vision. Chloe Muller named her advanced magic the Eternal Flame. Out of everyone in the room, Leo was the only one convinced this shouldn't be possible. Still, her theory seemed plausible enough, and her demonstration left an indelible impression on everyone's mind. For that, she earned an A+, matching Leo's score. Leo couldn't accept it. Something felt profoundly wrong. Crafting a perpetual flame was a challenge even Luna had never mastered. As far as he knew, only one entity had ever wielded such a flame. Erebos, the very embodiment of cataclysm. The moment exams ended, Leo sought out Chloe, but she was already in her dorm, asleep. Chloe hadn't slept since the test was announced days ago. Her preparation for the test had been relentless. Leo held his questions back for now, allowing Chloe to finally rest. Celia then voiced her own worries. Over the past few days, she had noticed Chloe becoming increasingly volatile. She had clashed with some classmates on a few occasions. Celia also heard whispers that she was associating with some of the troublemakers from the Magic Studies program. Lost in thought, Leo returned to the empty lecture hall. He called forth Fiora for the first time since the race. She was now in her phoenix chick form. The mythical beast and her tamer were equally delighted to see each other again. However, Leo also summoned someone else to discuss his suspicions. In the middle of a whirling inferno, a beautiful woman emerged, who embodied the very essence of fire. She was Fiora's mother, the guardian phoenix, Miss Fina herself. Her radiant beauty was unmatched, a blazing vision of grace. Sitting with haughty grace and full composure, Miss Fina commanded Leo to get straight to business, inquiring why he had summoned her through Fiora. Leo then inquired why she had been lingering at Lumena for so long. Given that the phoenix represents the complete antithesis of demonic beasts, there had to be a profound reason for her continued presence at the academy. Miss Fina revealed that 5 years prior, a devastating attack shook Lumeni. 2 students and 3 staff members lost their lives in the incident. The attackers were never identified, nor were they apprehended. In the end, a distraught headmaster, Kaliyan Badian, sought a powerful favor, entrusting the Phoenix with an urgent task, scouring the school for any lingering clues. Since that day, Miss Fina has been hunting for any sign of those responsible. Given her mission, she must have heard about the demonic beast tamer's appearance during the recent summoning exam, which claimed another student's life. When asked if she thought Tardaros was involved, Miss Fina regrettably fell silent. She harbors deep suspicions about the shadowy organization, but that was all she could share with Leo at the moment. Realizing he wouldn't extract any more details from her, Leo shared a crucial tip for Headmaster Kalan. He offered the unsettling idea that Senna Loy might not be the only student Tardaros has corrupted. The following day arrived, and the grueling gauntlet of exams pressed on. This time all freshmen assembled for the joint practical exam in heroics and combat studies. Overseeing the assessment was none other than the easygoing Professor Edmund. Since all students were present, he assigned the task of explaining the exam's objectives to the class representative, Leo. Leo eagerly took the lead, briefing his peers on this joint practical exam. Today's challenge involved forming teams and venturing into a hero's world. The world they would be entering was the infamous Chedmere incident. As soon as they heard that name, every student visibly flinched with dread. The only one unfamiliar with the Chedmere incident was Aleliana, despite its inclusion in the written exam. Seeing the joint class growing unruly, Professor Edmund's voice boomed, instantly quelling the rising chatter. Show respect and pay attention to what Leo has to say. Leo continued outlining the day's assessment. Everyone would enter a hero's world from 30 years ago. It was a calamity involving a group of first-year Lumen students on a mission to the central Chedmere forest. They were suddenly ambushed by Tardaros. Professor Albi, the sorcerer of the Magic Eye, a second-year student back then, was sent with a rescue team. His swift actions prevented a complete massacre. The goal of this exam is to rescue the injured students and vanquish hostile demonic beasts while assisting the simulated Professor Albi, who was a second-year student at the time. Professor Edmund added that this was no ordinary midterm. Students would need to cultivate greater caution and constant vigilance. They must remain sharp at all times. Anyone deemed to lack heroic potential by the exam's conclusion would face immediate expulsion. Hearing such a severe consequence for underperforming unnerved those uncertain of their practical skills. Softening at the sight of his students' anxiety, the professor assured them, "You've all come so far and you've grown strong enough for this challenge. You just need to trust yourselves. He might project a carefree demeanor, but Professor Edmund understands precisely how to motivate and discipline. With the introduction complete, it was time to organize the teams. Everyone was asked to step forward individually, beginning with Class 1. It seemed they wouldn't choose their own teams. Instead, they might partner with unfamiliar faces. A random draw would decide their fate, a powerhouse squad or a struggling one. When Leo's turn finally arrived, he drew number 11, the very last team in this assessment. Once teams were assembled and introduced, Team 1 stepped before the summoning portal. Led by Celia Zinger and Chelsea Llewellyn, Team 1 appeared perfectly balanced. It was time to showcase the Lordran Empire's might to all the other nobles. This examination, of course, was made possible by Professor Knockoff Gojo himself, Albi the Aura Farmer. With a mere wave, he unveiled Alb's world. Prologue, Chapter The Chedimar Incident. A sweeping torrent of brilliant magic engulfed Team 1, whisking them into a vision of the past. A massive magical screen stood on the field, a recording device tracking the team's every move for all to witness. Everyone was deeply impressed. Even though Team 1 had just entered, they were already blazing through the hero's world with Chelsea's magic and Celia's tenacious swordsmanship. They were practically speedrunning this assessment. Children from prestigious hero lineages truly possessed exceptional talent. Seated beside Professor Edmund was his irksome rival, Professor Sai. As Celia was Sin's student, he naturally championed her as Team 1's X Factor. Edmund countered that Chelsea's contributions were even more impactful. The two pillars of Lumens simply couldn't resist vying with each other at every opportunity. Interrupting their squabble, the headmaster made his entrance, lauding Team 1's outstanding pace. They were truly worthy of being called rising stars. The headmaster must have known the two pillars would bicker like children, so he drew up a chair between them. He simply wanted to witness how much the first years had grown. Turning to Professor Albi, the grizzled old man apologized for annually using such a painful memory for the examination. Albi countered that Headmaster Kalon should be the one enduring such an experience instead. He vowed never to forget this incident, needing this yearly reminder to stay focused. Finally, Team 1's raid reached a swift and bloody conclusion as Chelsea and Celia tag-teamed a formidable beast. The headmaster noted the Zinger and Llewellyn girls. They worked impeccably together despite their usual fiery temperament. They truly were the pride of their country. Team 2 performed without much fanfare, while Team 3 blitzed through the hero's world in a dominating fashion. They permitted the two strongest first years, Abad and Duran, to lead the vanguard while the rest of the team assumed supportive roles. The headmaster approved of their swift and efficient methodology, which swiftly led to victory. Team 4 surprisingly ascended to the upper echelon as well. Nella Carvin's healing aura was undoubtedly special, but Chania's unusual movement truly propelled the team. The headmaster made a mental note of the girl from the east. Team 7, spearheaded by two of the most promising summoners, swiftly conquered their hero's world too. Headmaster Kian and the professors were riveted by the live feed. While numerous exceptional students had displayed their prowess so far, the most anticipated one had yet to step forward. Finally, Team 11 was summoned. Aside from Leo Plav, another familiar face stood in the final team. Chloe Muller, Headmaster Kalian pondered, watching the kids stirred memories of his glory days. He recalled a time when he was a young, valiant hero, undertaking quests alongside Miss Fina herself. Team 11 positioned themselves on the magic circle. Leo and Chloe met each other's gaze. Professor Albi snapped open his magic tome and activated his hero's world for the 11th and final time. Alba's World Prologue. Chapter: The Chedmar Incident. Loaded. Unbeknownst to anyone, a hint of darkness descended upon the magic circle, tainting its intricate designs. While the light engulfed Team 11, Leo's instincts screamed that something was wrong. Unlike all previous Heroes World activations, the light seemed to surge with unusual intensity. To everyone's astonishment, only two individuals materialized outside the arena. Aside from Leo and Chloe, the remainder of Team 11 was left standing exactly where they were when the magic circle dissipated. Professor Sin shot up from his seat, disturbed by the unfolding events. Headmaster Kalon Badian questioned Albi about what had just transpired. With a tremor of dread in his voice, Albi insisted on an immediate halt to the exams. The hero's page in his book detailing the Chedmar incident had been corrupted by an alien presence. The impossible had just occurred. An unbidden hero dungeon had manifested. Leo found himself equally bewildered when a strange screen materialized instead of the usual quest window. He realized they had been thrust into a hero dungeon. Chloe gazed around, perplexed, for no lost pages were present. It was unprecedented for a page from the records to malfunction in such a manner. Leo attempted to contact the professors but received no response. Chloe began to unravel, pleading for the professors to rescue them, but Leo grounded her, pointing out that if the professors could have intervened, they would have already appeared. They were faced with a singular choice: the hero dungeon summons, and they must respond. Shaken, Chloe challenged his sanity. Barely anyone survived the previous summoning there, and they were simply marching into Tartius' snare with a death wish. Her knees buckled, and she felt her spirit waver as her final threads of hope unraveled. But Leo remained composed. He reminded her she was still the sharpest mind in their class. With the unyielding strength of teamwork, they couldn't possibly fail. The girl bit her lip, visibly envious of how Mr. Perfect managed to maintain his composure even in this situation. She steeled her resolve and demanded to hear his brilliant plan. Leo explained their two primary objectives. First, rescue the freshmen. Second, ensure their safe extraction. To do that, they need to grow stronger. Chloe immediately dismisses that notion, pointing out they cannot boost their abilities without access to the outside. But Leo calmly reminds her they are not the only students dumped in this forest. That makes Chloe pause as she remembers others should be here too. Then, without hesitation, he looks at her and tells her, "Ride me." Chloe practically flushes with mortification at his sheer boldness. But Leo holds his ground firmly. They cannot let their seniors confront Tartius first. Mages like her severely lack endurance, so there is truly no other choice. At the same time, deep in the forest, a demon named Chewborn spies on the students through his unsettling magical cameras. He appears slightly surprised to see just a duo sent in as the rescue team, but he is unconcerned. He is certain he will obliterate these aspiring hero candidates with no trouble. That is until his head snaps around and his entire demeanor changes. He spots that one of the rescuers possesses an alchol class and immediately wipes the smug smirk from his face. His target switches instantly from the party of four to the guy who is a startling sight, giving his mage a piggyback ride. Meanwhile, Leo notices his vision starting to dim the deeper they go into the woods. So he decides it is time to activate Aaron's aura amplification technique. By enveloping his body completely in aura, he forces his senses to their peak and sharpens every instinct. As they push further in, he warns Chloe there is a group of orcs ahead, but she is already prepared. She waves her wand once and sends a volley of icicles right into the group, felling them like 9 pins, or so she thinks. One of them survives and pulls out a horn to call for backup, almost stopping her heart, but Leo intervenes and cuts the creature down before she can even blink. Chloe watches that and immediately senses the disparity in their power, wondering if she will ever be able to surpass him. After that, the two of them discover a bunch of demons surrounding a party of 4 students. Without hesitation, Leo leaps into the fray. He shouts for Chloe to provide his support like a skilled mage. The girl up front struggles to complete her spell, but the hulking demon effortlessly outpaces her, seconds away from tearing her apart with ease. Before she can even scream, Leo materializes before her and cuts it down cleanly, leaving the remaining demons stunned. The other students just stand there, mouths agape in disbelief, while Leo strikes a confident pose, having saved them. Impressed, the girl he rescued asks, "Are you here to save us?" Leo simply affirms, turning his focus to another demon in the back. This one is already gathering energy for his most potent spell, roaring, "Revenge for my brothers." Suddenly, a downpour of grotesque leech-like demons rains from the sky, but Leo stands unwavering. He pivots with a powerful, almost legendary flourish, setting his sword ablaze. The parasites are instantly incinerated, transforming into charred husks. Once again, the students are left utterly dumbfounded by his incredible prowess, but Leo gives them no time to rest. He immediately instructs the female student, "Use your spell." She prepares an arc ray and unleashes it, obliterating the demon entirely, leaving no trace. Chloe gazes at her in astonishment and identifies her instantly solely by her unique magical signature. As the sun begins to set, the girl expresses her profound gratitude to Leo repeatedly for saving her, but Chloe does not even spare her a glance. Chloe simply states, "There is something more important to discuss with my partner." The girl glares fiercely at Chloe's bold maneuver, but Chloe disregards her, leaning in close to Leo to whisper, "That girl is Aliyah Zeron, the younger sister of Professor Ali Zeron, who perished in the incident 3 decades prior." And then Chloe discloses the detail that truly troubles her. Because this party belongs to Aliyah, it's fated to meet the same tragic end in this dungeon no matter what. Chloe shares that Chube, a knight-ranked demon from Tardis, launched an attack 30 years ago. Aliyah's party was the first one completely wiped out. The core plan behind that operation aimed to eliminate Aliyah, a genius among hero candidates. This led to her name being sealed in the hero records permanently. She tells Leo, "We should focus on survival now. We need to fulfill the dungeon conditions with a different party." Leo asks, "Do you really mean to just abandon them?" Chloe fires back, "I have no other option. This is a hero dungeon. No matter how tragic it gets, the dead cannot be dragged back." Still, our boy refuses to back down. He says he won't abandon them, which immediately gets on Chloe's nerves. She screams at him with such fury that even Aaliyah's group watches. They look like they've just been caught in the middle of Mom and Dad's latest meltdown. Steaming with frustration, she yells, "I know you're cool and powerful, but now isn't the time for showboating. It's time to grow up and stop playing the hero." She breaks down in tears while Leo stays calm. He reaches out and gently pats her head to settle her storm. He says, "You shouldn't talk like that. We're both hero candidates, and this isn't some game. It's part of the process for becoming the real deal." Then he reminds her, "We've already messed with the original timeline." This leaves her more than a little lost. Leo explains that the sky turned dark long before they even crossed paths with Aaliyah's team. By now, they were supposed to be long gone, hunted down by Chube. Seeing that honest look on his face, Chloe pushes down her conflicting thoughts. She agrees to follow whatever plan he's crafting. He tells her, "We need to focus on getting out together with Aaliyah's group." From behind, Chloe watches Leo's aura shift. That moment hits her hard. He's once again miles ahead of her. She clenches her fists, consumed by jealous frustration. She thinks about pulling out her book. Meanwhile, the green-haired student named Toe wonders out loud, why were only 2 seniors sent to help us? Dina and Belle instantly start suspecting he might be a spy planted by Tartius, but Aaliyah shuts that down. She reminds them he literally saved their lives, slashing up demons like they were toilet paper. Then she lets her actual thoughts slip and admits she finds the guy quite attractive and very much her type. This earns her some serious side eyes from the rest. Aaliyah doesn't get why Dina is so shocked. Dina explains she thought only their senior Albie could ever match her impossibly high standards. Cutting into their girl talk, Leo tells the juniors, "Get it together. We need to get out of this forest immediately." Toe doesn't see why they're rushing now that backup has arrived, but Leo throws a cold dose of reality saying, "A night-rank demon is lurking around here." That gets everyone's full attention. One of those monsters is enough to solo an army of 100. So the urgency suddenly makes far more sense. Leo repeats that avoiding a fight is top priority. Staying alive comes first. Aaliyah quietly stares at him and thinks, "He really does feel a lot like my brother." With that, they all sprint through the forest like their lives depend on it. Chloe's still clearly bitter about the earlier argument. Aaliyah, sharp as ever, picks up on her feelings fast. Back at the academy, the staff scrambles through old records. They dig for anything about hero pages, turning into hero dungeons. The headmaster tells Professor Albie, "It's a good thing no outsiders have been able to interfere yet." The blonde guy confirms that only 2 living beings are inside. The headmaster figures night must have set in by now since 3 hours have passed. He asks Albie, "When did you take down Shoe Barn last time?" Albie says, "I finished off the trash demon around midnight." Right then, Elena bursts into the room to report a lead on whoever sold the demonic creature summoning catalyst to Lou. Before she can even finish, the head EM's attention snaps toward a powerful surge of magic about to explode in the room. He notices Alb's emotions spiraling and swiftly intervenes to soothe him. But Ali snatches his arm back, declaring he needs a moment outside for fresh air. Elena quickly grasps what's truly igniting his fury. His abhorrence for demons runs far deeper than Sasuke's legendary grudge against Itachi. This is unsurprising as he lost his sister in that horrific incident, and not even a trace of her body was ever recovered. The headmaster urges Elena to continue her report. She reveals the black market merchant who supplied the items had been operating in the city for some time, proving quite popular with the freshmen. Upon hearing this, the headmaster suspects Tartarus had infiltrated a spy, Elena clarifies, stating the man wasn't directly affiliated. It seems Tartarus used him to funnel contraband through clandestine routes. Gently stroking his magnificent beard, the old man purrs their objective. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He spots Chloe's name on the buyer list, chillingly placed beside an entry for a forbidden black book. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructs Elena to summon Professor Len at once. After she leaves, his ancient battle-honed instincts forged through years of dancing with death kick in. They scream a dire warning. Something truly catastrophic looms. Meanwhile, back in the hero dungeon, Leo and the others pause at the foot of a colossal tower. Inside the hero dungeon, our hero relentlessly cuts down monsters, clearing their path, but exhaustion begins to set in. He's been operating on heightened senses far longer than anticipated. On top of that, Aaliyah's team and even Chloe are visibly struggling, so he declares a brief respite. Tao and Balak stare at him in sheer disbelief, wondering how the guy appears as refreshed as if he'd just left a spa, not a brutal battleground. During the break, Chloe sits, absorbed in a book about Shoebarn. Aaliyah strolls over, subtly probing about her relationship with Leo, then directly asks if Chloe harbors a crush. Chloe appears visibly repulsed by the mere suggestion, but Aaliyah grins, pointing out that her disgusted reaction seems perhaps a tad too dramatic to be entirely innocent. Close eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the self-proclaimed genius girl. Though said to have lived 30 years prior, Aaliyah looks no different than any high schooler in Chloe's own class. She swiftly counters, asking if Aaliyah is in fact the one developing feelings. Without a moment's hesitation, Aaliyah confesses he truly makes her heart flutter. That reply instantly rankles Chloe. Not only is this girl a veritable legend from the past, but she had apparently fallen for him at first sight too, which only underscored Leo's astonishing charm. Still, Aaliyah admits she's not sure if it's romantic or just that peculiar sense of thrill she gets when her brother strives and ultimately succeeds. Chloe inquires if she means Ali Ziran. Aaliyah nods, explaining that her brother thrives on tackling utterly preposterous challenges, the sort no sensible person would ever attempt, such as mining bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. That small detail solidifies Chloe's conviction that Leo is virtually an identical copy of him. Then, unexpectedly, she finds herself blurting out everything, admitting to Aaliyah how she had once been Leo's friend until jealousy shattered their bond. To her surprise, Aaliyah reveals they're remarkably similar. The genius girl confesses her perpetual jealousy of her own brilliant brother. He, despite his clownish demeanor, somehow stumbles into groundbreaking discoveries. She admits her own unique magic is merely a refinement of a system her brother devised, as she struggles with true original invention. She then stuns Chloe by recounting how she failed the entrance exam twice, a failure that only deepened her inferiority complex and fueled her animosity towards him. Eventually, those toxic emotions blossomed into profound admiration. Chloe realizes the exact same transformation had occurred within her. Before she can fully process this revelation, Leo suddenly stands up and warns everyone to prepare. Their escape route has been sealed. The terrified students seize their weapons, bracing themselves. But our hero reminds them they are all future heroes, and fear holds no place in their curriculum. Still, Aaliyah's party visibly tenses as a colossal demonic figure emerges into view, declaring he has finally located the seed of a great hero. He then unleashes a blast of destructive magic directly at Leo. As he dodges, Leo remembers that this creature was meant to crush potential heroes before they could truly blossom, yet now uses the term great for someone like himself, a notion that unsettles our hero. Even so, he calls out to Chloe, who already has a magic circle prepared. She then summons a colossal iceberg, intercepting Chube's attack. In the meantime, our protagonist charges his blade with magic, slips stealthily behind the knight-ranked demon, delivering a deep, satisfying slash to the vile monster's thick neck. A neck as robust as an F1 racer's chassis. The girls hold their breath, believing it's over, but their hope swiftly crumbles as Chuborn's grotesque flesh transforms, stitching itself back together as if made of cursed jelly. Witnessing this, Leo shouts for everyone to retreat quickly, as the demon activates a cursed magic void that nullifies all attacks like a consuming black hole. Tao and Aaliyah fall into a panic, questioning how anyone could defeat such an overwhelming foe. But Leo remains sharp. He knows Void isn't boundless, and it always strains its wielder. Chuborn scoffs at Leo, sneering that a hero's lingering echo believes they can prevail. But our boy instantly retorts, "If you're so mighty, why are you troubled by a mere fledgling?" He urges everyone to launch a unified assault. While they all give their best, Aaliyah's unique magic lands a critical hit. As she showers him with a cascade of stars, Chuban begins to ponder if his mistress, Lady Salatna, was wise to command him to eradicate these Nent heroes before they blossomed into true threats. Surrounded, he suddenly brandishes his weapon, compelling Leo to retreat. The moment our guy sees what's coming, he shouts a warning for everyone to take cover. Unfortunately, one of the spikes pierces Block's flank. So Leo seizes him and retreats behind an ice wall Clo swiftly conjures. He assesses everyone's condition, assuring them he can staunch the bleeding with his aura. Then he tells Chloe to prepare a decisive strike. With that, he charges forward to give her the precious moments needed to ready an assault powerful enough to shatter Void's boundaries. Chloe opens the black book she's been clutching throughout the battle. As she skims the pages, she discovers it contains the ultimate spell to incinerate that grotesque demon and obliterate him utterly. All the freshmen gaze in disbelief as Leo dashes around Chube, leaving after images to strike him from every angle at an untouchable speed. The demon swipes at a phantom only to miss and be struck from an unexpected direction. Seeing the chaos, Tao wonders if he'll ever master such an impressive maneuver. Dina, however, dismisses him bluntly without a hint of warmth. Meanwhile, Aaliyah stands captivated, a mix of awe and bewilderment on her face. The magic Leo is using unmistakably stems from the stars, meaning he's no ordinary person and is clearly concealing his genuine self. Before that revelation can even sink in, Chloe seizes all eyes with a sudden ascent into the air, conjuring a sinister black magic circle. With a feral grin that makes one question who the true demon might be, she declares, "I'm about to obliterate this monster from existence." Aaliyah falls into a panic, shouting at Leo, "Get out of the blast zone! There's no way anything benevolent is about to erupt from Chloe's grasp." Chloe adds a swift warning, "I won't be held liable for property damage." She then unleashes a blazing death ray straight at Chewborn. This triggers alarms in Leo's mind, as she's supposed to be a master of ice, not a pyromaniac. Watching the demon be utterly ravaged, Chloe cackles like one truly unhinged and gloat about her eternal flames, proclaiming to Chewborn, "Go burn where you belong." As the fire engulfs him, the flames transform into a black fire akin to Amaterasu. This ignites a fresh wave of alarm in Leo, and he shouts at her, "Shut it down before things go wrong." But she flatly refuses, insisting, "Trash like Chewborn doesn't deserve mercy. He deserves to suffer properly." Seeing she's undeniably veering towards a darker path, Leo rushes in and knocks the cursed book from her grasp as if it were a mere toy. A short while later, Chloe finally regains her composure. Leo calmly asks her, "Did you truly create that endless flame magic, or did you acquire it elsewhere?" She admits she's no genius, confessing the spell came directly from the book. This confirms his suspicion that it was a replica of the Flame of Erebus. Chewborn begins regenerating from the inferno. Leo swiftly informs Chloe that the spell she wielded is black magic and the book is actually a concealed sorcery engine. The news sickens her to her core. With a mournful gaze, she mutters, "I'm far too corrupted now to be called a hero." But Leo pulls her from that downward spiral. He explains that even he hadn't known Chew possessed the Void Curse until this moment. This suggests the demon must have employed it during his prior battle with Aaliyah and her friends. Back then, they were mere students, hopelessly outmatched in an impossible fight. Yet, they still refused to yield. He reminds her of their academy's motto, to go even further beyond, like Goku. That's when understanding finally dawned. Chloe realizes she doesn't resent Leo for always leading the way. Instead, she admires him because he possesses a presence too grand to rival. After that, Aaliyah steps forward and tells Chloe, "I believe in you." This offers the blonde the crucial final impetus she needs. With the Void Curse now gone, Leo prepares to conclude the battle decisively. Just before that, he senses a potent surge of magic. It turns out to be Chloe, finally shattering her limits to become someone who can truly stand beside him. No longer feeling like a shadow, supported by a new formidable ally, Leo's memories of his past life flood in as he recognizes her magic. It evokes memories of the allies he once fought alongside. The familiar radiance fills him with renewed courage. Chewborn suddenly charges ahead and strikes Leo with a devastating blow. Leo parries the initial attack, but the demon slips in a second blow that shatters his defense and hurls him against a tree. As he strains to rise, Chub advances casually and proclaims that it is time for the fabled hero's shadow to descend into slumber. Just then, a snowflake flutters down in front of Leo. The entire forest begins to freeze. His fear dissipates as he rises once more and declares defiantly that demons like Chewborn had never defeated him and would not begin today. The demon gazes in confusion at the source of his bold defiance, oblivious to the fact that Chloe is behind him and about to unleash the night's most potent magic. She offers a silent gratitude to Leo for helping her achieve the breakthrough she sought and unveils her innate magic, a spell called Ice World, that covers the battlefield in a frigid torrent of raw power. With a wave of her staff, the whole field below her becomes encased in ice of astonishing thickness. Chloe hovers aloft and summons forth massive, crystalline lances meant to annihilate any unfortunate soul caught beneath them. But Chub does not even stir, remaining frozen, solid, and immobile, frigid sculpture. Leo approaches the ice-covered demon, and the instant his hand touches it, its soul dissolves into a pure black smoke. Immediately after, he finds the black magic book, infuses his sword with fire magic, and plunges it straight through, triggering a violent burst that incinerates it completely. System notifications appear, hailing his success in rescuing the freshman from peril and defeating Chewborn. But what truly captures his focus is how Chloe completely commandeered the spotlight by demonstrating an entirely new form of magic so suddenly. This magic proves to be field magic, a discipline he would never dare to mimic short of losing all his survival instincts. He is surprised when Chloe says she is planning to confess the truth and wants to jeopardize everything, even if it means facing expulsion. He promptly reassures her that someone as extraordinary as her would not be cast out for a single misstep, and that she is far more likely to emerge as a celebrated hero. Aliyah and Dina hurry to join the pair and lavish them with praise for their awe-inspiring rescue, profusely commending their heroic appearance. Leo reciprocates their admiration and praises their intrepid spirit, while Chloe hands Aliyah her staff back and thanks her for it, saying it helped her unlock her true potential. But then Aliyah delivers an unexpected surprise and tells Chloe to keep the staff as a reward for saving them, while Dina hands her sword to Leo as a sincere token of gratitude. Leo accepts it without hesitation, and just as a calm begins to descend, they hear voices from a rescue squad announcing the discovery of survivors. At that moment, Albie appears, breathless, covered in sweat, and consumed by panic for his younger sister. Chloe nearly collapses when she sees her professor appearing as a peer, and both of them are struck by the truth that they are merely ensnared within an illusion from 3 decades past. They watch the big brother succumb to overwhelming relief and concern for his sister, and Aliyah recounts the heroes who rescued her, saying, "One of them is nearly as impressive as him." Just then, Alb's version of the world begins to flicker, then slowly fade away, and Chloe stands there, proud that she had granted everyone a fresh chance at life. Aliyah attempts to point out to her brother the mysterious hero who saved her, but when she turns, they have already vanished. The hero dungeon begins to crumble piece by piece, and just before its complete disappearance, Leo notices a system notification indicating a new reward. The last thing he sees before losing consciousness is a young Albie overcome with joyous tears, thanking him for saving his sister. The perspective shifts to a hospital room where Leo finally awakens to see Albie once more. This time, the true Ali composed as always, the professor extends his sincere gratitude for saving his little sister and tells him to convey the message to Chloe once she awakens too. With that, he departs the room with his characteristic ease, and shortly thereafter, the headmaster steps in. The astute elder asks Leo how he is faring, and then comes directly to the matter, stating he already knows about the black magic book Chloe possessed. Leo is quietly astonished that this venerable figure discerned the truth, and the man explains he possesses records from the establishment where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst, and where Chloe subsequently recovered it. The headmaster confesses his astonishment to learn that a sorcery machine somehow managed to infiltrate the academy undetected. These said artifacts are fashioned from fragments of Erebus, intended solely for demonic use. And when anyone else uses them, their minds begin to decay from within, eroding their sanity. Leo decides to explain the full account and provides a comprehensive recounting of the events, which makes the headmaster begin to ponder whether the Black Book itself instigated the entire catastrophe. Leo concurs, stating that the world returned to its original state the moment he annihilated it. At that moment, Chloe suddenly sits bolt upright in bed, utterly disoriented by the presence of the headmaster standing there. He urges her to stay calm, then calls for Elena. His remarkably efficient secretary enters, carrying a large cloth-wrapped object. It reveals Dina's sword and crystal given earlier, alongside Aliyah's staff. Chloe's eyes widen as Aliyah's staff suddenly takes shape in the real world. The headmaster gives Leo a suspicious glance, demanding how he possibly acquired a reward that shouldn't exist. Leo realizes from Chloe's reaction that he's the sole recipient of a reward, recalling a similar event during the entrance exam. Ordinarily, it's impossible to gain an attack reward from a living hero's world. This rule has remained unbroken since time immemorial. Leo ponders if this entire situation links back to the Fairy King's pledge. He openly admits it was an attack reward. But the old man presses him further, asking if he's absolutely certain it originated from Alb's world. So Leo quickly crafts a plausible excuse, attributing the whole incident to the black magic transforming the hero world into a dungeon. The excuse holds for a moment until the headmaster hits him with a follow-up question: why Leo received a reward while Chloe didn't. Thankfully, the new best girl candidate intervenes, suggesting the system recognized Leo's role as the most critical in the mission, thus awarding him all the spoils. The headmaster accepts this logic for now, announcing he'll initiate a discreet investigation behind the scenes. He tells them they may keep the rewards for now, but adds they'll be returned to the rightful families once the investigation concludes, all to maintain the secrecy of the sorcery machine. Chloe appears both confused and shocked, asking why he's shielding her. The headmaster offers a smile, accentuating his majestic mustache, and states, Not every threat originates outside the academy. After delivering that subtle revelation, he instructs them to get proper rest and takes his leave for the time being. As soon as he departs, Chloe's entire demeanor shifts as if a switch flipped. She begins twirling her fingers as if poised to pen a love confession in cursive. She nearly confesses her feelings to Leo right then, but fate intervenes. 3 girls burst into the room looking exceptionally worried about him. To make things even more chaotic, the old man slides back in from behind. Having apparently forgotten to mention a celebration party for the cadets tomorrow, he adds, they better come prepared with formal attire. In celebration of everyone successfully navigating the midterm exams, the academy decides to host a party for the students. The announcer seems to be reveling in the moment, as he excitedly introduces the arrivals, wondering if it'll be more lovely girls or charming guys this time. Instead, the NPCs from Class 5 appear, immediately behaving like royalty, and acting as if the midterms were effortless. As the crowd grows, more people stream in to enjoy the food. Just as swiftly, gossip begins to circulate from every corner. The duo devour the food like starving orcs. Then Carr pauses between bites, wondering why their class hasn't arrived yet. Just then, the announcer's voice booms out again, revealing the next pair of heroes making their grand entrance, catching the two completely off guard. Nella and Aleliana stride in as if straight from a runway, looking absolutely breathtaking in their dresses. This instantly renders the boys utterly captivated. Meanwhile, the girls waste no time mocking their suits, asking, "Did you borrow those from your dads?" The announcer continues the enthusiastic introductions, announcing the Llewellyn siblings, who enter looking impeccably sharp in formal wear while the crowd erupts. Carr points out how quickly they're surrounded, while Aleliana shrugs. It's no surprise given their celebrity status. The announcer cuts in again, teasing the entrance of a couple next as Celia and Leo walk in side by side, radiating strong power couple vibes. Celia appears visibly stiff about their joint entrance. The class representative, however, flashes everyone a Playboy smile, bright enough to cause temporary blindness. Nella jumps up in surprise. Carr and Aleliana can't help but cheer for their dashing class representative. The microphone somehow lands in the hands of the spirit-possessed girl again, who excitedly asks the crowd, "How are you enjoying the party?" Carr immediately turns pale, seeing her again. Thankfully, some students shout that they're having fun, which keeps her from snapping. She remains surprisingly calm, stating she's glad to hear that, but then casually delivers a bombshell announcement. She's about to reveal midterm exam results right now. The energy in the hall dissipates instantly. Carr mutters, "Dinner's officially ruined now." The girl says she anticipated that reaction, explaining that the faculty decided only to announce the top 3 students from each major tonight. Everyone else will receive their results through their homeroom teachers tomorrow. The students appear relieved, cheering softly when she adds that professors from each major will be the ones making the announcements. Ian takes the stage next, and Aleliana remarks softly that he's looking especially dashing tonight. The sword professor, without delay, commends everyone's hard work and reveals the top names in the night major. A hologram displays Celia at the top, followed by Duran and Chen. Celia appears perplexed, clearly anticipating Leo to be at the top, and Leo catches her expression. The professor from the magic major steps forward next and announces Abud, Chelsea, and Aomeo as the top 3. Chelsea grows worried as Leo's name remains absent, but Leo calms her, explaining such things happen, and she shouldn't dwell on it. Carr remarks that it's strange Leo's name hasn't surfaced even once, and he observes Chloe's name is likewise absent. Chloe stiffens momentarily, but then quickly masks it with a smile. The professor acknowledges that despite failing Chloe for using a spellbook, her passion and skill as a magician were truly remarkable. Sejin shares the sentiment and rises, beaming like a proud father, but Herod smirks and gestures for him to sit down while Celia gently reassures Chloe. Then the true highlight of the evening, Yura, takes the stage to announce the results of the summoning major, and eager fans immediately shout to be her summon pet. She begins announcing the names, and Leo's name is once again absent from the list. Celia grows noticeably concerned, while others start murmuring about the strangeness of how he failed to rank even once. The microphone returns to the same chaotic girl, who inquires if the audience is still enjoying themselves. She then promptly declares, "It's time to unveil the top scorer who will represent the Academy in the coming year." She allows the anticipation to build for dramatic effect. She finally announces the name Leo Plav, which sends his classmates into a burst of celebration, cheering him on. The applause is brief, however, as a student suddenly raises an objection, challenges how Leo could possibly achieve the top score when he didn't even rank in any of the majors. He declares the entire situation appears dubious. Leo confesses his own surprise and turns to the announcer, who now begins to stumble over her words, struggling to construct a coherent explanation. Then she snaps, her alternate personality seizing control. She launches into a tirade of insults at the students, remarks that would warrant immediate expulsion under normal circumstances. She snarls that she'll only explain this a single time, so they must listen intently and cease their chatter. Herod observes with amusement, wondering if she's being possessed again. Sin nods, agreeing he finds this entertaining as well. She embarks on an explanation stating that students with dual majors are not factored into specific major rankings because their attributes are distributed across multiple disciplines. She offers an example, noting that a magical knight possesses a weaker aura than a dedicated knight, and less potent magic than a true magician, yet their combined might far surpasses either individual path. She emphasizes that Leo's combined practical exam scores exceeded all others. Ao still grumbles under his breath that others achieve superior theoretical scores. She scolds him relentlessly, then discloses that Leo completed the mission in the hero's realm, even eradicating Shoebarn. This leaves everyone utterly stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Leo strives to appear unfazed, continuing to cultivate his aura as if nothing extraordinary occurred. The other students simply gaze at Leo in stunned silence, while Leliana and Carr both exclaim how he possibly cleared that dungeon with just one companion. Leo remains perfectly composed, offering no response as the announcer girl reverts to her awkward demeanor and starts stammering once more. Shun nonchalantly remarks that her segment is concluded anyway. She concludes her speech by inviting everyone to enjoy the party. This instantly shifts the mood as whispers and gossip fill the room. Yura pauses her meal and turns to Len, inquiring what the rankings would have reflected had dual-class students been factored into the major scores. Len responds instantly that the entire result board would have undergone a profound upheaval. He calmly explains that everyone's ranks would have fallen by one position. When Yura asks if that means Leo secured the top spot, the magic professor affirms it was indeed their prodigy. Aura is visibly astonished, stating it would have been identical for the summoning major, and A confirms its applicability to his department too. Yura attempts to fully grasp the revelation, though An remarks that Leo's overarching class goals now appear significantly more attainable. Len interjects again, proclaiming that despite everything, Leo's future path will undoubtedly be sorcery. Yura swiftly counters, arguing she wants Leo in the summoning major instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight listens to their bickering and coolly states that Leo seems like a born swordsman. This causes them to erupt in curses while the assistant professors share worried glances in the background. The next morning, Carr is utterly exhausted from a night of heavy drinking. Chelsea mentions she's never seen anyone guzzle 2 whole lures of orange juice before. Professor Herod walks into the classroom and demands silence. He displays a world map and reveals the destination for their upcoming class trip. Declaring they'll journey to the land of the elves, the students immediately brighten, knowing this trip allows them to pick where they want to go. They start dreaming of countless losses, but Herod swiftly points to the map and declares their destination is El Salvakia, which immediately extinguishes all their enthusiasm. The place is notoriously frigid, so it's little wonder everyone begins grumbling. He silences them by disclosing the decision came from the class representative. This leaves everyone utterly dumbfounded. However, Leo puts on his most guileless expression while Carr turns to him and demands to know why he chose such an unforgiving place. Leo simply tells them, "Stop complaining and begin preparing immediately. You should procure your provisions swiftly." Leliana weeps theatrically, announcing she's buying gloves. Meanwhile, Chelsea is simply thrilled to try out all her winter coats. Leo sinks into deep reflection, recalling that while many believe El Salvakia is unremarkable, it's actually the secret abode of the fairies. He feels a pang of nostalgia, wondering how Silrod has been doing all this time. When they arrive in the city, Leo tells Nella, "I'll handle the procurement of food and equipment while you manage the potions." After a bit of sharp haggling, he finally secures a favorable agreement and sets off with the supplies. Leo is utterly drained from the errands, but just then, he grows wary when he senses an anomaly in a nearby alleyway. He recognizes this as the 13th block and moves toward a particular structure, identifying it as the very spot where Senlu and Chloe had bought their sorcery machines. Dropping his bag, Leo steps inside and finds the shop utterly vacant, save for one small charming teddy bear perched strangely in the middle of the floor. Nothing seems amiss, which makes sense if the investigation team already scoured the place. Yet, an unsettling feeling persists. His mind connects the dots a moment later. He realizes the teddy bear should not be present at all. as Lummer should have gathered all items and the premises had been secured. He immediately moves to strike it, but the bear suddenly twirls in the air and expels a burst of black goo. Leo immediately identifies this as a demonic entity. This one isn't an ordinary demon either, as it's seething with potent curses and malignant energy. As the Jibu's mass of shadow begins coalescing into a shape, it tries to speak. His gaze sharpens as the voice seems strangely recognizable. The demon taunts his keen senses for detecting the curse so swiftly. It then fixes its gaze upon him, and he at last identifies it as the Witch Queen Salatna, one of the 3 Legion commanders the heroes failed to vanquish in the past. However, this body is not her true form. The demon inquires if he's a magical knight, then mocks him, claiming his heightened senses will now bring about his downfall. It pounces forward. Leo scarcely manages to evade the attack as it nicks his arm. Our hero realizes he has no hope against her like this. She gradually glides closer, thanking him for such a delectable offering. Just as she readies to deliver the final blow, Leo reveals a sly smirk. A blinding flash of light erupts behind him. A sacred energy blast slams into the fish entity, sending it crashing violently to the ground. As it attempts to scuttle away, it screeches the name of the sorcerer of the magic eye. Even headless, the demon's body lunges at Leo. It hisses a threat, vowing to devour Leo's juicy, fairy eyes. Leo retorts he wants nothing to do with a cheap imitation like her, then roars for its demise. He unleashes a devastating Miko Miko beam. The creature is utterly obliterated, dissolving into scattered teddy bear fragments. Meanwhile, Leo recalls Professor Alb's other formidable title, the Decimator of Tartarus. Whispers suggest he only joined as a Lumen professor to gain clearance beyond the kingdom's borders, enabling him to hunt demons. Leo breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for the era's hero. But Ali fixes him with an intense gaze. What in the abyss happened here? Leo explains the demon manifested during his solo investigation, concealed within the teddy bear by a potent curse. Ali seizes the teddy's head. The investigation department will definitely bear the blame for this mess. He turns to Leo. I'll overlook this solo investigation this time, but request backup next time should you require it. You still owe me for what you did. That remark stuns Leo. He retrieves his supply bag, a quiet thought forming in his mind. House Zeron is one of the 3 great families, so he might leverage Albi's position to access the Forbidden Library. Returning, he finally spots Nella. She appears thrilled to see him, only to instantly panic upon noticing his injuries. She rushes over, casting healing magic. What exactly transpired? However, Leo is deep in thought. This incident largely confirms Salothna is responsible for the demonic creature and the cursed grimoire. Yet he remains unable to discern their ultimate objective. 1 week later, the students assemble before a massive gateway portal. Leo reviews the checklist with his class, ensuring they have all their essentials. Celia approaches. Why is your group heading to El Salaya? He explains it's a summer retreat, a way to escape the heat. She grins. I despise the cold. She then wishes him well before departing with her own class. He watches her leave, then turns back to his students. It's time to move. Chelsea radiates excitement while Carr groans. I detest the cold as well. Leo turns to ensure everything is prepared, then finally steps through the portal into the elven domain. Meanwhile, at Zeron Academy, 2 elves harass another student. They deride his attire and challenge his right to belong at the esteemed Zeron Academy. You half-blood, they sneer. The boy merely lowers his head, in shame, until another student steps forth. Cease this bullying and act like proper students. The bullies attempt to twist her words. Aren't you bothered by a half-breed dressing like that? But she has reached her limit and unleashes a barrage of curses. She roars. If you dislike his clothes, then strip yourselves and offer him yours instead. The 2 are stunned by her language. Act with dignity, they snap. She fires back. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on one innocent kid? She commands them. Scram. They grumble, muttering about her acting like a rabid dog. Turning to the boy, she asks, Why are you dressed so thinly? He explains someone stole his clothes, then introduces himself. I'm Luca Inaris. Roya instantly fumes at the culprits. Luca shyly attempts to return her scarf, but she waves it off. Don't worry about it. He notices her unusual happiness. She admits, my contractor finally hatched. His face brightens as he congratulates her. She flashes a grin, then heads off. Run races directly to her father's office. Her father swiftly reminds her not to use that term at the academy. Her father, visibly anxious, confirms Fernia's child is hatched. This causes her face to illuminate, like a child on their birthday. He then admits a grave problem. A contract has already been formed. This news instantly drains the light from her expression. I'm investigating it, he states. She slams her hand on the desk, demanding to know who in the abyss stole my contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 safely reaches the academy. Everyone immediately begins complaining about the frigid temperatures, but Leo orders them to endure it. Herod cuts through the clamor, instructing them to line up. Does anyone know this place's history? He asks. Chelsea raises her hand. She reveals that the capital of Velia was named after a fairy knight, one of the followers of Luna, the poet of the stars. Leo recalls things a little differently. Velia, he quips, was more like the fiery apprentice of both Luna and Aaron. He adds that despite his defiance, the guy still earned the title of fairy knight. Professor Herod affirms her words and clarifies that House Ezra holds sway here, as they are the direct lineage of the fairy knights. Suddenly, figures start to emerge from the fog. Herod spots them as the group draws near. Carr instantly frets, asking, "Are they thieves?" The professor states that danger can lurk anywhere, but even he's taken aback when a familiar voice greets him, asking how he's doing. A contingent of elves finally steps out of the fog, led by a striking figure with white hair. The girls begin to swoon as if a star had appeared. The white-haired elf steps forward. "I've been expecting you." He is revealed to be none other than Lon Ezra, council chair. Herod nods, noting he hasn't changed a bit. While the girls utterly gush, they are convinced they found their destined partner, their infatuation reaching new heights. Leo breaks their reverie. Does age truly mean nothing to you all? Aleliana nudges him playfully. Are you jealous? Leo remains calm, observing that elves live long and barely age. He then turns the question back on her. How old do you think Lon actually is? The two adults overhear the banter and remark on the spirited nature of this group. Unlike previous groups, who were far more restrained, Herod simply attributes it to first years enjoying themselves. Aleliana steps forward and confidently inquires about Lon's name and age. My apologies for the delayed introduction. My name is Lon Ezra, and I am 97. Aleliana's dreams shatter instantly. Carr lightly pushes the stunned girl aside. Are you perhaps our guide for this trip? Lon extends a hand. I am the council's chair member. Carr gives a clumsy handshake, inwardly mortified as Professor Herod mutters, We'll need to speak later. Sometime later, they find themselves in an ancient dust-laden chamber, and as if on cue, a mouse scurries past. The students panic, demanding to know, are we truly expected to reside in this derelict place? Leo shrugs and offers them a makeshift shelter. Aleliana immediately starts flattering him as their esteemed class leader. Leo proposes his outdoor tent as an option. Carr abruptly reconsiders, declaring, We have much unpacking to accomplish. After tidying the space slightly, some boys creep towards the stairway. Carr wears a cunning grin, stating, The finest part of school trips is catching glimpses of the girls, but at the top they halt in their tracks. Chelsea is already waiting there, her expression utterly furious. She wastes no time unleashing a gust of wind magic that sends them sprawling. They cry out for mercy. Leo observes with amusement, remarking, It appears everyone is enjoying the journey. He decides he might also explore. Before he gets far, a voice addresses him as Lord Leo. He turns around to a uniformed elf who conveys, The head of the house wishes to converse with you. A short while later, Leo enters Lon's office. The council chair barely lifts his gaze from a formidable stack of paperwork. Come in, he announces. My apologies for the wait. Could you perhaps bear with me a moment longer? Instead, Leo requests permission to survey the surroundings, noting the intriguing items in the office. Lon readily grants his request. Leo approaches the weapons displayed on the wall and observes their considerable age. His gaze sharpens upon a particular blade, Urquint. The name alone elicits an immediate response. Lon appears taken aback, inquiring, How could you possibly know of it? Its lineage is exclusively shared among the heads of House Ezra. Leo perspires subtly, but quickly recovers, claiming he encountered the lore within Lumern's ancient library, a tale Lon accepts without hesitation. As Leo lays a hand upon the blade, sensing an infusion of stellar mana, he swiftly discerns it is not the authentic artifact, merely a replica. His mind drifts, plunging into a vivid memory from his past life as the hero Kyle. His companions had eagerly discussed a new weapon back then. Luna proudly displayed it to Kyle, seeking his thoughts, but he retorted that she resembled a goblin thief, instantly igniting her fury. The true Urquint had first been wielded by Luna, but was later passed on to her student, Berkia. However, it vanished before the quest to Tartius. Lon approaches him from behind, revealing that his ancestor had recovered Urquint after vanquishing Berkia's hero world. However, weapons from hero worlds are exclusively wielded by their original conqueror. The realization dawned on Leo, explaining why it had felt like a hollow shell. Lon then motions for him to take a seat. Herod informed me you're a versatile student, and also the first-year representative, he says. a fact Leo confirms. Lon then presents an unusual request. He desires for Leo to converse with his granddaughter. She's an exceptional student at Sarun Academy, but ever since entering school, she's lost all motivation. Lon believes that someone like Leo, being of a different race, might stir her from her apathy. Leo approaches her room, pondering if Lon's gesture of handing him the key was truly appropriate. Still, he raps and steps inside, only to be confronted by what he mentally dubs the ultimate chaos. He coughs, commenting, "The room's exceedingly dusty." Then he starts noticing the posters and deduces she must be an ardent admirer of the great heroes. He's seen others amass such memorabilia before, but this is an unparalleled fixation. He notices a uniform draped neatly and presumes it's from Sarun Academy. At that moment, the girl emerges, mistaking him for her grandfather. She launches into a tirade about the impropriety of intruding upon a young woman's room, only to halt abruptly, frozen in sheer astonishment, when she sees Leo standing there instead. Her face flushes crimson as she shrieks, "There's a human in my room," and instantly burrows beneath her blankets. Leo introduces himself, explaining her grandfather wished for them to meet. However, she remains silent, swaddled tightly in her blanket like a cocoon. Receiving no reply, Leo effortlessly picks up a book, remarking, "You've amassed almost as many volumes on Hero Kyle as I myself possess. I'm intrigued by how the elves portray him." As he peruses the pages, he's truly struck by the meticulous organization of her notes. He commends her profound grasp of Kyle's achievements. Finally, she cautiously emerges, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Do you like Hero Kyle too?" She questions him about the Battle of Darnos. He recounts it as the site of Turka's defeat and the inaugural engagement where the heroes united their forces. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she swiftly follows with a query. Does he know where Commander Zerga's legions met their end? He responds instantly, "Edvalik." She nearly trembles with exhilaration. Aruk that he possesses knowledge most overlook about the great heroes. In her eyes, Leo suddenly radiates like a valiant knight. She shyly lowers her gaze, introducing herself as Aaron, and asks, "Did my passionate discourse deter you?" But Leo calms her, affirming, "The great heroes would be delighted to know someone out there still cherishes their sagas." She persists, asserting her belief that Kyle is an unrecognized fifth hero. Leo concurs, stating his conviction that Kyle is a genuine hero as well, and even plans to join a club that investigates his heritage. That invigorates her until the reference to school registers, and her spirits plummet once more. Leo observes her quiet, withdrawn demeanor, and tenderly inquires why she doesn't wish to return. She confesses she feels out of place at Sarun Academy, as everyone there is aspiring to hero status, and someone with a timid spirit like hers doesn't merit a place among them. Leo observes her uniform, noting its immaculate condition, and deduces that deep down she still yearns to attend. He informs her that he's not the sole human present, adding that his classmates would likely be thrilled to meet her and engage with her ideas. Her surprise is evident, but he then mentions the existence of other Marais that cultivate heroes from diverse races. With a smile, he tells her, "If you're curious, you should come see for yourself." With that, he bids her farewell. The moment he steps outside, Lon awaits. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, his sudden presence startles Leo. But Lon leans in and eagerly whispers, "Were you truly conversing with Aaron this entire time?" He wipes a dramatic tear, overwhelmed that Aaron had managed a full conversation for the first time. Now he wishes to bestow a magical artifact upon him as a reward. Leo agrees, deeming it impolite to decline a gift. Lon leads him to the treasury, instructing him to select anything he desires. Nothing immediately caught his eye. Then Leo noticed an unusual item. He picked it up. Lon offhandedly remarked, "It was just a jewel infused with fairy magic." Though he considered it more a trinket, Leo calmly stated it was perfect and that he wanted this one. Lon cheerfully agreed, yet Leo soon realized he felt sure the fairy inside wasn't merely carved, but alive. Later, Class 5 gathered in the hall as Professor Herod outlined their new routine. Starting tomorrow, they'd be rising at 6 a.m. for individual drills, followed by mission practice in the afternoon. Liliana attempted to object, highlighting they had trained relentlessly at school, but Herod cut her off. This trip was no holiday. Instead, it was designed to hone their shortcomings. Then, he calmly revealed the bombshell. This entire schedule had been planned by their own class representative. Instantly, everyone's gaze snapped to Leo, filled with utter betrayal. But Leo grinned broadly and declared, "This place is ideal for combat drills." Liliana convinced herself he must have honorable motives. Herod concluded the meeting, advising them to savor this final day. It would be their last taste of leisure. Later that night, Leo sat in his room examining the jewel. He concluded it held the Fairy King's magic. This explained why Lon considered it a mere decoration, since, after all, the Fairy King's contractor had disappeared following the Age of Calamity, and no one had wielded that magic since. But Leo knew intimately this was Silrod's power. He channeled his own magic into the jewel, making it glow brightly. It was finally time to activate the Fairy King's pledge he had received earlier. With that, the jewel began to crack and split open. A small voice stirred, inquiring, "Has father broken the seal at last?" But when the fairy spotted Leo, confusion seized him. He demanded to know why a mere human stood before him. Leo calmly asked, "Who are you supposed to be?" The fairy took offense, declaring, "I am Kirin, the firstborn of the Fairy King Silrod." He began to rant with royal arrogance, but Leo calmly poised his fingers. Just as Kirin smugly uttered his name, Leo flicked him on the forehead. Kirin froze, struggling to process this human's audacious act. Leo's expression hardened. He stated that even Silrod treated him with deference, making him wonder exactly who this brat thought he was. Enraged, Kirin began spewing racial slurs, but as he continued, Leo kept flicking his head one after another, like an exasperated parent. Eventually, Kirin found some semblance of manners. He gazed at Leo in awe, realizing he must be the pledged one his father had spoken of. Leo leaned in and warned him once more, "If you have a grievance, you should voice it." But Kirin backed down, deciding a pledge with a human might not be so terrible. Leo patted his head, casually remarking that for Silrod to take all 6 of Kirin's wings, the kid must have been a truly royal nuisance. Kirin was surprised Leo knew that, but before he could say more, Leo told him, "Go summon Silrod already." Kirin looked smug again, stating he could only summon his father after reclaiming all 6 wings. He added that the first one was nearby in the forest. Leo smiled, calling it fate that their paths had crossed. Then he gave him another flick for good measure. The next day, the class ventured into the forest amid icy winds. As they pushed forward, they all froze once more. This time in shock, as Chelsea was suddenly struck down by wind magic. Leo helped her to her feet, a smirk playing on his lips. He told her, "You'd better train harder, if you want to keep up." A few minutes ago, a Leliana had erupted, when Leo claimed she couldn't harmonize her swordplay with her magic. That was why she assumed he was off training solo. Leo didn't bother answering that. Instead, he shifted focus and informed the duo their summoning skills required serious refinement. This agitated them, as summoning was the one thing they believed they had mastered. Then Chelsea interjected, recalling he had told her something similar during the entrance exam, that she lacked a proper grasp of wind magic. Drawing her weapon with a smile, she challenged him to reveal his true capabilities. Leo gladly accepted. She believed his performance so far had exceeded expectations and was curious what else he had concealed. She gave him no chance to prepare. She fired off her windbreaker spell without warning, sending a massive gust roaring toward him. Leo doesn't even flinch. He unleashes his own windbreaker, instantly canceling her spell and leaving her aghast. Leliana is utterly bewildered. High-speed casting was Chelsea's specialty, but Leo had just met her pace precisely. Chelsea persists, unleashing Wind Chain. Leo only sigh, reminding her of his warning from their first encounter not to employ wind magic that way. Then he launches Wind Bolt, a truly monstrous spell. It tears right through hers and rockets toward her, catching her completely exposed. The impact sends her flying into a tree. As if nature itself were adding insult to injury, a cascade of snow tumbles onto her head immediately after. Leo walks up and points his sword at her, calmly proclaiming his victory. Chelsea still looks dazed, mumbling, "Was that real wind magic?" Carr chimes in that he hadn't expected her to lose. Leliana can't fathom how their class rep gained such strength. Professor Herod offers his insight. While Chelsea isn't weaker in raw power, the true disparity lies in their understanding and control of wind magic. Leo pats the grumpy cat's head as the professor continues, explaining that even when learning new skills in higher grades, they must not neglect perfecting their existing knowledge. He concludes by urging everyone to hone their abilities under the class rep's lead, which immediately prompts a chorus of complaints about the freezing cold. Sometime later, Leo walks alone through the snowy forest, collecting herbs for a task. He remembers how the others had utterly exhausted themselves, vowing to complete their tasks later. He smirks, thinking they're probably still fast asleep back at their inn. Out of nowhere, Kirin streaks in, proudly announcing he's collected a sizable collection of herbs. Leo gives him a pat on the back for a job well done, which has the little guy all puffed up and radiating with tiny fairy pride. With that, Leo decides the collection is sufficient and tucks the bag away. He begins to ponder if it's time to seriously investigate the forest. He declares that the hunt for Kirin's wings officially commences now. As they journey ahead, he suddenly stops. Leo asks when Kirin was exiled. The fairy answers it was roughly a century ago. Leo narrows his eyes, urging him to look closely because illusion magic is at work here. Kieran quickly senses it, confirming it's the Fairy King's magic, yet not his father's. Leo connects the dots, concluding the spell belongs to Silrod's father, the Fairy King from the Calamity era. It's been a century since the magic activated. Judging by the timing, the energy fueling the spell must be Kieran's wings, somehow repurposed into an ancient formula. Suddenly, a voice pierces the air. I heard something valuable is hidden nearby. Both of them become instantly wary as a foul aura permeates the area. The stranger steps closer and asks, "Why are humans wandering around elf territory?" But Leo flips the question back, stating, "It's stranger that the undead are lingering here." The hideous skeleton roars, "This land has long been under Tardis's influence." But Kieran retorts, shouting, "This place is a fairy sanctuary." The skeleton laughs and mocks him. How could a weakling like Kieran even call himself a fairy? That stings Kieran. His magic ignites, and he charges the skeleton without a moment's hesitation. The creature barely reacts in time before Kieran blasts a gaping hole through its chest, reducing it to a mere pile of bones. Kieran mutters, "It crumbled too easily for something so loud and full of itself." Leo just raises a brow, asking, "Why is a fairy fighting like a raging barbarian?" Kieran stretches and says, "It worked out since fairy and undead powers naturally cancel each other out." But then he freezes as the skeleton starts speaking again, admitting, while Kieran may be Lul, he's still a fairy. It then begins reforming right in front of them. Kieran pinches his nose at the foul stench and charges in again, vowing to truly crush the creature this time. But mid-attack, something feels amiss. Leo yells, "Get out of the way!" The skeleton slams its sword into the ground, unleashing waves of that noxious aura. Kieran dodges at the last second and collides directly with Leo. Leo steadies the stunned fairy, who asks, "What in the world is that thing?" Leo answers, "That's an ancient monster from Tardis known as a Death Knight." The skeleton stands tall, finally introducing itself as Korore. It declares its loyalty to the Lich King. Instantly, it lunges toward them again. Leo steps up, trying to counter with his blade, but Korore vanishes, reappearing behind him like Houdini. The Death Knight lifts his sword coldly, announcing, "I'm here to lead you straight to your end." Thinking quickly, Leo activates his spectral form, forming a barrier just in time to block the Death Knight's strike. The clash echoes through the eerie silence of the forest. The monster steps forward, surprised a human could conjure an aura shield so swiftly it gives a crooked smirk and swings again. This time, however, Leo successfully blocks the attack. The Death Knight mocks his efforts, calling them futile as it begins to press Leo back with raw strength. Kieran panics, rushing in to help, but gets blasted into the ground with ease. Groaning, he rubs his forehead, muttering, he's already drained of power, and bitterly wishes he had his wings back. Without wasting another second, Leo begins chanting, soon engulfed in red flames. This catches the Death Knight off guard. Suddenly, phoenix wings burst from his back, their brilliance lighting up the dark woods. Kieran watches in awe, realizing Leo must also be a contractor. Leo then delivers a swift, precise strike that slices the Death Knight clean in two. The tiny phoenix lands proudly on Leo's shoulder, followed by Kieran, who immediately starts fussing over the fiery fluffball. Kieran tries to shoo it off. The annoyed bird puffs up, but before the squabble escalates, the Death Knight's voice bellows once again, swearing, "None of you will leave this place alive." It drives its sword into the ground, unleashing a curse that opens a dark pit, summoning an army of undead from beneath. One by one, skeletal warriors begin to rise with weapons drawn. Leo realizes it's a curse that endlessly revives the dead. Leo lowers his shield, making Kieran alert, who asks, "Are you giving up?" Leo only smirks his response, striking a confident pose, and says, "I've finally got a hold of Kyle's mana." Without hesitating, he casts Earth Ripple, sending shockwaves bursting outwards, causing the undead to lose their balance. Leo charges forward, slicing through them with ruthless efficiency, using his Vortex Slash, ignoring the Death Knight entirely. The monster roars in frustration, demanding Leo face it properly, but Leo simply calls it out for hiding behind its summoned horde. Using a jump boost, he propels himself high into the air, while the Death Knight screams after him. Eventually, Leo stops running, figuring he's gotten far enough. Though he can't shake the feeling that something is off about a Death Knight showing up in a fairy forest. As he tries to make sense of it, a skeleton stumbles out of the trees. He readies his blade, assuming it's a straggler, but before he can act, the creature is shredded into pieces. An elf appears, raising his sword to Leo, and demands to know, "Were you the one who summoned it?" Leo calmly explains, "I'm just a Loomer student with no involvement." Leo identifies him as a Saren student, recalling Aaron's uniform. But the elf doesn't buy it, and lashes out. Leo sidesteps with ease, knocking him down using the base of his sword. A voice interrupts, asking him to stop as a red-haired elf steps in and apologizes for the other's rudeness. She introduces herself as Runa, assuring Leo not all Saren students behave like that trash bag. He accepts the apology, asking what brings her here. She replies she's on field training, while Leo explains his class is here on a school trip. He excuses himself to report the incident to his professor. Run sees him off, though he pauses for a moment, trying to remember why her name sounds familiar. Meanwhile, she's already scolding one of her students for making a blunder. "You idiot sandwich." Back at the academy, Lon seems skeptical about the entire Death Knight situation. He mentions that, while monsters have indeed emerged, events haven't escalated to such an extreme. Professor Herod supports Leo's account, insisting he wouldn't lie about something of this magnitude. Just then, someone calls out to them, declaring that misunderstandings often stem from ignorance. A dark-haired elf emerges, ridiculing the notion that a first-year candidate encountered a Death Knight. He introduces himself as Professor Herdium, and Lon gestures for him to elaborate. Herdium contends that Leo probably confused a skeleton knight for a Death Knight. He argues that a true Death Knight would have ended Leo's life immediately. He doubts whether Herod genuinely believes such a story, but Herod asserts that he does, explaining that Leo holds the position of all-class representative. That astonishes Herdium, prompting him to consider Leo a noteworthy individual if he can truly influence the perspective of Siren students. He then asks Leo if he's proficient in magic too, and suggests a collaborative class between Lumerne and Siren. Sometime later, all the students are reeing at a party. Carr ponders the lavishness of the event, but Chelsea points out its logic considering the Emperor himself is hosting. Aleliana and Nella brim with anticipation at the thought of witnessing Siren's instructional methods directly. Leo, however, remains somewhat wary, suspecting Herdium is the kind of person who trusts only what's visible to his own eyes. His thoughts are interrupted when Runa reappears, asking, "Would you like to dance?" They glide together seamlessly, as if they've practiced for ages. She is delighted to discover he knows the elven dance, and Leo explains he mastered it long ago. She realizes she never asked his name and asks, "What should I call you?" The moment he introduces himself, her demeanor completely transforms. She seizes him by the collar, shouting, "You're the one who stole my contractor." Her grip tightens on his collar as she proclaims, "I'm going to end you right here." Yet Leo doesn't even flinch. Just then, Leo remembers what the Phoenix Lady said about someone else being chosen as Fiora's pact-bearer before him. He realizes Roya is that very individual. Her body trembles with furious anger as she glares at him, accusing him. Shameless thief. But Leo only smiles, assuring her Fiora is doing well. This pushes her further past her limit. She screams, "Die!" She lunges forward without a moment's thought. Sometime later, Runa bows her head and offers a contrite apology for her outburst. Leo doesn't dwell on it, forgiving her instantly before departing with Professor Herod. Meanwhile, Herdium swiftly begins admonishing Runia, cautioning her never to repeat such a careless error, especially given her role as the first-year representative. Run looks dejected, nodding her understanding, but the professor insists they must now demonstrate Saren's superiority over Lumar, then begins shaking her vigorously. He vehemently proclaims they must surpass all other heroes, but then suddenly frets, wondering if he perhaps overstepped. However, Runia begins shouting with renewed fervor that she will utterly demolish that wretched thief for Saren's honor. The next day, the collaborative class finally commences. Professor Herod greets the students from Siren, explaining they will gain direct insight into Lumerne Academy's operations today. This instantly ignites their curiosity. He beckons Carr, Aleliana, and Thad to step forward, directing them to guide the lesson, a command that visibly astounds the three. Herod calmly clarifies that they rank among Lumeren's most accomplished students. It is now their moment to showcase their acquired knowledge, a revelation that utterly captivates them. Chelsea swiftly discerns that a student from each department has been chosen to instruct, while Leo simply suspects the professor is once again shirking his duties. The three commence imparting their full knowledge of their respective magical arts. Their enthusiasm effortlessly captivates the focus of the elf students, while Professor Herdium smiles subtly, observing that interaction with other races can sometimes unveil entirely novel approaches to magic. However, he ponders why the class representative has yet to present himself. Chelsea applauds them while they bow. The elf professor praises their efforts, remarking that he can perceive the profound devotion each has invested in their training. Picking up the chalk, he begins to elucidate Siren's distinct teaching methodology. He states that while elves inherently utilize magic as a cornerstone, they deliberately avoid complete reliance on it to uphold balance. Leo mentally refutes him instantly. For even if they claim to teach comprehensively, their curriculum remains steeped in magic. He reflects that elves have always been ostentatious, and that truly nothing ever changes. As the professor commences elaborating on an intricate spell theory, Leo begins to yawn from sheer tedium. Herdium silently observes that the boy not only claimed to battle a death knight, but now displays an utterly unacceptable demeanor and class. Deciding to shift focus, he sets aside the theory and conjures a brilliant golden star in his palm, dubbing it the essence of Siren. Even Leo found his interest piqued. He went on to explain that elves are a people intrinsically linked to magic, then launched the star skyward. It burst into a myriad of smaller stars, which drifted down to the students, drawing gasps of awe. Chelsea's eyes gleamed as she cried out that this must be the star magic, a unique magical system crafted by elves. The professor affirmed, with a proud nod, that this was the heart of their magical heritage. He sketched on the board a spell, directly stemming from the great Luna's enduring legacy. It served as the bedrock of all-star magic, encompassing myriad variations. He smiled and posed to the class. "Is it not beautiful?" He halted abruptly as a hand rose and he granted permission for the class representative to speak. Leo internally dismissed any care for star magic, but serenely stated that the interpretation of the spell was flawed. That instantly chilled the room's atmosphere. The professor's face reamed with fury while Leo clarified that the magic simply cannot ignite. Everyone gaped, as if he had desecrated a hallowed artifact. The professor attempted to regain composure, stating, "It's plainly obvious it won't since the spell remains incomplete." He elaborated that their forebears had meticulously decoded the founders' ancient texts and gradually pieced together the spell to its present form. Leo swiftly deduced that this was one of Luna's lost spells, realizing most would remain unaware because Luna had devised this magic exclusively for Kyle during her creation of the star magic system. The professor bristled at the insinuation. He issued a direct challenge, demanding Leo reveal precisely where their understanding had erred. Professor Harrod attempted to intercede and calm the escalating tension, but halted abruptly as Leo actually stepped forth. Meanwhile, Leo's mind raced, already concluding that the magic elves were now using was just a diluted imitation. He had been gifted the true complete version directly from Luna, but perished before ever imparting it. His gaze fixed on the board. He pondered if destiny had orchestrated this reunion. Herod broke into a cold sweat, for he understood the profound significance of star magic to the elven people, and meddling with their founder's legacy risked catastrophe. However, Leo moved with resolute purpose, beginning to revise the arcane formula with his own unique magic. Elven students murmured in bewildered confusion. None had ever witnessed such a display. After a few moments, Leo declared it complete, and the newly formed formula ignited with an intense luminescence. The professor gazed at the radiant pattern, eyes misting with emotion. He murmured softly, "What manner of spell is this? Have you wielded it previously?" A sudden flashback enveloped Leo. He stood poised at a cliff's edge, and Luna's voice echoed. She proudly announced, "I have perfected the magic." With a warm smile, she informed Kyle she would now impart to him this incantation capable of coaxing flowers to bloom. While he cradled a golden, luminous flower in his hands, Leo recreated the magic Luna had once bestowed. He unleashed a cascade of luminous flowers that swept across the lecture hall. The room instantly shimmered, and the students erupted with heightened excitement. Aleliana turned to Nella, musing if the class representative had just wrought another marvel. Nella simply nodded, speechless. What captivated Runa even further was the professor's utterly bewildered reaction. She began to ponder if Leo had truly deciphered the founder's entire legacy before their very eyes. The professor crumpled to his knees, utterly bewildered, clutching a golden flower, and whispered in disbelief, "I cannot fathom that the magic we've all been employing is merely a spell to make flowers bloom." Leo calmly set him straight, stating, "It is not so simplistic." He clarified how blossoms had almost disappeared during the era of desolation, and hinted that they likely held profound significance for the nebula's founder. He recalled as Kyle, once confiding in Luna, that such seemingly trivial magic would offer no aid in combat survival. Yet she had countered that flowers possessed inherent beauty, and one day she yearned to witness a world fully adorned with their bloom. The professor conceded that the founder must have interwoven a profounder truth within the enchantment. As the ephemeral flowers began to dissipate, the students commenced murmuring, striving to unravel the enigma of this individual. Leo discreetly informed the professor that he had mastered the magic independently through ancient scrolls and that he was a dual-class innate mage, yet possessed no elven lineage. Professor Herod intervened, offering an apology for Leo's conduct, and proposed to conclude the joint session for the day. He contended it was premature to assess Leo without an official decree. Before he could elaborate, Professor Herdium abruptly interrupted, seizing his hands unexpectedly. He inquired directly, "Can Leo be transferred to Siren Academy?" This utterly blindsided Herod, as the entire class erupted into pandemonium. Later, they returned to their accommodations. Chelsea proudly presented a mysterious soup which bore a striking resemblance to a one-way passage to the underworld. Meanwhile, Eleliana offered a risotto equally perilous. The boys instantly began deliberating which concoction would hasten their demise. However, Eleliana didn't hesitate. She swiftly spoon-fed Carr a mouthful. He froze for a fleeting moment before retching it back up without a flicker of doubt. Lon entered, finding the entire scene highly amusing. Herod, however, wasted no time, drawing Leo aside for a discreet conversation. Lon tells him the Grand Assembly has made a choice about the Death Knight matter. Meanwhile, Nella slips away to listen in. Lon then shares that many reports of undead beings and even a Death Knight have come from the fairy forest. He says an official inquiry is being arranged, and a combined search team will be put together. As the others quietly tune in, Lon explains the mission will be too risky for newer students. They'll be paired with seasoned Siren students. Leo then asks if that's the only reason Lon came. Lon shakes his head. He explains he actually came for Leo as his granddaughter wished to see him. Siren hesitantly steps closer. "How have you been?" she asks. "I came because you said I could." Leo turns to introduce her to the others, but the girls immediately rush forward, gushing about how charming she is. Siren is overcome. She bolts upstairs calling out, "I'm sorry to everyone." The girls wonder if they've made a blunder. Lon tells Leo he's relying on him. Without a word, Leo goes upstairs. He finds Irene huddled quietly on the balcony. He drapes his jacket over her, which startles her. She swiftly tries to return it, but he says, "Don't worry about it." "Why did you leave Siren?" he asks. "I did it because I didn't think I was suited to become a hero," she replies. This was a sentiment Leo was growing weary of hearing. She shares that during her struggles, she met someone who radiated like the sun. She then declares with awe that it was Runa who felt like a true hero in every way. From then on, she started observing her from a distance. She understood Runia embodied everything she lacked, so she chose to emulate her path. She even reached the top of their class, but something went awry during the dual assessment. Afterward, Runa seemed to despise her. Leo finds it peculiar as Runia doesn't appear that way. He resolves to ask her about it later. He considers Irene reminiscent of Varia. "Do you know her story?" he asks. She brightens immediately, knowing it's her ancestor's legend. Leo shares that Verkia walked the path of the great hero mentors, which is how she became a hero. He assures her not to mind others' opinions and that she should forge her unique path. This immediately brightens her spirits. With a smile, he gestures for her to come back downstairs. He promises his class is full of kind and joyful people. Sometime later, as everyone gathers for the expedition, Runa rushes up, demanding to know how Leo managed to sway Iran. "I just told Ariane there was no need to be afraid of you," Leo answers. This plainly catches her off guard. He explains, "Ariane mentioned Ro had given her a frightening gaze, making her feel despised. I was just focused," Roya says, "since Ariane is truly gifted." "Look out for the girl," Leo tells her. "She probably needs you." Just then, Professor Herdium hails someone, catching their notice as a group of third-year students draws near. Lauder moves forward to greet him. The professor expresses his admiration for the work Lauder submitted earlier. Lo glances at Runia. "Who is that guy?" he asks. "He's my senior," she replies, who suddenly shot from obscurity to fame this year. Leo finds this somewhat questionable. Professor Herod then calls everyone together and declares it's time to form teams. Each team will have 3 members, he says. Immediately after, Herdium announces the first team will be Leo, Roa, and Lauder. This feels like anything but a coincidence. Run begins to grumble the moment they depart. She gripes about the professor's idea to use this as an opportunity to bond. Leo makes a playful remark about the thief comment, which immediately ignites her fury. "I still haven't acknowledged you," she snaps, but he simply ignores her as if tuning out ambient noise. Instead, she looks around pondering Lauder's absence, since they're meant to travel in teams. Leo recalls Lauder stating he'd go on his own, presuming he has other plans. Placing his hand on the ground, Leo abruptly senses something amiss. "For all the ground we've covered," Runa comments, "we haven't seen a single undead yet." But Leo is preoccupied with something else. He observes the ground around them appears unchanged and recalls his conversation with Kieran. A deathly curse lies upon this land. Only someone like him, who endured the age of ruin, can truly feel it. The Death King Helizer was Erebus's staunchest devotee and the legion leader of Tartarus. Leo doubts Helisar came himself. He believes instead he dispatched Kargor, the Death Knight, as his proxy. Rising to his feet, Leo discerns that beyond this point lies a secret within the Fairy Lord. One Silrod fiercely protects. Runa, perplexed, asks if he sensed anything. But before Leo can reply, the sound of footsteps shatters the stillness, alerting them to an approaching presence. Leo instinctively levels his sword, only for Lauder to appear, nonchalantly inquiring about their progress. Lauder asks if they'd encountered any undead creatures, a claim they deny. He then inquires if Leo was the one who initially reported the Death Knight's presence. Leo confirms, offering a handshake, though he notes an odd detail about the black ring Lauder wears. Lauder then suggests Leo might have been too hasty in his judgment, implying he became overly enthusiastic as a first-year student. He asks if they're aware that powerful undead, like Death Knights, cannot remain materialized without a necromancer supplying them with mana. This explains why demonic summoners typically attend them. Runa recognizes that, if true, a demon must be lurking somewhere in the forest. But Lauder counters, stating this is the capital of El Salvia, recalling that as a Saren student, she should understand the star magic enveloping Berkia. Run agrees, but Leo interjects with a firm tone, asserting no rule dictates the necromancer must be a demon. Other races are perfectly capable of wielding dark magic, including elves. Lauder chuckles and retorts that elves are far too prideful to engage in such practices. He lets the argument drop and instructs them to simply complete their investigation. Yet Leo senses he's searching for something. Even Rooney begins noticing the stranges in his demeanor. Later that evening, the students gathered to share their findings. Everyone agrees they hadn't spotted a single undead creature, much less a Death Knight. Chelsea immediately suspects how swiftly everything vanished the second they started investigating. Carr attempts to slip away early, finding tiredness, but Chelsea nonetheless pulls him back. Meanwhile, a particular individual, clearly harboring ill intentions, leaps from his dorm window, landing silently. Leo heads towards the academy dorms and infiltrates Lauder's room with practiced ease. He already suspected Lauder would depart stealthily, but once inside, he discovers an unusual map with the entrance to the fairyland distinctly highlighted. Just then, Runa bursts in, exclaiming at Leo and demanding to know his purpose. Leo immediately silences her until she calms down, explaining his presence mirrors hers, though Lauder is already gone. Before they can continue arguing, voices echo from outside, inquiring about Lauder's sleep. Leo grabs Runa abruptly, leaping directly out the window. Aaron hears a sound and peers out just as Leo holds Runa in his arms. Her face flushes crimson, dropping her book in a panic as her mind races through every conceivable romantic scenario. Meanwhile, the two vanish into the woods. Leo finally asks how long Runa intends to follow him. Run demands to know if he still suspects Lauder's involvement, especially as Lauder only arrived that morning, and Leo witnessed the Death Knight days ago. Her thoughts are interrupted when another voice joins theirs, as Aaron appears having pursued them this entire time. Run seems on the verge of sputtering, asking how long she'd been trailing them, while Leo casually admits his prior awareness. Her face bright crimson, she suddenly exclaims that dating is strictly prohibited among students, leaving both utterly bewildered. She nervously explains she witnessed their stealthy exit from the dorm, then begins rambling about their beauty and charm, insisting it's still improper. Leo clutches his head, muttering she's completely mistaken. Then asks Runia to clarify the misunderstanding, but Runia, equally flushed, barely manages to stammer that it's not what she believes. Just then Leo freezes, sensing danger. A decaying hand erupts from the earth as one by one the undead begin their ascent. Leo doesn't hesitate, drawing his sword instantly as a chilling voice offers a slow welcome to the fairy forest. As the deceased emerge, Leo brandishes his weapon and warns the others to remain vigilant as they confront high-ranking undead knights. He calls out behind him, checking Rooney's readiness, and she slams her hand onto the ground, summoning flames in response. She activates Firestorm and illuminates the entire area, grinning proudly as she asks how she performed, completely unaware that a knight still charges directly toward her. Leo sees it too late to intervene, but Iron leaps forward, intercepting the blow with the might of a true Amazonian warrior. This causes Leo to realize she's wearing animus armor. She moves swiftly, cleaving straight through the skeleton and turning it into another casualty of swift decapitation. Run applauds the reserved elf, who starts blushing deeply. Leo calmly remarks that she looked just like Berkia, sending Iron into a blissful daze. But then the shy elf shifts her focus, asking why they were out here, completely alone. Runa finally finds her voice, explaining that they were slipping into the third-year dorm to investigate a matter. She becomes flustered once more, firmly stating that any romantic entanglement would only hinder her studies. This pronouncement makes Leo raise an eyebrow in disbelief. Iron doesn't let that pass, unchallenged, retorting, Miss Rooney will always be the foremost student, destined to become a hero. That strikes Rooney deeply, as she realizes Iron had always perceived her in such a light. Her memories drift back to their past duel, where Iron just managed to deflect her attack with a mana shield. A smirk touched Rooney's lips as she realized that only Iron possessed the strength to be her true rival. So she decided to unleash her full power, channeling a potent fire spell. However, Rooney's furious expression startles Iron, causing her to drop her guard, but it was already too late. The fire spell erupted, engulfing Iron in an explosion. Only then did Runa grasp the meaning of Iron's expression. She heaves a sigh, realizing it was her fault Iron had ceased to appear. She tells Iron, "I want you to come back to school. You are my friend." The shy elf appears hesitant, but Runia hits her with full confidence, saying, "We are absolutely friends. I want you to keep competing against me as my rival." Right after that, Iron suddenly pauses again and asks, "Run, are you truly certain we aren't a couple?" This causes Leo to stare blankly in disbelief. Run becomes utterly flustered, quickly dismissing the idea while Leo simply plays the role of a wise old mentor, calling them kids. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the Death Knight growls that the mage has reached his limit. Intruders are swarming everywhere, but the cloaked mage retorts, "That's your problem, Knight, not mine." The hood is thrown back and the figure is revealed to be Lauder himself, whom the skeleton dismisses as a brat. Annoyed, the skeleton steps forward and demands to know why he's being treated like a mere subordinate, despite being a Death Knight sworn to the Great Lich. Lauder doesn't flinch. He merely flashes his ring, taunting, "The Great lose me instead." As he walks away, he casually adds, "Once the summoning circle is complete, there'll be no further need for Tartarus. I'm counting on you, Knight, until then." The skeleton lets out a mocking laugh, agreeing to do exactly as he says and definitely not planning to betray him. Back with the hero group, Erin states she still can't believe their senior Lauder would ally with demons. Runa echoes her disbelief. But then Erin complains that the air has suddenly grown colder and even the red-haired elf senses something amiss, while Leo remains silent, perceiving a subtle shift. He conjures several magic circles with a swift, practiced motion, like opening a favored tome, telling them, "We should prepare before venturing any deeper." He summons his two faithful spirit companions, and Runia instantly gasps in awe when she sees the chunky red bird immediately nuzzling close. Erin asks, "Who are they?" Leo introduces them as Fiora and Kieran, impressing Erin even further, but he quickly refocuses, stating, "That's enough. It's time to head into the forest core." They venture into the encroaching darkness as Leo states, "Things are about to get rough." As soon as they enter, the trio immediately starts running, engaging the monsters. Runa finishes off the stragglers with a fireball, but right after that, the charred corpses begin oozing dark energy, and the fallen undead begin to stir once more, causing Runa to realize a necromancer must be close. Leo starts swinging, utterly decimating the skeletons. He answers, "There's no summoner nearby at all." But Runa doesn't accept that explanation. He explains that what they're witnessing is a curse of the undead, a revelation that catches them both completely off guard. Rooney admits, "I've never heard of anything like that." But then Erin steps in, explaining that it's a curse which constantly manifests undead in a region, twisting the land into a realm of death. Leo finishes the thought, adding that the spell can only be cast by Tartarus's general, Helkaiser, the dreaded Lich King. Our run begins to panic intensely after hearing that name, saying, "We should report this to the professor right away." But just then a sudden chilling blast smacks them, as if a frozen portal had ripped open. A sinister voice welcomes the hero candidates. "Welcome to the land of the dead." The Death Knight makes another appearance, rushing in and clashing swords with Leo. It starts laughing maniacally, claiming, "There's no way out." But Leo doesn't even bother with a reply, blocking the attack with effortless grace.